Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. There were many people in the stands of the stadium. Archers were standing on the field in front of the targets. A voice announced that this was the third set, there was one last arrow left. One of the arrows hit the center, the second was nearby. The guy squeezed his hand on the bow. The voice announced that now in front of them was the youngest participant of the championship, Sanhyun. The main character raised his eyebrows, looking forward. The commentator smiled and turned to his colleague, saying that each shot of the young man was right on target. The man confirmed his words. The commentator was eager to see if his final shot would be just as perfect. The guy opened his mouth, taking a deep breath. He raised the bow in front of him and pulled the arrow. Sanhyun looked ahead with concentration. The hero released the tail of the arrow, relaxing his fingers. The blue arrow flew forward, hitting the target right on time. The spectators smiled happily, saying that this was a 10. One of the people stood up from his seat, holding a poster with the inscription, "Sanhyun is the best." The championship was broadcast on the screen. The glass cracked when the commentator said that the young man had masterfully passed the center of the target. People smiled and hugged the boy, surrounding the protagonist from all sides. Bright confetti fell from the sky. The commentator said that the boy was a true genius and a gift from above. Today the youngest champion of the national competition was born. Sanhyun smiled happily, looking away. A sheet of paper flew into the boy's face. The heroes behind the glass opened their eyes in shock. The man frowned, asking what the hero was thinking so hard about. Sanhyun adjusted his hair, apologizing for his inattention. The man pressed his hand to his face, telling him to redo everything, because these are not documents. The protagonist began to pick up the fallen sheets, saying that he would fix everything. The man noticed a tremor running down the boy's hand. He frowned and looked away, asking why they needed an illiterate archer with an injured hand. Sanhyun lowered his head, saying nothing. The door to the office closed. The protagonist pressed the papers to his chest and sighed heavily, saying that another day was behind him. The light was on in the small house. On the screen was a smiling Sanhyun. In the background, a commentator was saying that this young man was a true genius, a gift from above. It was on this day that the youngest champion of the national competitions was born. The protagonist raised his eyebrows. He paused the recording. The guy was sitting in front of the computer, saying that 10 years had passed since that day. The events took place 10 years ago. The sign read, "Archery Training Grounds." Archery was everything to the protagonist, but this sport required serious financial investments. He lived with his grandmother, and the only way out was to receive a scholarship, so he devoted himself entirely to training. The center of the target was completely pierced by arrows. It had indentations from past hits. Year after year, again and again, the guy continued to shoot. Sanhyun frowned, releasing an arrow forward. He hit the target with all his arrows right on target. On the shelf, there was a framed photo in metal as well as a gold trophy. There was a full moon in the night sky. The hero said that it was great to be a promising young talent. Archery was his only calling. He believed in his destiny and a bright future. The taxi's windshield was broken. The car got into an accident. Sanhyun frowned, looking away. He looked at his palm, thinking that if the coach had not gotten him into this company, he could have remained unemployed for life. Sanhyun raised his head, saying that it was time to stop reminiscing. He turned his attention to the app icon, intending to check what was on the streams. The hero quickly swiped down, looking at the live broadcasts. The guy thoughtfully brought his fist to his mouth, thinking about how almost everyone streams immersive games because they are currently at the peak of popularity. Full immersion is an advanced technology that allows you to feel like you are in the game world. The guy imagined his body shrinking, turning into a pixelated image. To play, you need a special device, a capsule, so they are often called capsule games. Sanhyun frowned, imagining the prices of this equipment, the price tag of which starts from 40 and 60 million. He thought that the main problem was that the capsule cost a fortune. An ordinary office worker like him could not afford it. The hero thought that he was lucky that he could at least watch the broadcast, so thank goodness for that. The guy hid behind the tree trunks, tracking the animal. A notification appeared in front of him that a subscriber had sent 100,000 won, asking him to kill a boar with a bow in 15 minutes. The hero laughed, aiming arrows at the animal with a full health bar. The player smiled, saying that he would do it in a jiffy. The viewers were perplexed by the fact that he was aiming 3 arrows at once. Someone wrote that the guy would not succeed and that he should just quit the game. The hero fired 3 bright arrows forward, thanking the subscriber for which he paid thousands of won. All 3 arrows flew past, hitting tree trunks and the ground. The player raised his eyebrows in confusion. The viewers began to laugh in the chat, calling him a noob. The user sent him 5,000 won, asking why the guy took a bow if he didn't know how to use it. The player frowned, telling him to shut up, because he chose a bow because he thought that in this game, everything is possible, it's just that the capsule is old, that's why it lags. The main character folded his arms across his chest, looking at the monitor. The viewers in the chat continued to laugh, calling his excuses stupid jokes. The guy raised his eyebrows, asking if everything is possible in the game. He would be lying if he said he didn't envy them. No matter what these streamers are, the crowd of people, including himself, are crazy about them. The hero looked at the chat commentators who couldn't stop laughing at the player. In the past, the guy was ready to give everything to achieve universal recognition. The young man froze, looking ahead. He moved the cursor to the cross, saying that it was time to sleep. A bright flash flashed on the dark screen. The man said that they were restructuring. On the sheet was an inscription, a resignation letter where the name Sanhyun was written. The manager said that if the guy left quietly, he would be paid well, but if he was fired during the restructuring, it was unlikely that he would be able to get anything. The protagonist sadly knitted his eyebrows, looking at the floor. The guy said that he was resigning of his own free will. The man raised his eyebrows, looking at him. He removed his hand from his face, asking if this was true. Sanhyun folded his hands in front of himself, saying that it was. The guy asked, repeating his words, if he left, the severance pay would be decent. The man put his hand on the document, saying that the boy was a quick learner and that if he had decided, he should get it done today. The boy agreed. The man raised his eyebrows and scratched his head, asking him not to worry about it, since the boy had gotten here through connections anyway, and the employees here had been through a lot, university, resume writing, some had even gone abroad to study because English alone was not enough. They didn't really have much of a choice. The boy turned his head, looking at the employees behind the glass. A bright light fell between his shoes. He said that he understood everything. A warm light was burning in the small house, visible from the windows. Sanhyun was lying on the bed next to a box of personal belongings from work. He opened his eyes, looking up. 28 years old. The hero looked at the round chandelier on the ceiling. He imagined a target. 10 years ago, he was the youngest participant in the national championship, but he was still just a boy who graduated from high school who had nothing to write on his resume. The hero took aim at the target in front of him. Sanhyun frowned, gripping the bow and pulling the arrow. Dark spots appeared on the light background. The boy raised his eyebrows, his hand trembled. He held his hand near the tail of the arrow. The hero thought about how he couldn't go back to the past. Sanhyun closed his eyes and sighed heavily, wondering what he should do now. There was a notification sound on his mobile. The boy opened his eyes. There was a notification that the user Bubblegum was starting a broadcast. Below was a message from Jahyuk, who was very worried about the boy. The boy remembered the words of the player who shouted that everything is possible in this game. Sanhyun widened his eyes, looking at the phone screen. He entered a query into the search engine, how to conduct a stream. The main character sat at the computer, thinking that if everything is possible in this game, then he too will be able to shoot a bow. The boy wondered if it would become popular if he demonstrated his abilities on the stream. He imagined a like icon with a question mark. Bubblegum, whose streams he often watches, is not a very good player, but it seems that viewers like it. Looking at him, you can't help but wonder how many top streamers there are. He remembered how a player missed a boar, and viewers laughed at him in the chat. The guy was typing something on the keyboard. Sanhyun's eyes widened, looking through a large number of streams. There were more of them than he expected. There are much more experienced streamers. The young man watched the player leading the stream. And, in addition to those who show off their skills in the streams, it seems that many also want to improve their skills after watching. The user asked how he could shorten the route today, to which Bookbook replied that if he jumped and caught on a ledge, he would save 5 minutes. Another player responded by saying that his attempt was unsuccessful, then Bookbook said that he first needed to improve his skill to 10. The user wrote that he seemed to have managed to complete the game a second faster than speedrunner Bookbook. Sanhyun opened his eyes wide, saying that it all happens the same way as in the world of sports. In reality, there are too many variables, school acquaintances, friends from his hometown, relatives, a whole host of unpredictable factors. His palm was filled with cards with question marks. The game world reminded him of the life that the guy liked so much in his youth. The main character raised his head, looking at the bright light behind the door on the steps. He started to climb them, saying that this is a life where you have to compete, improve yourself, and gradually rise higher. A simple but fair world. Sanhyun's eyes widened. The boy supposed that maybe even he could do it. He moved the cursor to the streaming app. A bright stream of light was coming out of the computer screen. The hero asked if the boy was going to get the capsule. A bright light was shining into the coffee shop, and there were goods on the counter. Sanhyun raised his eyebrows, saying that he was. Jahyuk raised his eyebrows, asking if he really wanted to spend all his money on these games. The boy must be completely crazy. The hero put his hands on the table, saying that the boy had never played this. The protagonist put his hands on his lap, saying that it was true. Ju-hyuk frowned, asking when was the last time he held a bow in his hands. Sang-hyun smiled awkwardly. The guy opened his mouth wide, asking if the boy really thought that if he was good at the game, he would be able to buy a capsule. The protagonist gave him a thumbs up, saying that he was serious and everything would be fine. Ju-hyuk screamed, asking how he knew this if he hadn't tried it. The boy awkwardly lowered his head. The protagonist frowned and pointed at him, telling him to stop talking nonsense and come down to earth. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, wondering why Ju-hyuk was so nervous. At his previous job, where no one could be trusted, Ju-hyuk was the only normal person. The guy walked up to the protagonist, who was sitting on a bench, holding 2 cups of coffee. His life is the complete opposite of the protagonist. He is the elite of the elite, a rich kid from a wealthy family, and is on a path to success in leaps and bounds. Ju-hyuk raised his eyebrows, looking at the protagonist in surprise, asking if he was listening to him. Sang-hyun thought about how every time he talked to him, all his problems seemed to disappear. Ju-hyuk pressed his hand to his head, asking if it would be easier for him to go to Gangwon Land. The protagonist looked at him, saying that he was not good at cards. The guy noticed that he was speaking figuratively. Ju-hyuk frowned, asking how much the capsule cost. The protagonist looked at him sadly, saying that it was 4,000. The guy pressed his hand to his head and looked at the phone screen, saying that the capsule itself cost 4,001, but he also needed extras and the electricity would also be expensive. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking if he really needed anything else besides the capsule. The guy said that he did, since 1 box would not be enough. Sang-hyun widened his eyes, saying that this came to almost 1 million. Ju-hyuk noted that even if his car cost 100,000, he would still have to cut money. The boy slammed his palm on the table, saying that this couldn't be happening. The hero asked him to wait here until he was done with his business. The sun was shining brightly in the blue sky. Sang-hyun raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking what this was. The heroes were standing in front of a building with a bright sign. He assumed it was a capsule rental. The boy followed Ju-hyuk, wondering if they rented capsules here instead of selling them, since he needed to buy one. The hero smiled when he saw Kanseo. The boy raised his eyebrows, carrying the tank in his hands. He smiled and pressed his hand to his chest, saying his name. Kanseo assumed that they wanted to buy a capsule. The hero smiled and walked towards the glass door, saying that he could offer them the remaining models at a reduced price. The boy furrowed his eyebrows, realizing that he was the owner of the capsule rental. Sang-hyun gave a thumbs up, thinking that he could expect nothing less from the elite. Ju-hyuk gave him the same gesture, wondering what he was thinking. The glass of the capsule was raised. There were wires nearby. Sang-hyun raised his eyebrows, thinking that there were capsules everywhere. Kanseo smiled and turned to the protagonist, asking him to check before buying. He thought that the protagonist was too close. Kanseo grabbed Sang-hyun's hand, saying that they needed to know a little about him first, since his biometric data was needed to use the capsule. Ju-hyuk waved after them. Kanseo said that everything was almost ready. The sign said that only staff were allowed to enter. Ju-hyuk walked up to Kanseo, thanking him for his help. The protagonist smiled, saying that he was just getting rid of used goods. The screen was scanning the biometric data. He noted that the guy had better try to dissuade his friend, because there are a lot of people like him now. They watch top streamers and blow their minds, and capsule games are not a cheap pleasure these days. Sang-hyun raised his eyebrows, looking at the bright screen in front of him. There were bright pixels next to his body. Kanseo smiled, saying that many people mistakenly think that they will be able to fully demonstrate their talents in the game, but in reality everything is not quite like that. Ju-hyuk raised his eyebrows, asking if capsule games, even with full immersion, are so different from reality. Kanseo replied that it is, because he does not use his physical body there. When there are no physical limitations, logic and prudence fade into the background. Ultimately, everything comes down to willpower. On the screen was the process of scanning the main character and his silhouette. Kanseo raised his eyebrows, saying that Sang-hyun was fired because of problems at the company. Maybe he would quit after the first game, and if that happens, the guy will need to support him. Ju-hyuk sadly frowned, looking away. He thought that this would be better than spending all the money on the capsule. The game that the hero would immerse himself in was called Real Olympic. Kanseo smiled and approached the capsule, saying that, considering the boy's experience in archery, he set it up accordingly. He asked the boy to first look at the score and then decide. Kanseo said that he was closing the capsule. A stream of bright pixels and numbers surrounded the main character's body. Sang-hyun closed his eyes, thinking that this was very unusual, because the body was here, but the mind seemed to be carried away somewhere. His palm seemed transparent against the background of bright pixels. The hero opened his eyes wide. He cried out in surprise. A bright flash appeared in front of him. A green leaf fell from the tree. Sang-hyun stood on the archery field. The boy opened his eyes in surprise and raised his eyebrows, looking ahead. He looked at his palm and the bow in his left hand. A voice announced that Sang-hyun had appeared on the field. He had been incredibly gifted since childhood. The boy opened his eyes wide, looking at his palm. Sang-hyun stood with the bow in his hands in front of the crowd in the stands, thinking that he could not believe it. It was all so real, down to the smallest details, because it felt like he really was at the Olympics. The voice announced the first arrow. The boy got ready, reaching for it. He remembered Joo-hyuk, who asked when the hero last held a bow in his hands. Sang-hyun began to pull the arrow, wondering if he would be able to do it because his hands were shaking. The boy opened his eyes in surprise, his hair fluttering in the wind. The screen showed the main character with a bow in his hands. Joo-hyuk raised his eyebrows, asking why he wasn't shooting. Kanseo folded his arms, saying that maybe he was nervous. Beginners often act like that. The guy noticed that Sang-hyun was very capable in life, so why would he suddenly be nervous? The protagonist pulled his elbow back, pulling the arrow. He thought that everything was different here. The tension of the bowstring, the grip of the handle, the sensations were completely unreal. The guy froze, trying to aim at the target. Streams of wind fluttered his dark hair. Sang-hyun raised his eyebrows, thinking that now his hands were no longer shaking, because this was unreal. Green leaves were falling from the trees. The protagonist opened his mouth, releasing the arrow forward. A voice announced that it was a 10. The arrow hit the exact center of the target. Joo-hyuk and Kanseo opened their eyes wide, shouting in one voice that the guy had hit 10 points. The announcer was talking about Sang-hyun drawing the bowstring with lightning speed and scoring 10 points. The boy frowned, drawing the arrow again. The voice said it was 10 points again. The arrow hit the exact middle of the target, next to the previous one. Sang-hyun drew the arrow again. It hit the 10 between the previous two. The boy's eyes widened. The voice asked him to keep shooting. Another arrow hit the bullseye next to the previous 3. The commentator happily talked about how each of his arrows hit the bullseye. Joo-hyuk and Kanseo gaped in surprise, watching the guy. The protagonist asked if this was really archery. Joo-hyuk raised his eyebrows, saying that his Hyung had said that capsule games were different from reality. Kanseo approached the monitor, saying that it was true, maybe the guy was just adapting quickly. Sang-hyun tilted his head. The protagonist noticed that something was wrong. Kanseo's eyes widened, saying that the guy looked different. He cried out, asking who he was. The wind blew through Sang-hyun's hair, and fallen leaves flew past him. The commentator announced that the game was over. The protagonist was sitting under a glass lid in a capsule. Kanseo smiled, saying that it was something. He turned to Joo-hyuk, saying that letting Sang-hyun buy a used capsule was like committing a crime. The guy smiled, saying that the hero did a great job. The protagonist lowered his head, holding his hands in front of him. The guy asked what was wrong with him. Did he get motion sickness? Sang-hyun raised his shaking hand to his face. Joo-hyuk raised his eyebrows in surprise. He looked at the guy, wondering who he was before. The hero held out his hand, saying that the boy was the youngest gold medalist, probably the best in the world, before that unfortunate incident. Joo-hyuk stood with a glass in his hand next to Sang-hyun, who had her head in her hands at the table. Joo-hyuk took the guy's arm, helping him walk. The hero said that he really wanted to help Sang-hyun. The guy lowered his head, a blush appearing on his face. Joo-hyuk raised his eyebrows, looking at him. The hero thought that this guy loved archery with all his heart. Sang-hyun covered his face with his hands and, lowering his head, burst into tears. The hero noticed that it had been a long time since the guy last shot a bow. He probably didn't even remember how to do it. Sang-hyun raised his eyebrows and smiled. The hero asked how he could forget something like that. He remembered everything down to the smallest detail, as if it were yesterday. The guy remembered the crashed car, that unfortunate incident, the cold and indifferent look of the doctor. Sang-hyun sat in front of the doctor. His head was covered with a medical bandage. He looked at his bandaged hand, thinking that he could say goodbye to his dream. Tears were streaming down the hero's face. Joo-hyuk looked at the crying protagonist, trying to call out to him. The guy covered his face with his hands, asking him not to come closer. Sang-hyun raised his head, saying that he felt embarrassed. A scarlet blush appeared on his face. Joo-hyuk smiled sweetly as he looked at his friend. The capsule connection was complete and the program was installed. There were checkered curtains in the room and a plant on the nightstand. The guy raised his eyebrows as he looked at the bright pop-up window and said that it had started. He raised his hands as he sat in the capsule and said that it looked like he could start the stream today. The hero noticed that it was very difficult. He wondered how he could forget something like that. Kanseo squeezed his hand with tears in his eyes, saying that he was touched by how reverently the guy kept his childhood dreams. Sang-hyun brought his fist to his mouth, hoping that he had not sold too cheaply. He brought his hand to the start button, saying that it was time to start the stream. A category settings window opened in front of him. The guy said that he had already chosen a game. There was an inscription on the background of a golden sword, Kingdom Age. The events of the game take place in the Middle Ages. The plot revolves around the life of a mercenary. Realistic and brutal battles at every step. Maybe that's why it's not very popular. Knights in armor put their shields in front of them, looking ahead. The guy paid attention to the ongoing broadcasts, thinking that popular games are usually crowded with streamers. Kingdom Age is a well-known game, but due to the high difficulty, there are not many streamers in it, so it's just right for a beginner. Loading icons appeared on the bright screens. The system reported that the character's appearance was customized. Full immersion will begin in 5 seconds. Sanhyun nodded, looking ahead. A bright flash appeared in front of him. The hero screamed loudly, leading the guy to open his eyes. The main character opened his eyes wide. He found himself upside down. The guy was lying on wooden boxes. There was a red mark on his face. He raised himself and looked around. The hero assumed that he was in a carriage. Sanhyun opened his eyes wide, looking to the side. The guy saw a battle between a knight and archers. Bodies of wounded people lay on the ground. The heroes knelt down, wondering if they were in the middle of a fight. The stranger shouted again, asking if he still couldn't come to his senses. Roman frowned and pointed his sword at him, asking if he needed to be hit in the neck to come to his senses. It was the mercenary captain. The guy got out of the cart, asking for forgiveness. The man held out his sword in front of him, calling him a stupid insect. The bandits were advancing. The hero needed to grab a weapon immediately. Static appeared in front of Roman's face. The system was asking the guy to select a weapon. The hero realized that everything had frozen, probably the selection menu. He looked around, preparing to make a choice. The guy noticed a spear and a sword. Sanhyun pointed his finger at the button labeled bow, asking why it was not visible since it was on the list. The user asked if the hero wanted to complete the bow challenge. The guy's eyes widened. He noticed that there were already 5 viewers on his stream. The hero didn't understand where they came from. He assumed that he chose the wrong game. Sanhyun raised his eyebrows, asking what was wrong with the bow challenge. He thought that if it was called a challenge, then it wasn't very good. The user asked if he was a noob, because it was easy to miss with a bow, arrows bounce off enemy armor, and you also have to keep track of the number, so he might not like that. The guy thanked the user for the information. The viewers in the chat laughed, calling him a noob and paying attention to the date the account was created. The user noted that a newbie should take a sword. Sanhyun raised his eyebrows, saying that he would take a bow. The system reported that the hero chose this weapon. The user sent him a question mark. The viewers wrote that he was daring and charismatic. He chose a difficult weapon himself. He would probably screw up soon. The user noted that noob streams are always fun. The guy raised his eyebrows, thinking that they seemed to be friendly to newbies, but he chose a bow. But where is this weapon? The hero looked away. The warrior next to him screamed, falling down and dropping the bow from his hands. The weapon spun in the sky above the guy's head. The bow fell right into his hands. The system reported that the guy received a bow and 20 arrows. Sanhyun's eyes widened. The users laughed, saying that the noob even jumped in surprise. One of the viewers said that this always happens when you take a bow. Roman frowned, fighting with the enemy and asking if the guy can control himself. He told him to pick up the weapon and join the fight. The man screamed, saying that with this approach, he will not hit anyone. The protagonist froze. The viewers asked the newbie not to listen to Roman, because he is always sharp-tongued. Sanhyun pulled the arrow and opened his eyes wide. He hit the enemy right in the head. Viewers noticed that beginners just get lucky. The main character thoughtfully rubbed his chin, thinking that it was similar to real Olympic, but different from traditional archery, something between traditional and modern shooting. Little by little, he understood everything. Viewers noticed that it was cool. The guy raised his eyebrows, asking if arrows always kill with one shot. User Rubasword noted that this only happens if you hit vital points. The game is quite realistic, imitating the real location of organs. There is a mechanic for shooting in the head, so if it flies in, usually one is enough. The hero pulled the arrow, realizing that headshots are here. He thanked the user for explaining. Now he will spend 1 arrow per enemy. Users laughed, calling him overconfident. Sanhyun raised his eyebrows and aimed, thinking that they do not believe him. He opened his eyes wide, thinking that he would have to prove the opposite in practice. The protagonist frowned and fired an arrow. He understood that everything here depended on shooting skills. There were about 20 bandits here and he had exactly 20 arrows, 1 arrow per target. The hero hit 2 bandits in the head. Another bright arrow hit the enemy's head. Sanhyun looked ahead with concentration, as if at the Olympics. The hero raised his bow and arrow, saying that he would quickly deal with everyone. The guy fired an arrow, hitting the bandit in front. He crouched behind a wooden fence, thinking that, unlike static targets, the enemies were moving. He was very afraid of missing, but it turned out to be easier than he thought. Sanhyun turned his attention to Roman fighting the bandit. The enemy held out a shield in front of him, on which bright flashes from sword strikes remained. The guy looked at him, thinking that it would not be easy with the shield bearer. The hero decided to take a risk. The main thing was to have enough arrows. The warrior moved forward. Roman gritted his teeth, striking the bandit. A bright trace remained in space. The man frowned, holding a shield in front of him. The guy smiled slightly, taking the arrow in his hand. Sanhyun opened his eyes wide and took aim, saying that the bandit had opened up. The arrow hit him in the head. The guy froze, sitting on one knee near a wooden fence. The hero raised his eyebrows, saying that all the bandits seemed to be gone. The shield bearer was the last one. Something caught his attention. The guy raised his eyebrows and, sitting in the capsule, decided that the chat had frozen. Apparently, the shooting did not impress them much. The user asked what it was. The hero opened his eyes wide. The viewers endlessly wrote a question. How did this happen? Was it really some kind of bug that allowed a newbie to kill the boss? Sanhyun's eyes widened and he froze in place. He frowned, asking if the boss couldn't be killed. The viewer noted that it wasn't forbidden, the boss just didn't die. The hero noted that he had told him that everyone died from a headshot. The user noted that this was true, but bosses usually couldn't be headshot. The guy raised his eyebrows tiredly, asking if he understood correctly. The viewer said that this was true. He asked how the hero did it. Sanhyun's eyes widened in surprise, asking what his question meant. The user replied that the boss had a shield. He moved quickly, so the shot's power wasn't enough. He would dodge the arrows. The guy thought that power was the maximum tension of the bowstring. The hero squeezed the bow in his hands, asking if the viewer was talking about shooting with the bowstring fully drawn. If so, it wouldn't be difficult. The viewer asked if it was a problem to aim at such a tension. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. The user asked if the guy really shot at full tension every time. Roman came up from behind and addressed the newcomer. The man clenched his fist, asking if he really did that last shot himself. Dark areas were visible. The protagonist moved the cursor over the message saying that the viewer had watched a strange stream today. The user copied a video of the protagonist shooting in the game. The cursor was pointed at the start button of the video. Sanhyun frowned, shooting an arrow forward. It hit the head of the bandit standing in front. Roman put his hand on the newcomer's shoulder and addressed him. The man raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that he was truly amazing. He had never seen anyone shoot like that. Below were user comments. They said that Roman was simply melting with happiness. Someone asked if men always had such lines, because he had never heard them. The viewers said that the player was really cool, extra class, and he did not look like a newbie at all. The user asked who he was because he did not remember such a person on the stream. They answered him and, calling him an expensive noob, drew attention to the fact that his nickname was glowing at the very end of the video. The cursor was moved to the end of the video. Roman asked what the guy's name was because he really wanted to know his name to report it to the mercenary commander. Sanhyun widened his eyes, looking at the man. The guy lowered his head. He suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth, saying that his name was Almond. This name was entered in the search lines of various applications and browsers. Roman said that he would remember it. The main character raised his eyebrows and smiled contentedly. On the game forum, or rather on its website, there was the same dull atmosphere as in the game itself. Although most users were devoted fans, due to the lack of interesting events, all discussion threads turned into a monotonous chat. Before one message changed him, Roman's praise of a newbie became a sensation. Many people watched the video and began to discuss what happened with disbelief. Some in the chat asked suspiciously if they played the same game. Because of this video, people started to quarrel trying to prove that the video was fake. As a result of the argument, people decided that it was just a pro player who created his second account, but others laughed at them because it was impossible to create another account without completely different fingerprints. The protagonist, who read all the messages, froze in shock. When people started saying that the newbie was too inept because he didn't even think of coming up with a name for the stream, Sanhyun scratched his head and said that he had no idea about it. One of the people even sent a link to the video, helping the protagonist with promotion. Sanhyun was a little surprised to see something. A person on the forum said that even one of the experienced players was shocked by the video he saw. This player turned out to be Electron, a name that can often be seen in the tops because he is a legendary player and a first-class streamer. On the forum, people involuntarily compared the newbie to Electron, saying that hitting a boss with one shot is too much, even for a pro player. The protagonist froze when he saw the comparison. A moment later, he cried out in surprise, saying that just one day of streaming allowed people to compare him to a pro player. Some in the chat asked not to compare a noob to a top player anymore because he could stop streaming out of fear. Sanhyun smiled nervously, after which, barely containing his joy, he asked himself if it was all real. Suddenly, his phone rang. The guy picked up the phone, seeing that Jahyuk was calling him. After answering the call, he greeted his friend. Jahyuk, having breakfast, asked his friend how his first stream went. The protagonist answered saying that everything went great. Sanhyun glanced at the capsule, saying that the capsule also works well. While greeting his colleagues, Jahyuk simultaneously asked the guy how many viewers he had on his stream. Hearing that there were 20 viewers, the guy nodded his head. But a moment later, he jumped up in shock. Ju-hyuk, putting his phone away, apologized to his colleagues for his scream. The protagonist, eating pistachios, said that he himself did not expect so many viewers. Lost in thought, he told his friend that it was all because of a good choice of game. Surprised, Ju-hyuk asked San-hyun why he got a job with them with such talent. The protagonist, squinting, said that he simply could not refuse the offer to move to a large company, so the guys continued their dialogue. Pouring himself milk, San-hyun told Ju-hyuk that he needed to go get ready for the stream. His friend, surprised, asked if he had streamed after dinner. Looking at his mug, the guy answered by saying that for him there are no more lunches and dinners, because now it is his job. Ju-hyuk was surprised by his answer, but he couldn't help but be happy for his friend. Without noticing the man who approached him, the guy told his friend that he never put off lunch at the office. The protagonist abruptly put the phone away, hearing the bosses swearing and shouting. Ju-hyuk was forced to abruptly say goodbye to his friend because of the bald boss's swearing. The protagonist calmly turned off the phone, and looking at the ceiling, he said that Manager Park was still the same. After a while, the guy pressed the capsule. Clutching his stomach, the guy asked himself if he should have eaten more hearty. While the capsule was opening, the protagonist mentally said that even when he was just eating, he felt like he was wasting his time. A few seconds later, he climbed into the capsule, wanting to start the stream as soon as possible. Ever since he read that forum, his heart could not calm down. This young man had not felt the pressure of comparisons for a long time, the tension of being discussed, so he was in a hurry. Smiling, the protagonist admitted to himself that he did not expect that he would be so inspired by the interest and appreciation of people. Sitting in the capsule, he said that in his soul he is still a true athlete. A couple of seconds later, the stream began. A dozen viewers immediately joined the stream. The protagonist, seeing their messages in the chat, thought about it. The guy was puzzled, noticing that the chat was running faster than yesterday. It turned out that the number of viewers was already approaching 200. Many in the chat greeted the guy, asking him if he was going to complete the challenges with a bow today. The protagonist clenched his fist in excitement. He did not expect such an increase in viewers in one day. But because he had never been in such a situation, he was a little nervous. San-hyun began to breathe deeply to calm down. He closed his eyes, after which he began to imagine that this was not the real world, but just a game that he was playing in the third person. Thanks to this, he completely calmed down. The guy opened his eyes, and smiling, he said that they would continue from where they left off yesterday. Meanwhile, Ju-hyuk was working in the office. He was smiling nervously after putting Manager Park in her place. He was trying to calm down while drinking his coffee. Suddenly, the protagonist texted him, thanking him for his help and promising to buy him a drink. Ju-hyuk sighed. It was nice to see his friend trying so hard. Suddenly, a realization came to him. The guy felt sad remembering that he had called his friend because he wanted to tell him something, but completely forgot about it. He wanted to tell him the information about the capsule that Kanseo gave him. An employee approached Ju-hyuk and announced that he had a meeting in the third conference room. The guy thought about it, trying to remember what exactly he was supposed to tell his friend. Meanwhile, the protagonist was still sitting in the capsule. He smiled looking at the stream statistics. Last night before going to bed, he searched the internet for information, mostly about how popular streamers manage their audience, about controversial situations and about some common taboos. Now looking at the number of viewers, the protagonist remembered that mentioning the number of viewers can disrupt the audience's engagement, and this encourages competition with other streamers. It was important not to let them think of him as just a streamer. With a smile on his face, San-hyun began to greet his viewers who were there yesterday by name. They immediately wrote in the chat saying that it was surprising that he remembered them. One of them wrote that the guy is a genius since he already has fans, which made the protagonist embarrassed. Deciding not to wait any longer, San-hyun started the initialization of full immersion. Soon, the guy's eyes in the game opened. The game began right on the horse. Looking at the crowd of knights in front of him, the protagonist said that he asked Roman to introduce him to the leader of the mercenaries, and now he had a new quest. Looking at the chat, the guy decided to briefly explain everything to them. Calling up the system window, he said that the quest was nothing special. Besides, he thought that mercenaries should fight on the battlefield, but now he feels like a bodyguard. Some viewers immediately wrote to him saying that, except for a couple of people, the mercenaries were originally bodyguards. One of them was amazed at the realism of the game. The protagonist, after reading his message, thought about it. For him the game was amazing, as if he was really riding a horse. San-hyun sharply glanced to the side when Roman asked him if it was his first time riding a horse. Looking at the squinting leader, the guy said that it was not the first time, he just did not have many opportunities to ride it. Frowning, Roman said that in this case, he better get used to it faster. Suddenly, he smiled broadly at the guy, saying that in the future, he would have to ride a lot on horseback. And now this cute picture surprised many. In the chat, people wrote that this man simply could not be Roman. Some even began to angrily ask the protagonist what he did with their Roman. As the group continued on their way, one of the spectators asked Sanhan what quest he was doing because there didn't seem to be one. The protagonist grabbed the harness more tightly when the spectator said that bandits on horses should appear now. Sanhan was surprised to read his message. A moment later, someone's horse galloped. The surprised guy stopped his horse. Mountain bandits were approaching them at full speed. Roman shouted, ordering the mercenaries to attack. The leader of the bandits meanwhile raised his blade. With one blow, he separated the mercenary's head from his body. Thus began the confrontation between mercenaries and bandits. The protagonist, taking a bow, said that they were really in a bad position. People in the chat started laughing, saying that the guy had missed too many quests since the first quest was bandits on horseback. Sanhyun glanced at the chat and realized that people liked it. Viewers were continuously writing in hopes of seeing the protagonist about to shoot a bow on a horse. Sanhyun became serious, deciding to show everyone who didn't believe in him what he was capable of. Taking an arrow from his quiver, the protagonist said that there were about 50 enemies. Then he pulled the bowstring, and smiling, he said that this time it wasn't even an ambush, but the mercenaries were still losing. A moment later, he released the arrow. The arrow flew between the rows of soldiers and hit the leader of the bandits. The man's head fell back because of it. Roman and his subordinates were horrified to see this. The bandits got off their horses trying to understand how their leader died so quickly. Viewers on the stream said that it was simply impossible. One of them asked in disbelief if the leader was dead. The protagonist, seeing the excitement of the people, was puzzled. Sanhyun read the chat and understood what was going on, but he simply shot the leader because he was ahead and he turned out to be the main one. The chat seemed to be flying at great speed despite the small number of viewers. The guy decided not to stop because the battle was not over yet. A moment later, he fired an arrow. He was happy enough that he would leave the battlefield as a winner. The arrow instantly pierced the head of one bandit. Without stopping, Sanhyun immediately fired 2 more arrows. They hit the heads of the bandits at great speed. Many enemies simply fell without having time to do anything. Their comrades, seeing this, began to feel fear. And while the viewers laughed in the chat, the bandits began to run away in fear. The protagonist pulled the bowstring, saying that he would not let them escape. His hand was able to pull the bowstring to the limit, thanks to which the arrow easily penetrated the enemy's skull under the admiring comments of the viewers. The man's body began to fall. One of the viewers asked the others if it seemed to them that the streamer's pose had changed. Roman raised his sword, ordering his subordinates to catch up and kill all the bandits. The system informed the protagonist about the task update. Now the surprised guy's task was to catch up and kill all the bandits on horses. His horse immediately rushed forward. The next day, one of the streamers came to the forum and paid attention to the chat, where a new way to destroy horse bandits was discussed. The main question of the chat was finding the ability to instantly kill horse bandits. Many now in this chat said that Almond again found a strange way to complete the quest. The streamer sitting on the chair was puzzled, trying to understand who this new streamer was since everyone was talking about him. Having decided to find out about him, he launched a video of the test with a bow. He smiled nervously, saying that he was interested earlier who this streamer was, that he wanted to play this unpopular game, and it turned out to be this freak. Acorn looked at the protagonist with some surprise. He launched the video, deciding that this guy looked like him, and with satisfaction began to watch it. But what he saw greatly shocked him. He jumped up abruptly, because of which his chair fell to the floor. He could not believe that all the bandits were killed with one arrow to the head. This shocked streamer knew that one headshot was not enough to kill, but these bandits died in an instant without even realizing what happened. He leaned his hand on the table and asked himself if it was possible that it was a perfect shot. In Kingdom Age, an enemy will instantly fall if you hit their vital point, but this only works for enemies of a certain level. If you are facing a boss, even a crit in one hit will not kill them. Everyone knows about this, but there is also a hidden system in the game. The only skill that can beat a critical hit, which has a higher accuracy than a headshot, is a perfect shot in the center. Most players do not even know that it exists. Even old-timers argue whether it exists or not. And now Acorn narrowed his eyes, wanting to prove to everyone who laughed at him that it was all true. But a moment later, he grabbed his head, not knowing if it is even possible to activate such a terrible activation condition. Attack in the first second and a half and hit the exact center of the enemy's vital point. This streamer not only managed to do it, but every shot he made after that was perfect. Acorn thought about it and decided that it couldn't be a cheat, because this game is pretty old and no one would want to suffer for it. Entering the streamer's name into a search engine, Acorn decided to figure out what exactly this guy was doing. The information he saw about the guy made him freeze. Meanwhile, the protagonist was galloping on his horse. He was galloping after the fleeing bandits. Roman approached the archer and said that shooting on a horse is difficult, and it is better to use clubs and spears. The viewers supported Roman, saying that shooting on a horse is much more difficult. Sanhan grinned. He knew that the mercenary was right, but he just liked shooting. The protagonist glanced at the head and said that he should not worry. Roman did not object and continued to gallop near the guy. Looking at the protagonist with admiration, he said that if it was him, then he should succeed. People in the chat saw this and started saying that it was discrimination. One of them felt like the one who was spat on by a girl and then smiled at the handsome guy next to them. Taking an arrow from the quiver, the protagonist tensed up. He had never ridden a horse before and it would be the first time he would shoot at a moving target, but he knew he could do it. He pointed his bow at the bandits. No matter how much he imagined shooting, his hands were still shaking. A moment later, the guy pulled the bowstring. The arrow pierced the bandit's throat. The viewers on the stream rode in shock, calling the protagonist a horse archer of the Joseon dynasty. The protagonist stopped shooting and continued to gallop. The guy was a little sad. He aimed for the head, but hit the throat. He adjusted his leg, wanting to adjust to the rhythm of the horse. Then he rushed after the mercenaries. He pulled the bowstring again. A moment later, the arrow rushed forward. She pierced the skull of one of the bandits. He immediately bowed his head, dying instantly. Viewer Ruby Sword wrote that it was an insane headshot. It seemed like the guy became even cooler. The protagonist pulled the bowstring again, and it pierced the top of the second bandit's head. Another bandit fell off his horse a moment later. Soon the field was strewn with bodies. Roman approached the bodies and said that he could not believe that so many enemies could be killed in the blink of an eye. Smiling widely, he told the guy that he was an archer sent from heaven. The mercenaries suddenly approached the protagonist and began to say that in their entire lives they had never seen anyone shoot like that. The viewers on the stream became despondent, saying that this made them depressed. Looking at the protagonist in the chat, people began to say that he was great, but such talent turned out to be in such a bad game. Suddenly, the system screen lit up. Acorn donated 100,000 won and asked the protagonist if he was sleeping. After a while, the system reported the completion of the mission when they were in the forest. The merchant, expressing respect, told the protagonist that he would definitely remember him. But the protagonist did not listen to him anymore. He was more worried about the donation notification. And the reaction in the chat made it clear to him that this donator was quite famous. Suddenly, one of the viewers rudely asked the protagonist why he did not react at all. People saw the reaction to the message and laughed, saying that the streamer was simply shocked by the donation amount. Sanhyun thought about what he should do. Someone in the chat advised him to pretend to shoot. The protagonist was enlightened. He decided to listen to the advice. He raised his bow. The arrow flew into the sky at great speed. The viewers were puzzled by this and told the guy that this was a strange reaction. Some laughed, saying that this was just wild. Sanhyun raised his hand. He smiled widely, saying that the arrow had disappeared. But a moment later, it fell on his head. This is how the protagonist died for the first time. People in the chat began to laugh. Laughter filled the entire chat. The protagonist's consciousness returned to reality while people on the stream laughed, saying that it was too funny. Suddenly, the capsule turned off. Opening the capsule, Sanhyun tried to understand why it turned off. Wiping his sweat, he assumed that it was because it was an old generation capsule. Alarmed, the guy grabbed his phone, worried about the stream. Luckily, the chat did not close. Thanks to this, the protagonist informed the viewers about what happened. The viewers did not get angry, asking him to come back faster. Sanhyun was surprised by their reaction. Someone from the chat wrote that he has incredible talent. The protagonist thought that the talent was not bad for a streamer. He also liked it when it happened on TV shows. Closing his eyes, he realized that it was a LLTUB. A few seconds later, he wrote a few words in the chat. He told the viewers that this is what he is used to doing, changing the angle of the trajectory to hit the target. After that, he announced that there will be no more stream today. The chat was filled with unhappy messages. Some just laughed at the funny character of the streamer. Suddenly, one of the people warned another, saying that he needs to be careful, otherwise he will get banned. Meanwhile, the protagonist, wiping sweat from his eyes, read the chat. Then he decided to see who Acorn was. What he saw surprised him a little. Acorn was amazing. Seeing the streamer's video, the protagonist said that except for the video of the bow challenge, the other videos were normal. Staring at the message, Sanhyun tried to understand why he forgot such a streamer was visiting him. The guy shuddered when he saw the message. Acorn wrote to him offering him a deal. Acorn was not just a master of one game. The protagonist thought about it and said that he also wanted to become one because from a financial point of view it was much more profitable. Sanhyun looked at the message of Acorn who offered him a deal. He offered to meet and exchange life hacks so that he could film the reaction to his game. The protagonist became despondent trying to figure out how to answer him. Acorn was a versatile streamer which he also wanted to become, so a collab with him would be very appropriate. But if he agreed, it might seem like he was taking advantage of his fame. The protagonist became despondent and said that he didn't even have anyone to consult with. Suddenly, Juhyuk called the protagonist. When he picked up the phone, Juhyuk said that he had just watched his stream and then asked if people reacted normally. Sanhyun twirled in his chair and said that everything went fine. Hearing the guy's calm answer, Joo-hyuk asked what kind of answer it was since he was more worried than him. The protagonist, looking at his phone, said that he had been a genius since childhood, so he was just used to such attention, after which he asked if he called to talk about it. Joo-hyuk winced, saying that he didn't call for that reason. Smiling widely, he said that he simply quit. This greatly shocked the protagonist. While sipping his drink, he said that he had a fight with Manager Park, and back then he wanted to throw an ashtray at him. The protagonist froze, realizing something. Joo-hyuk the elite was now a free agent. Sang-hyun froze, trying to come to his senses. Clenching his fist, he asked himself if he could force Joo-hyuk to become his manager. Sighing, he said that he couldn't say such nonsense. Suddenly, the guy himself, smiling, said that from now on, he would be his personal manager. The protagonist froze in shock upon hearing his words. Not hearing his agreement, Joo-hyuk asked if he agreed with him. Sang-hyun became worried, saying that everything was wrong. Then he asked how much he had in his account now. Smiling, Joo-hyuk said that he only had 100,000 so far, and they should better talk about the capsule that made him cry. Sang-hyun became very embarrassed and indignantly shouted, saying that there was no need to talk about it. After a few seconds, he calmed down. His friend stopped making fun of him and said that when he saw him in such a state, he thought about the fact that he really liked archery. Smiling, the guy said that he also wanted to understand what he liked. Moving his legs, the protagonist said that if he did this, his career would be ruined. Joo-hyuk chuckled and said that everything would be fine if he took a year off before looking for a job, and if they succeeded, they could sign a great contract. The protagonist's lips involuntarily stretched into a smile. Pretending to be his friend's boss, he ordered him to quit right now because he would let him roll in money and he could start working tomorrow. Joo-hyuk, lost in his thoughts, asked why they were suddenly starting work so quickly. After a while, he cried out in admiration, saying that choosing offers was his specialty. The protagonist, puzzled, asked if everything would be fine. His friend answered, saying that they could not miss such an opportunity. After that, he closed his eyes and said that he could leave the rest to him. The events take us to another part of the city, to a cozy cafe. Someone was looking at the protagonist's account on his phone. Nayeon asked her partner boredly if it would be okay if they set up a meeting at such a cafe. Yemak adjusted his hair and said that he chose him because he thought he had potential, but he was still a superstar. Nayeon closed her eyes and reminded him of how he almost fainted last time when collaborating with another streamer, which angered Yemak. After looking at the video, the guy said that this streamer had the best physical attributes in the country, and someone like him was their investment in the future. Nayeon sighed and said that in this world, people only look at abilities. The girl confused the guy by asking if he had met the streamer in person. Hearing his answer, she screamed indignantly, reminding him that he was supposed to be a pro, not a newbie. Suddenly, someone approached the couple who were building. The person approached Yemak. The couple froze in shock upon seeing him. The protagonist, who had changed his image, introduced himself and extended his hand in greeting. Nayeon was immediately struck by his beauty. Acorn began to stand up, saying that it would be an honor for him to spend time with him. Soon the guys shook hands. Yemak noticed another guy behind the protagonist. Joo-hyuk, seeing this, immediately extended his business card and introduced himself as the protagonist's manager. Taking the business card, Acorn mentally said that it turned out that he was not the most experienced in this field. Looking at the business card, he tried to understand what kind of person was in front of him. What he read on the business card amazed the couple, forcing them to call Joo-hyuk a great worker. He, smiling, said that all his achievements were trifles. Nayeon, very embarrassed, introduced herself as an ordinary manager, telling Joo-hyuk that she was not like him at all. The girl suddenly bowed, saying that she wanted to have a good time working with him. Having calmed his manager, Acorn invited the guests to sit down. So, sitting in the cafe, they began to discuss the terms of the deal. Sang-hyun was carefully studying all the documents. When Yemak said that he would like to discuss the financial side of the matter now, the protagonist interrupted him. Being serious, the guy said that since he was new to this field and he really needed their help, he could do without payment. The couple immediately objected, saying that if they did so, they would get paid in full later. Shutting his friend's mouth, Joo-hyuk said that given their experience, the offer of compensation made them feel awkward, but if they insisted, they could pay them the minimum price. The group stared at the documents and thought. Acorn raised his hand. Then, smiling, said that he could offer half of the donations that they collected from their joint streams. This greatly surprised the guy. He immediately looked at the protagonist. He froze, amazed by this offer. Soon after the discussion, the group went outside. Joo-hyuk was happy, saying that they were off to a good start. Adjusting his glasses, he said that the minimum donations from one of Acorn's streams in the last month was 2 million won. Then he sent a message to the protagonist via phone. It was a recording of a recent conversation with the streamer. Smiling nervously, Joo-hyuk said that it was impossible to know exactly when it would come in handy, but you have to be fully armed. Squinting, the protagonist mentally said that people like that are the ones who end up becoming heads of conglomerates. His friend glanced at the guy and said that if he ended up earning more than 300 a month, he would like 20% of the amount. Despondently, Sanhyun asked if he was sure that it would be enough since he hadn't even earned the minimum yet. Hugging his friend, he said that he had his own plan for everything. In the evening, the guy started the stream. A lot of system windows immediately appeared in front of him, and his viewers began to ask him about the reason for his absence yesterday. One of the viewers even asked if it was true that he was doing a collab with Acorn. Sanhyun was surprised to see the message. He was amazed at how fast rumors spread, and besides, he had more viewers than usual today. Remembering Acorn's advice to keep everything a secret, the protagonist smiled and said that he, being so unknown, could not make a collaboration. Launching the game, the protagonist said that today he would go after the leader of the bandits. People in the chat became worried and warned the guy that bosses do not die from one shot. What he read made the protagonist think. He immediately remembered the previous boss who died from one shot. The chat immediately began to laugh, saying that he would be a monster if he did something similar. Someone, understanding the protagonist's train of thought, told him in the chat that Burka was not a boss, but only an elite mob. Sanhyun narrowed his eyes, realizing that he should not have bragged about killing the boss with one shot. Suddenly, Ruby Sword donated 10,000 won and said that he would give 100,000 if he could kill the boss with one shot. Sanhyun raised his hand, deciding to accept the task. People in the chat laughed, saying that he definitely couldn't resist such a sum of money. Only after accepting the task, the protagonist remembered that bosses don't die with one hit. The protagonist became serious, realizing that even if the task was not completed, everything would be fine because a large reward would remove the psychological barrier for other donors. Sanhyun smiled and told Ruby Sword that he would take the money. Suddenly, 3 more donors sent the protagonist 13,000 won, telling him to show everything he can do. The protagonist was happy to see this. If donations determine the course of the stream, such communication with viewers will be an excellent source of income. Smiling, Sanhyun thanked the donors. Then he launched the game. His consciousness rushed into the game at great speed. The guy found himself in the same place where he died last time. The protagonist turned around hearing someone call out to him. A girl of unearthly beauty thanked the guy for saving him from the robbers. In the chat, men began to go crazy confessing their love to her. Smiling slightly, the girl said that she did not even know how to thank her. Sanhyun, standing in front of the girl, thought, realizing that the main character of the game was in front of him, which meant that his answer would change the course of the game. Suddenly, 2 options appeared in front of the protagonist. One offered him to simply politely refuse the reward, while the second option offered to tell the girl that money was the best way to express gratitude. In the chat, many viewers immediately began to demand that the protagonist choose option 2. However, he decided to choose the first one and told the girl that he did not need a reward because this was their job. Emilia, radiating nobility, said that she was grateful to them even so. The audience betrayed the protagonist and said that they only came here for this lady and Rosnita. Suddenly, Emilia was called by Roman. Pointing to the forest, he said that there was a risk that the remaining bandits were scattered throughout the mountain range, and they should send an advance party to eliminate them. Emilia nodded, agreeing with the leader of the mercenaries. Roman looked at the sky, ordering the guards to stay here and set up camp. Soon, night fell in the forest. A squad of 5 people walked through the forest. After a couple of hours, they found the bandits' camp. The protagonist, who was in the group, looked back. Roman raised his hand, ordering everyone to stop. Turning around, he told his subordinates that they would get as close as possible to strike. The protagonist frowned. All this unnerved him more than he expected. The feeling of being completely immersed in reality was almost indistinguishable and he couldn't shake it off. Roman raised his sword, giving a signal to his subordinates. A moment later, they rushed into the camp. The bandits became alarmed and started screaming. When an arrow pierced one of them, his comrade screamed, warning everyone about the archer. He couldn't say more, the arrow killed him. Many bandits began to die from arrows hitting their heads. The protagonist pulled the bowstring again. A moment later, he released an arrow at the enemy. When he pulled the bowstring again, he heard the screams of the bandits telling his comrades to deal with the archer. Suddenly, a system window appeared near the guy. The system reported that the condition for obtaining the skill sequential shooting was met, which pleased the protagonist. The spectators saw this and called the guy a psycho who opened skills like boxes of candy. Pouring mana into the bow, Sanhyun aimed, wanting to try out a new skill. Many arrows instantly rushed towards the enemies. In an instant, 3 bandits' heads were pierced. Seeing the bodies of people falling, the spectators asked each other if this skill was really that useful. Looking at how the arrow pierced the head again, someone said that even using the skill, the guy hits the head. Looking at the protagonist, one of the people said that even with consistent shooting, he should not shoot so fast. Soon they realized that it was not that the skill was fast. It was the guy himself who was so skilled. The protagonist grinned seeing the admiring comments. Looking at the bow, Sanhyun suddenly said that the bow was cooler than he expected. People in the comments were indignant, saying that only he could say that, maybe he even has a girlfriend. Sanhyun smiled and said that he does not have a girlfriend. A tear rolled down the protagonist's face. For the first time in a long time he was having fun. And it's not just about money, the realistic feeling of full immersion, the reaction and joy of others amused him. For the first time in a long time, he took a deep breath. Suddenly, someone hit him on the shoulder. Roman, being happy, told the guy that he was truly amazing, so he would soon become the best in the empire. One of the viewers sent a donation asking where the boss went. The protagonist stared at the message, puzzled. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries screamed, saying that he found the boss's corpse. The leader of the bandits was dead from an arrow hit to the head. The viewers in shock began to write that this was impossible. Sanhyun rubbed the back of his head, realizing that the task for 100,000 was completed. But instead of his fan, Acorn sent 100,000 first, saying that it was a perfect shot. Sanhyun paid attention to the chat, in which many agreed with Acorn, saying that they never thought that a perfect shot existed. And only the protagonist stood there, not understanding what perfect shot they were talking about. A purple notification window appeared about a donation of 100,000 won from a person with the nickname Acorn. He wrote that it was one headshot, and a perfect shot can even defeat a boss. Many new messages appeared in the chat under the stream. People wrote that he was talking about a perfect shot again, although no one knew how it worked and everyone thought that it was just a rumor, or even a tale. The brown-haired guy, slightly angry, with tears, hit the table, reading the comments on the monitor screen of people laughing and not believing his words. He mentally declared that it would be great if he could only show it to them, and added that he wanted the protagonist to explain it. He looked at the monitor screen with the main character's stream, where he scratched his neck, looking at the screen with confusion. Looking up emotionlessly, Sanhyun asked, "What kind of perfect shot is this?" The brown-haired guy exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide open. Indignant, Acorn sent another 10,000 won, asking if he seriously didn't know what a perfect shot was. Looking at the game window, the protagonist confirmed and asked what it was. The brown-haired guy looked at the screen in confusion and began typing a new message, in which he said that the protagonist had been doing them all this time and asked why he was pretending now. Lowering his head and placing it on his hands, Acorn began to speak tiredly. Raising his head, the brown-haired guy raised his hands and asked with a smile how brilliant he was. Starting to type on the black keyboard, the guy said that he was a real pro, and the moment was right on topic. A window appeared with a new donation of 100,000 won from Acorn. He said that a perfect shot exists, and he would prove it to them. The brown-haired guy sent a new message, in which he offered the protagonist to stream together tomorrow. Raising his head, the protagonist looked at the message with slight surprise. The chat was flooded with messages. Many were shocked that this was a collaboration with a top streamer just 3 days after the start of the streamer movement. Commentators wrote in shock about the anticipation of the stream and stated that it would be incredible. Looking forward emotionlessly, Sanhyun mentally asked if he was trying to subtly suggest a collaboration. He mentally added that he probably needed to play along. Putting his fist to his mouth and shifting his gaze, the protagonist began to speak. Several people angrily wrote that he should refuse, and if he joined Acorn, he would be damned. People actively commented on this event. Everyone reacted differently. The protagonist mentally stated that it seemed like people were worried about new members joining, but at the same time, everyone was secretly waiting for a joint stream. A viewer with the nickname Ruby Sword sent 100,000 won, and wrote that if the protagonist could prove in a joint stream that the perfect shot exists, he would throw him another 100. Lowering his head, the protagonist, with sweat running down his face, thanked the donor. Looking at the monitor screen, he said with a smile that there would be a joint stream, adding that it was an honor for him. Acorn also looked at the monitor with a smile. He donated another 10,000 won, saying that it was great and he would contact him later. Dozens of users sent comments with feedback on the event and farewells. Looking up with a smile, the protagonist mentally said that he knew they would take it well. Scratching his head, the protagonist mentally said that he had gone so far as to make up a story about some perfect shot just to hype it up, and mentally added that the old-timers really know what they're doing and that they should remember it. The brown-haired guy exclaimed indignantly. Someone wrote that Acorn had donated more than 120,000, but hadn't received any respect. Looking back at the message window, the protagonist said that he definitely should have, but the guy had already merged. The chat was filled with new comments. People understood what he was hinting at and many asked not to end the stream. Pulling the bowstring, the protagonist mentally said that he had beaten the boss and they had a blast. Raising the bow up, the main character with a smile mentally declared that this was the perfect moment to end the stream. The arrow flew perpendicular to the ground, against the backdrop of the full moon surrounded by the night sky. Sanhyun thanked for 120,000 won. The protagonist spread his arms, smiling at the camera at the moment when the arrow was tens of centimeters from his head. Blood splashes filled the game location. Leaning his hands on the sink, the protagonist exhaled and said that he thought he would die from the heat. Looking at the incoming message, the protagonist mentally asked if it was dangerous to throw out of the game every time because he felt how it hit his brain. He opened the correspondence in which Joo-hyuk wrote that he liked his stream and asked if they were meeting tomorrow and where he wanted to go. Looking questioningly at the phone, the protagonist asked what kind of meeting. He asked the guy what he was talking about and whether they weren't meeting online. The protagonist's friend slightly angrily asked in the correspondence if he remembered what they agreed on last time. Joo-hyuk impulsively stated that they had agreed to do an interview and fight on stream. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist said that he forgot. Looking at himself in the mirror, he thought about the interview. He mentally said that he thought that it was not worth bothering. Holding his phone in his hands, he replied that it was okay then and suggested that they dash to Chungai Station. Turning around and starting to walk towards the computer, the protagonist mentally said that he should look at the reviews on the site. Users were discussing his ending the stream with suicide, the perfect shot, and Acorn on Sanghyun's stream. The protagonist's eyes widened when he saw the video in the feed. There was a video on the video hosting site with a preview of a defeated boss and the title video of Almond taking out the boss with one shot. The person who posted the video wrote that it was true that he killed him with one shot because he slowed down the part with the boss. An image of a boss being hit in the head by a green arrow appeared. Someone wrote that even in slow-mo it was not clear, and it looked like there were 2 shots in a row. Someone wrote that he seemed to have really swayed after the first shot, and someone noted that it was too far away and impossible to make out. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist thoughtfully said that even he was in shock. One of the commentators asked why everyone was chewing over this, because everything would become clear on the stream tomorrow. Sitting in a gaming chair and looking at the monitor, the protagonist said that it was true. People also discussed that they would see Almond's face tomorrow. Someone said that he was a nerd for sure, and someone threw files with his supposed face. Turning his head to the ringing alarm clock, the protagonist stated that it was time to eat. The phone rang, and Joo-hyuk's name was on the screen. The protagonist turned around in surprise and looked at the phone. Putting the phone to his ear, the protagonist asked why he was calling, because they had just finished texting. The guy in glasses asked if he had watched the video on AllTube, adding that it had gained over 40,000 views in an hour. Looking ahead, Sanghyun asked questioningly if they had an AllTube account. Joo-hyuk said that Acorn had posted a teaser of their joint stream on his channel. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Bright rays of the sun fell on the water. The horses quickly overcame the location, leaving behind loud sounds of hoofbeats. The protagonist was riding on one of them. His face reflected calm. In the background, the guy said that it was awesome and he could handle it. The protagonist began to pull the bowstring. The tip of the arrow began to emit a bright green light. Several shots to the head instantly destroyed the targets under the protagonist's spoken nickname. Standing in place, Sanghyun, whose bow emitted a powerful aura, sent arrows flying, leaving a green trail behind them. The arrow that hit the boss's head instantly killed him. The destroyed enemy fell dead, bleeding. The phrase "does the perfect shot really exist?" appeared in the teaser, after which it was replaced by the following, "We will find out tomorrow." The video ended at the moment when white text appeared on a black background, ending the previous phrase with the words "on a joint stream." On Acorn's channel with 900,000 subscribers, people actively expressed their reactions regarding the upcoming stream. Users continued to admire and be surprised by the newcomer. Looking at the monitor screen, the dark-haired guy opened his mouth wide and asked in surprise if he really shoots a bow like that in Kingdom Age. The person standing next to him replied that it was an edited video. People said he was the best guest and maybe really cool. Many wrote that they would definitely come to the stream tomorrow. The girl lying on the bed, watching the stream on her phone, opened her eyes wide and said that he was doing very well despite being a newbie. An image of increasing viewership numbers appeared. The next day, Acorn's stream recorded a record number of viewers on AllTube. An image of a dark multi-story building standing above a blue sky appeared. The brown-haired guy sitting in a chair turned his head to the left, smilingly stated that they would start soon, and asked if he would mind if they showed their faces and greeted everyone. The protagonist replied with a smile that he would. Smiling widely, Acorn said that it was great, and said that at the very beginning of the stream, usually 3,000 to 4,000 viewers come, so for now, he can just stand to the side. Raising his hand, Joo-hyuk told the protagonist to adjust his clothes. The protagonist confirmed emotionlessly and adjusted his blue sweater. Sitting down at the table next to the girl, the protagonist's friend mentally wished him luck. A sign appeared saying that they were on air. Raising his hand, the brown-haired man greeted everyone with a smile. A huge number of viewers immediately greeted him. In an instant, the number of viewers exceeded 10,000. Looking up, Akon excitedly exclaimed in his mind that there were 10,000 viewers from the very beginning. Closing his eyes, he mentally declared that they had already broken all records. Putting his hands on the table, he, looking into the camera, said that he was glad to see them all. Looking forward, he thanked people for their subscriptions and answered banal questions like what he had for lunch. The protagonist stood to the side and looked at him slightly shyly. He mentally declared that Acorn was communicating with the audience until even more people came running. There were already more than 38,000 viewers on the stream. The commentators demanded to call the main character as soon as possible. Akon said that those who watched the video on AllTube already knew that today they had a special guest, in which they would hold a joint stream with him and take a short interview. With tears clenched his fist, the inflamed brown-haired guy said that more importantly, today at the end of the stream they want to prove the existence of the much discussed and controversial perfect shot. The chat was filled with laughter. People continued to laugh, saying that this is what they were waiting for, and that he should not go too far. The brown-haired streamer sat in front of the camera and continued to talk, while people wrote about Sanhyun and the number of people on the stream increased. The speed of the chat increased, everyone was waiting for the protagonist. The number of viewers exceeded 39,500. Akon smiled, seeing that the number of viewers exceeded the 40,000 mark. Raising his hand, he announced that they would finally invite him. A bright light illuminated the space around the protagonist. He stepped into the frame. The brown-haired guy said that they should greet Almanda, a popular genius archer. The commentators discussed Sanhyun's appearance. Someone wished that he would be scary. Placing his hand on the dark chair, the protagonist greeted the viewers. Smiling kindly and looking at the camera, the protagonist introduced himself. The chat began to fly up from the number of comments. Some threw donations and screamed in surprise at his beauty. Others stated that they were disappointed. Smiling, pointing at the protagonist, Acorn said that he was also surprised by how handsome he was when he first saw him. Many did not believe such appearance. The brown-haired guy asked the viewers what they wanted, an interview or a game. Most of the viewers were for the game. Sitting down in the chair and smiling, the brown-haired man said that he knew they were impatient, but they had a guest, so he also asked to respect each other. Looking at the dark monitor, the protagonist mentally said that the chat was just flying, and because of this, he could not even read anything. Acorn said that he heard them and, turning to the protagonist, asked if he was ready to begin. Looking forward, Sanhyun confirmed. The brown-haired man asked what his optimization code was. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Looking forward, he asked what it was. Falling from shock, Acorn stared at the guy in surprise. Looking forward, he said that this was the code to optimize the capsule to tune it to his brainwaves and body. The protagonist continued to silently look at him questioningly. He said that he was not aware of it and clarified if it was important. With his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly open in surprise, the brown-haired boy mentally said that he really didn't seem to know anything. Remembering the footage of the boy's battle, where he shot an enemy with a bow while riding a horse, he mentally wondered if he had been playing without optimization all this time, asking if then he wouldn't feel like he was carrying a heavy bag of sand. He also mentally wondered if that was even possible. Abruptly standing up from the table and clutching his head, Juhyuk screamed. A memory appeared where Kanso told the protagonist's friend that this was important, so he should definitely tell his friend. Scratching his neck, the boy said that he didn't really understand what you were talking about, but oh well. Looking at the brown-haired boy, Juhyuk, sweating from excitement, said that he completely forgot about it. Acorn stared at him in surprise. Approaching them, the protagonist's friend added that Sanhyun really doesn't know because he forgot to tell him. The protagonist looked at them questioningly while they discussed this issue. Covering his eyes, the brown-haired guy said that he even felt a little ashamed. People in the chat actively asked what happened, what would happen to the stream, whether it was even possible, and whether this was Almanda's manager. Squinting his eyes, Acorn, looking at the camera, said that Sanhyun bought a used capsule and he was just playing, not worrying about the details. Looking at the chat, the protagonist mentally asked what was going on. People asked in surprise how this was possible, and some even admired him. One of the commentators suggested that this was why he was thrown out of the game. Turning his head to the left, the brown-haired guy asked if this had happened before. The protagonist confirmed it. Scratching his cheek, the protagonist said that this topic always happens when he dies. The boy exclaimed in surprise, asking how he could continue playing after death. The audience commented on the situation, some asking if everything starts all over again after death, and some claiming that he never died at all. Staring at Sanhyun in shock, Acorn declared that he really was a genius. Smiling kindly, the main character calmly said that it looked like it. Continuing to look at him in surprise, the brown-haired man mentally said that this is incredible and he is really something. Looking at the protagonist sitting calmly at the table, he mentally said that he is a typical genius that everyone wants. People continued to actively comment on the protagonist from all sides. The brown-haired man mentally added that in addition to this, he looks like he has experience communicating with people, which together means that he is great for streaming. Smiling, Acorn mentally asked why he likes this so much. An image of a dark wall with a studio door appeared. Smiling, the brown-haired man suggested making the optimization code first. The protagonist agreed. The viewers continued to express different opinions. Appearing in a stream of blue particles, the protagonist mentally asked if everything was ready. Looking at the information window with his optimization code, Sanhyun mentally stated that he thought it would take a long time, but everyone did it quickly. Appearing in the lobby space, Acorn said that he saw that they had already done everything and asked how they were feeling. The protagonist answered that they were doing great while stretching his arms. Clenching his fist while holding his palm, the protagonist was surprised to see that this was what the virtual space was like, as if there was no body at all. Smiling, looking at him, the brown-haired man said that this was because this world was their consciousness. Bringing his head close to the protagonist's face, the brown-haired man began to speak with a smile. Clenching his fist, he said with enthusiasm on his face that now that everything was ready, it was time to find out if this legendary perfect shot actually existed. The audience was happy that they were finally starting the game. The game launch window appeared. Transferring to the game, the protagonist mentally asked if he even existed. The guy in the dark cloak said that he would explain today's quest. The audience continued to comment on the situation. Looking around, Acorn said that it had just started. The squad captain said that the young lady Amelia had given them another quest. An image of a small cave deep in the forest appeared. The squad captain said that there was a goblin cave nearby that was making life difficult for the farmers. He said that they would find that cave and destroy them. The man said that it had been a long time since they had received that awesome quest, so they had to work hard. He also asked if everyone understood. Looking ahead, Acorn and Sanhyun confirmed. The carriage was speeding along the road under the setting sun. Turning to face the protagonist, the brown-haired man sitting in the wooden carriage offered to explain the conditions for a perfect shot. An image of a monster with a sight in the middle of its forehead appeared. Raising his finger, Acorn stated that this crazy game has a scoring system. He said to imagine a circle on your forehead and smaller circles in the middle. Different points are awarded for hitting different circles. He added that the first condition is to hit the exact center. The protagonist mentally added that it was just like archery. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what the second condition was. Turning his head and exhaling, the brown-haired man said that the second condition was incredibly difficult to fulfill. Turning towards him and putting his hand forward, Acorn stated that the second condition was to fulfill the first condition on the first try. Emotionlessly looking at the guy telling the story, Sanhyun said that now it is clear. Looking towards Acorn, who was frozen in shock, the protagonist said that it is clear why he is called the perfect shot. Looking at the protagonist who turned his head silently, the brown-haired guy mentally asked what kind of reaction this was, as if he didn't care at all. Putting his hand to his chin, the brown-haired guy mentally said that he could make a perfect shot, so it probably didn't matter that much to him. Roman, with fury on his face, punched the brown-haired guy in the head. The commentators laughed loudly and said that the captain had become himself again. Furiously clenching his fist, Roman asked why he didn't come out since they had just arrived. Reaching out to the huge lump on his head, Acorn apologized. The captain told him not to talk to him like that and said that if he continued, he would cut him in half. Looking at him furiously, he asked where he even came from. Calming his face, Roman closed his eyes. He turned to the protagonist and smiled kindly. Looking at the protagonist with pure kindness, he wished to complete this task successfully. Grimacing with displeasure, the brown-haired guy asked why the protagonist and not him. Viewers wrote that Roman was pulling the stream on his own. Several small goblins were guarding the entrance to the stone cave. Putting his shield forward, the brown-haired guy, who had the stream chat open, asked if they were ready. When he started talking, a powerful punch flew at his head again. Raising his hand up, Roman shouted that if he wanted to help, he needed to shut up. Viewers laughed, once again declaring that this was Roman's stream. Turning to the protagonist, the captain told him to show this newbie what a surprise attack is. Sitting and looking at him, the protagonist accepted the order. Acorn asked upset why. One of the viewers wrote that this was discrimination. A bright light 10 meters away from the goblins began to illuminate the tall grass. The protagonist picked up his bow. Looking ahead, he mentally said that because the character was optimized, it became easier to move, and the unpleasant feeling evaporated. He began to pull the bowstring, fixing his gaze on the enemy. Shocked, Acorn looked out from behind the shield, asking if he really wanted to shoot from this position. He mentally stated that no matter how impossible it seemed, since it was Sanchin, he was sure he could do it. Frozen for a moment, the protagonist released an arrow. Instantly covering the distance to the enemy, it hit the goblin in the head, emitting a bright light. The brown-haired guy opened his mouth wide. One of the spectators noted in surprise that the shot looked different when he looked at it. Without changing his position, the protagonist instantly reached for a second arrow. 3 more goblins who did not have time to react were also hit. Staring in amazement towards the cave, Acorn mentally declared that this was incredible and that he had become even cooler than before. The protagonist continued to shoot while sitting in the grass. Looking at him, the brown-haired guy mentally declared that he had even made his shot quieter in order to shoot from an ambush. Continuing to watch silently, the guy mentally added that this was amazing. The protagonist looked forward seriously after another arrow was fired. Acorn mentally declared that in addition to his monstrous physical characteristics, he had a special feature that could be seen in his speech and behavior. Looking at the protagonist with admiration, the brown-haired guy mentally added that it was as if he was standing in rays of light. Another goblin fell to the ground dead, having received an arrow to the head. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist exhaled slightly tiredly. Acorn mentally declared that it would not be difficult for him to shoot. In front of the entrance to the dark cave lay corpses of monsters. The system reported that all goblin guards were destroyed. The commentator asked if this was the right way. Looking back, Roman praised his comrade and suggested to go forward. Someone suggested that this place should actually be flooded with human blood. The protagonist took an arrow from the quiver. His comrade thought that usually all the mercenaries should work together to pass this stage and was surprised that he managed to clear everything solo. Smiling, Acorn whispered that this perfect shot was real madness that brought instant death to the enemies, not at all like the usual. Following the order, the mercenaries blocked the entrance to the cave and lit a fire nearby so that the rest of the pack could not get out and die. The heroes stood in front of the entrance to the cave, which was engulfed in flames. Hearing a loud sound, they looked up. A huge paw hit the ground. Two red eyes flashed in the darkness. Seeing the giant orc, the warrior fell to the ground and screamed. A task appeared to get rid of the champion goblin. The commentators wanted to see how their idol would destroy it with a perfect shot. Turning around, Roman ordered everyone to get ready. The monster swung his weapon. Acorn called on his comrade to hit the exact center on the first try. The protagonist pulled the bowstring. The audience was impatient. Sanchin frowned and noticed something strange. Seeing that he lowered the bow, the commentators asked what happened. It turned out that the monster had an iron mask on his head, which the arrow could not penetrate. Looking tensely ahead, the guy realized that there was simply no point in aiming at the head and decided to choose another point. Imagining all the vital points on the human body, the young man decided that the head was the most important of them. Besides, it was very easy to hit. Deciding that he had no other choice, the archer aimed at the sky. He released the bowstring. The commentators did not understand what was happening. The arrow headed straight for the wall. The audience got angry, thinking that their idol had gone crazy. The arrow changed its trajectory and began to fall down. It was reflected in the eyes of its owner. For a perfect shot, it is necessary to hit only a vital point. A spark flashed above the head of the goblin champion. The head can be hit not only through the forehead. The mask did not protect the top of the monster's head. The arrow pierced the target exactly. The boss raised his head. Roman opened his mouth in shock. Acorn also looked surprised. The audience could not believe their eyes. The streamer carefully watched his target. Blood gushed from the monster's head. His body fell to the ground. Hunters surrounded his dead body. The blonde joyfully raised his hands and screamed. The audience was delighted and began to congratulate their idol on his victory. Ruby Sword sent a donation of 200,000 won. Looking at the system window, the main character thanked him for the donation. Sanghyun looked in surprise at the many pop-up notifications about donations. Someone sent him a whole 100,000 won. Sitting in the capsule, the guy pulled the collar of his t-shirt and sighed in relief, thinking that even the top capsules do not have a good cooling system. Crying with happiness, Acorn asked if his girlfriend saw what happened. Taking her hands, the streamer said that he finally did it. Stars were flying in the air. Nayan said that the server was overloaded, so the stream was cut off. The player explained that the broadcast stopped due to many messages in the chat and donations. Raising his hand, Juhuk said that the game glitched, but the stream was still running and offered to conduct an interview to get even more money. Smiling, the guy agreed. Raising his eyebrows, the young man asked them to wait a bit because he needed to dry his hair. The girl said that it would be even better with wet hair. Looking at the camera, the guys greeted the viewers. People were happy that the stream was continuing. Closing his eyes, Acorn introduced himself. Smiling, the archer said that he did not know about the perfect shot until the very end. The commentators began to discuss his incredible appearance. Someone asked if their idol really cried after the screen went dark. Looking at the screen, the streamer shouted that nothing like that happened. Viewers began to send donations. Raising their hands, the player realized that they were so possible that they could not even be read. Sitting in the recording room, the heroes thanked their fans for their donations. Surprised, raising his eyebrows, Juhuk realized that more than 1,000 people had already sent donations. Crossing his arms over his chest, the sponsor of the stream shuddered, seeing that someone had donated a whole million won. The main character's eyes widened in amazement. His friend's mouth dropped open in shock. Acorn put his hand to his chest and said that he had never seen anything like it before. After reading the message from the donor who called Almond handsome, the streamer narrowed his eyes in displeasure and Sanhan beamed with joy. The same viewer donated another million won, and the chat literally exploded. Waving his hand, the enthusiastic player suggested moving on to the interview itself. The questions that people had chosen by voting on the site appeared on the screen. all of them addressed to the archer and related to his appearance, and his friend was indignant. Smiling, the guy said that he didn't use any special skincare or tints, and blushing, Acorn asked why he was answering these questions. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said that he didn't have a girlfriend. Looking at the dozens of windows popping up around him, the archer thought that all this attention warmed his heart and that he liked it. The guys exchanged glances and continued answering the fans' questions. Finding themselves in a virtual game, the heroes looked at the system windows. Confidently looking ahead, the main character decided that this life definitely suited him. The sun set behind the multi-story buildings. Someone thanked the team for their hard work. Handing a towel to a friend, Nayan explained that his increased sweating was due to the fact that the capsule did not have a normal cooling system. Thoughtfully looking up, the streamer suggested that this was due to increased concentration. Having moved the chair, the player thanked everyone for their work and said that it was the first time he saw such dedication on the broadcast. Juhyuk praised his friends and handed them a small gift. There were cookies in the box. The girl said that she would eat them with pleasure. Wiping his mouth with a towel, Sanhyun was glad that his friend was thinking about such things. The guys decided to discuss further plans. Acorn held out a tablet in front of him and showed the total amount that they managed to earn today. The heroes sternly knitted their eyebrows. Suddenly, their mouths opened wide in surprise because their total revenue was 5.5 million won. The guy looked down and asked if this was true. Pointing at the screen, the streamer said that it was the first time he had received such an amount. Holding a tray of drinks, the girl said that if you divide the money in half, it would be 2,700,000. The hero's eyes widened, realizing that this was almost 3 million. Bowing and expressing their gratitude, the player asked them not to do this and explained that even 500,000 won is considered a jackpot on joint streams. Juhyuk shuddered and realized that donations were not the main source of income. Smiling, he asked how his friend made money. A preview image of various videos appeared. Acorn explained that advertising was the main source of income. For example, Tribe's advertising income is proportional to the number of viewers. Holding advertising flyers in her hand, Nayan said that she is in the business of attracting third-party advertisers. Pointing at her friend, the girl explained that they were mostly game or product endorsements, such as clothing, streaming equipment, or capsule sponsorships. Juhyuk slammed his fist into his palm, realizing that it sounded like what celebrities do. The girl confirmed it, adding that really attractive people make 90% of their income from donations. Introducing himself as a squid, the streamer asked if this was some kind of hint and said that in this industry, the one who looks funnier wins. The sponsor covered his face with his hand in embarrassment. The protagonist flinched when he was called out. Nayan blushed in embarrassment, thinking that he could also act like a celebrity. Acorn asked why this was so different from what she had said before. There was a glass of drink on the table. Raising his eyebrows, Sanghyun explained that he wanted to become a game streamer. The girl spread her arms and said that she was just talking about strategies for making money. The streamer said that when streaming, it is very important to have a certain amount of side activities, for example, like Horn Ramen, who used to be a cartoonist. Preview videos appeared. This person, in addition to creating content, works in the entertainment industry and appears on various shows, considering broadcasts as fan service for communicating with fans. People reviewed various things in food. The bulk of streamers focus on creating content for all too. Someone played games or conducted a conversational broadcast. Such people occupy a narrower niche and cluster on Tribe. Raising her index finger, the girl advised her friend to think about moving to a wider field because games are a more niche area. Comments appeared in the chat. Edited videos have a significant impact on AllTube, so it is very important to find a good editor. Acorn asked if his friend had similar experience. Juhyuk scratched his head and said that he didn't have such experience. Folding his hands on the table, the streamer suggested that he find someone else, but for now they shouldn't rush since their income is not that high yet. There was a car in the parking lot. The characters shook hands in gratitude for today. Standing next to the car, the player suggested that they meet up next time to do another stream together. Smiling, he guessed that by then his friend would be far ahead. The protagonist looked ahead with determination. Folding his arms over his chest, Acorn thought that he envied him because he had talent. There were lamps hanging from the ceiling. Nayan suggested that they go back inside because the parking lot was too cold. The car stopped at the house. Sanghyun thanked his friend for giving him a ride. Sitting in the chair, Juhyuk called out to his friend. Putting his hands on the steering wheel, he asked his friend to take his time and called him incredibly talented. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, and the sponsor expressed confidence that he would succeed. The young man smiled and thanked him. The sun set behind the horizon. Archer took a step forward. As he walked up the stairs, he felt that it was getting cold. In his memory, the streamer held his grandmother's hand, worried that she might slip on the frozen stairs. A street lamp was on. Looking down, the main character said that he earned almost 3 million won today. Closing his eyes, Sang-hyun added that Joo-hyuk did not take a penny and that earning this money was actually quite fun. Looking at his hand, the boy thought about the capsule. Clenching his fist, he explained that everything was fine and that his right hand did not shake in the game. Remembering how his hand was in a cast, the boy realized that the car accident was a terrible memory not only for him, but also for his grandmother. Sitting in her room, the woman was crying all alone. However, the archer was standing right around the corner and heard everything. His hand became more than just a nightmare memory. It was the most hated part of the body that caused pain to his grandmother and was a dark and unpleasant shadow of the past. The streamer pulled the bowstring. Now everything has changed. Smiling, the protagonist asked if it was amazing and said that his grandmother would faint if she saw him now. The setting sun painted the sky orange. Sang-hyun thought that all these good people who helped him were sent by his grandmother. The boy shed tears and realized that he didn't know how to repay them. He wiped his tears with his hand. Stopping, the young man decided to do his best, but assumed that it was too late. In the memory, the woman raised her hand to make her grandson work harder because it was never too late. Lowering his head and sighing, the archer agreed with her. Putting his hands in his pockets, the streamer was upset that his grandmother would not see his achievement. Climbing the stairs, the protagonist thought that this was his biggest regret. Sang-hyun shot an arrow from his bow, and many enthusiastic comments appeared from fans who admired their idol. Surprised, Acorn raised his eyebrows, deducing that there was a lot of hype around his colleague. Sitting at the table, the streamer asked if this was the first time a post from the Kingdom Age community made it to the top 10. Nayeon realized that her friend was scrolling through the forum and asked if he liked the video. Holding the phone in his hands, the player said that he had never seen anything like it. Pointing at it, the girl explained that it was posted in the editing community and promised to send a link. Looking at the screen, Acorn's eyes widened in shock. Smiling, he concluded that it was as if the heavens themselves had extended a helping hand to his friend. A video appeared on the screen with many comments under it. Sparrows were sitting on the branches. Water was dripping from the shower. Having wiped his head, the main character decided to reflect on the information they had managed to obtain yesterday. Squinting, Sang-hyun remembered that streamers have two main earning schemes. A shooter broadcast appeared. People could earn money from donations and from advertising. The man was reviewing new headphones. If we were talking about edited videos, then advertising on AllTube brings the main profit. Looking in the mirror, the guy thought that among them, the so-called star style, which is often practiced on AllTube, would suit him more. A while ago, Joo-hyuk smiled and said that their friends were right. His eyes lit up. The sponsor suggested using a model of a celebrity style. Raising his eyebrows, the young man guessed that Ramon's style was very different from his own and that Joo-hyuk was referring to his money-making scheme. The archer lowered the corners of his lips, thinking about the profit from AllTube, advertising, and sponsors, and concluded that he needed to find an editor. Leaning on his hand, the streamer decided to look for an editor among the talents who create popular videos. A video about the archer from Kingdom Age appeared in the trends. Seeing his face in the preview, the main character realized that this video was about him. Under the title of the video was the name of the channel Seo Giant. Sang-hyun remembered that this person donated him $1 million and hovered over the video. A bird flew over the forest to pleasant music. The bandit grinned. There was a risk that the remaining bandits were scattered throughout the mountain range. A special squad for their destruction rode through the forest on horseback. The man smiled widely. The horse struck the ground with its hoof. The guy's eyes widened in shock. The cavalry rode forward. The bandit swung his sword, and thanks to the background music, color correction, and editing, it felt like a real movie. The young man closed his eyes. They emitted a bright light. The archer pulled the bowstring. He let it go. The arrow flew forward. The wounded bandit opened his mouth wide. Several arrows pierced his face. The video was very dynamic. The streamer looked forward resolutely. The main character, with his mouth open in amazement, could not believe that this video was about him. There were a huge number of enthusiastic reviews in the comments. Seeing them, Sang-hyun smiled happily. Reaching for his phone, he decided to call his friend. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Joo-hyuk sent a message and dropped a link to the video. The guy reminded that their income is still unstable. The manager promised to take care of it because it is his job. A friend advised him to focus on the game. The young man looked at the phone screen in surprise. A smile appeared on his face. Getting up from his chair, the archer decided that it would be strange to abandon the game when he had such a person. The streamer sat down in the capsule. The game menu appeared in front of him. The main character thought that compared to other streamers, he did not have such outstanding physical data. Looking at the system window, he realized that training is very important to become a professional. The system asked him to choose the difficulty of training. Sang-hyun stopped at the maximum. The guy opened the refrigerator. Taking milk in his hands, the young man said that it took him 3 whole hours. Looking at the clock, the archer realized that it was time to start a new stream. Having poured nuts into a bowl, the streamer decided to have a quick snack. While chewing nuts, he thought that people should have written a lot of comments under the joint stream with Acorn. Thinking about their reaction, the main character lowered the corners of his lips. Blue arrows appeared around him. The countdown to the start of the broadcast began. Someone opened his mouth wide and sighed heavily. The man lowered his head, thinking that he should not have gotten involved in this game. The sun was shining over the building of the largest distributor of punk games. The splash screen of the game Kingdom Age appeared on the screen. The company employee burst into tears and was upset that it was not selling well, despite the good reviews from experts. He looked tired. The man suggested that they should hold an event to attract new players, and realized that no one would even try for such a game. He wanted some top player to appear, raising his head and sighing. The employee remembered that their game was not even included in the list of esports disciplines. The inscription Kingdom Age appeared in the search bar. A video about an archer appeared on the site. Sitting at the computer, the man launched a video. The music started playing. The main character looked forward confidently. The quality of the video and editing were at a very high level. Seeing how the streamer killed 2 bandits, the company employee thought that he had simply incredible abilities. Holding his hand over the keyboard, the man noticed that his account was created just a few days ago. The man's eyes widened in shock. There were screenshots from streams around him. Sanhan was smiling. His popularity was growing at an insane speed. There were many admiring comments. The guy was sitting next to Acorn. There was a smile on his incredibly handsome face. Slamming his hand on the table, the company employee realized that he had found the perfect candidate. He clicked on the track button to watch the newcomer and his stats. A notification said that the broadcast had started. The man smiled happily. Squinting slyly, the company employee decided to watch the young man play. Suddenly his eyes widened. A chat appeared in front of the archer. The viewers were waiting for the broadcast to start. The number of people watching the stream exceeded 1,000. The number of viewers continued to grow. Seeing dozens of comments, the streamer's eyes widened in shock. Noticing that the number was increasing, the protagonist was surprised because the stream had just begun. Sitting at the computer, Ju-Huk realized that now his friend had the opportunity to become a full-time streamer thanks to the collaboration, the perfect shot, and that legendary video. The manager clenched his fist in joy. Sang-hyun winced when he was asked to start the broadcast. One comment hit another message, asking to ban those who spam. Imagining Naeun and Acorn smiling, the guy remembered that they had 50,000 viewers on their joint stream and that everything went very smoothly. His hands shook. He did not know how to cope with everything alone. Smiling, the young man was happy with such a warm welcome from the very beginning and said that today they will continue to play Kingdom Age. The commentators asked him to show his face. The archer looked down. Someone wrote that the newcomers don't know that their idol always streamed without a camera. Looking at the chat, the streamer wondered why they wanted to see his face. In the inbox, a dialogue with Jaehyuk appeared, who asked his friend to follow the link. An image of the main character's face appeared, surrounded by roses. A smile shone on his face. Sweating, Sang-hyun adjusted his hair. The guy realized that the guys had posted his photos online. He lowered his head, thinking that he just wanted to attract attention. Blushing with embarrassment, the young man said that he liked it. The manager asked him to turn on the camera. Smiling, the archer looked forward. The viewers were glad that their idol finally showed his face. Several donations came. The streamer waved his hand and thanked the viewers, offering to move to the game. Finding himself in front of him, Emilia said that there were rumors about his outstanding abilities and how he managed to easily deal with the goblins. She fixed her hair. The viewers admired her beauty. Approaching her, the main character said that he was not alone at that moment. Taking his hand, the girl explained that Commander Roman told her everything. Approaching him, the woman wanted to say something. The commentators were shocked by such a level of closeness between the player and the NPC. Raising their eyebrows, Emilia said that she had another task. The viewers concluded that she was simply using their idol. Sang-hyun asked why not ask the commander about it. The girl widened her eyes and expressed her desire for her comrade to complete this task in proud solitude. The woman pointed to the castle that was visible in the distance. The guy assumed that since this was a solo mission, it should not be very difficult. Sternly knitting her eyebrows, the NPC asked him to kill the lord of this castle. The young man opened his mouth in shock and asked if the lord often left his castle. Looking away, Emilia answered negatively and explained that he would have to get inside. The heroes silently looked at each other. The commentators assumed that the difficulty level detector had failed because this task was a real suicide. Smiling, the girl expressed confidence that her comrade would cope. Donation notifications appeared. A confirmation window appeared in front of the archer. The system asked if the user wanted to accept the task. A broadcast from the game appeared on the screen. Leaning on his hand, the punk employee thought that it was simply impossible to complete this quest with only a bow. The chat was in chaos. The viewers were sure that it was impossible to besiege the castle alone. The man narrowed his eyes and agreed with them. The knights were attacking the castle. Sieges in Kingdom Age were famous for their incredible difficulty because you had to climb every wall, and the enemy AI was so advanced that they surrounded the players immediately after the siege began. Someone climbed the wall. The lookout shouted something to his comrades. Many said that even crossing the border between South and North Korea was easier than besieging the castle. Putting a hand to his chin, the employee thought there was another problem. Lord Talleyrand, clad in armor from head to toe, held a weapon in his hands, being the worst possible opponent for an archer. The man lowered the corners of his lips, wondering if the streamer would be able to complete this mission with a bow. The main character smiled widely. He was capable and handsome, but in this field, this was not enough to become a star. White birds flew into the air. To become a professional, you need a little magic. Raising his eyebrows, Sanhyun accepted the task. Emilia smiled and said that she knew he would agree. Seeing the encouraging comments, the boy also smiled and thought that it would not be easy. Closing his eyes, the young man decided that he needed to complete this quest to succeed, and that he could not retreat because the beginning of his career was already laid. Kingdom Age prided itself on its historical accuracy. Raising his index finger, the archer explained that medieval castles were not that big and that they did not have more than 50 people. Looking towards the castle, he said that he would definitely do it. The viewers expressed their uncertainty about this. Looking at the girl, the streamer wondered what prompted her to give the order to kill someone. The woman looked ahead with confidence. Even though she was just an NPC, she did not look like a person who could hate others or harm them. Putting his hand on his chest, the protagonist asked what exactly the lord of this castle was guilty of. Emilia looked down and told him that Talleyrand had enslaved all his people. Hearing this, Sanhyun shuddered in surprise. Coins fell on a mountain of gold. The lord lent his subjects money on collateral with huge interest rates, which made them slaves, obliged to serve him for the rest of their days. Frowning, the girl explained that her family would take care of these people if the scoundrel died, and said that she would prefer to start a war. But there was no good reason for her. The guy thoughtfully looked down. The woman asked if her answer would satisfy him. Bowing, the young man confirmed it. A new task appeared. Sitting on a stone, the wolf raised his head and howled. Hiding in the bushes, the archer asked if the game could detect when the player was talking to himself. The viewers suggested that he try mumbling something. Looking at the castle, the streamer realized that this tactic worked. Smiling, the protagonist remembered that realism is important in this game. He ran forward through a field of tall corn. The commentators noted that he managed to not make a single sound. Sanhyun ran forward. The viewers admired his movements and coordination. Someone suggested that his character was well optimized. Pushing off the ground, the guy felt a change in his movements and suggested that it was all thanks to training. Smiling, the young man decided that those 3 hours were not in vain after all. A fortress wall glittered ahead. A guard walked forward along the wall. The moment the knight left, the archer jumped out of the corn. He pressed his back against the wall. Looking back, the streamer thought that all he had to do was quietly climb over the wall. The light from the torches was burning on the fortress wall. It was necessary to act judiciously so as not to make a mistake, otherwise reinforcements would come. Squinting, the protagonist remembered that the book said to sneak up on a person from behind, cover his mouth, drag him aside and kill him silently. Taking an arrow from his quiver, Sanhyun realized that he did not own any other types of weapons. The audience asked if their idol was really going to shoot a bow. Bending down, the guy confirmed this. People wondered how he was going to kill 2 opponents at once. The young man squinted with displeasure. Suddenly his eyes widened. Looking at the moon, the archer said that he had an idea. Smiling widely, the streamer said that he had come up with a way to kill 2 guards with 1 shot. The tip of the arrow sparkled. The moon shone in the dark sky. Taking the bow in his hands, the protagonist understood what he had to do. The audience reminded him that this was not a movie and that it was impossible to pull off something like this in Kingdom Age. Sanhyun aimed at the sky. The commentators warned him that after the guard died, the others would immediately raise the alarm. The guy frowned sternly, thinking that he could kill them with 1 shot. The lights from the torches were visible above. The young man decided to kill the one on the left first and make the arrow's trajectory longer to slow down the landing. The archer pulled the bowstring. The arrow flew into the air. There was a sound of impact. The streamer reached for the second arrow. He had a determined look. While 1 arrow was flying down, the protagonist pulled the bowstring again. The arrow ended up above the guard's head. Sanhyun released the second arrow. The arrows pierced the heads of both guards at the same time. Not understanding what happened, they opened their mouths and immediately fell. The viewers were shocked. The guy was standing at the foot of the wall. Putting his hand to his forehead, he realized that there was no one else on the wall. The commentators continued to admire him. Several donations came. Smiling, the young man thanked the users. Someone suggested that even the developers did not expect this. The punk employee opened his mouth in shock. Putting his hand to his head, the man called it a real surprise. Watching the archer through the broadcast, the employee thought that he worked in the field of game distribution and saw an innumerable number of players, but something like this happened for the first time. The man reached for the phone and offered to arrange a personal meeting with the director. There were folders with papers on the shelf. The employee promised to send the boss a dossier on this streamer with all the details and said that they must get it at any cost. The main character confidently looked ahead. It was dark on the fortress wall. The leaf flew past it. Sanhyun caught his hand on the ledge. Kneeling down, he was outraged by the complexity of this task. Looking around, the guy said that this game is a real hell. The spectators explained that climbing the wall is the hardest part. Someone asked if the idol trained before the game. Waving his hand, the young man confirmed that he trained on the maximum difficulty and was going to repeat everything several times. Looking around, the archer suggested that they first remove the bodies. The guard walked along the fortress wall. Lighting the way with a torch, the guard asked where his comrades went and assumed that they must have fallen asleep somewhere. Hiding behind a cannon, the streamer was about to kill him. Knights were walking around the castle grounds. Noise was heard on the fortress wall. The main character put his bow behind his back. The viewers admired his ingenious strategy. 3 dead guards lay behind the cannon. The commentators discussed the fighting style of their idol. Sanhyun shook the dirt off his gloves. Looking around, he realized that it would not be easy in the castle and wondered what he should do. Several guards were standing near the building. Having changed into their uniform, the guy thought that it was terribly uncomfortable. Approaching the house, the young man noticed that it was an armory and decided to take a few arrows with him to go further. The yawning guard passed by him. The man noticed him at the door of the armory and called out. At that moment, an arrow pierced his forehead. The viewers were shocked. The commentators reminded him that his goal was to kill the Lord, not kill all the inhabitants of the castle. A man with a torch stood on the fortress wall. The archer looked back. The viewers realized that he had just been noticed. Pulling the bowstring, the streamer thought that this reminded him of archery competitions, when he seemed to fall out of reality, completely concentrating on the target in front of his eyes. The guard opened his mouth in fear. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that at such a moment this complex world acquired unprecedented clarity. Sanhyun released the bowstring. There were only 2 options for him to hit or miss. Blood gushed from the man's head. Looking to the side, the guy realized that it was at this fork in the road that his strength increased to unimaginable heights. The young man ran forward. The viewers reminded him that this was supposed to be a secret assassination attempt, not an open attack. The spearman ran after him. An arrow pierced his leg. A scream was heard. The archer smiled. The commentators realized that their idol was nervous and lost concentration. One of the guards frowned menacingly and called out to the intruder. The man ran after him. The streamer turned around abruptly. He was holding a drawn bow in his hands. An arrow pierced the knight's head. Raising his head, the guard asked what was going on here. At that moment, arrows pierced his forehead and the forehead of his comrade. The spectators were in complete delight. Everything was cleared outside. It was time to go inside. There was a staircase ahead. The main character climbed the wall. The guards immediately noticed him. Before he could say anything, the man died from a shot to the head. The guards turned around, hearing the roar. One of them blew a horn, warning the others about the invasion. A crowd of knights ran to help. They pointed their weapons at the villain. Sanhyun looked at them, keeping a calm expression on his face. The audience did not understand how their idol could have made such a mistake. There were dozens of guards in front of him. The commentators wondered what he would do now. The soldiers rushed into battle, shouting for their despicable enemy to die, and the commentators at that moment wrote that Sanhyun's affairs were bad, because there are basic rules for stealth assassins, so it can be considered that Sanhyun completely revealed himself. However, the guy himself thought that there was nothing terrible in this, then used the skill sequential shooting, so his arrows hit the target one after another. Sanhyun reached for his quiver and pulled out another pack of arrows. At that moment, something exploded under the feet of one of the soldiers. Sanhyun's bow began to glow when he pulled the bowstring with another arrow. The blood of another soldier was spilled. The arrow hit him right in the eye. The soldiers began to scream in panic. Those who were walking last stopped because their comrades at the front were already lying dead. The squad leader, white with fear, asked what the hell was going on. He quickly examined the dead soldiers and realized that the arrows found their heads without fail. He whispered that their enemy was a monster. The next moment, the man shouted to his subordinates that there was a monster in front of them, then ordered them to retreat, sowing panic among the soldiers. He turned around, deciding to look at the guy's actions. Sanhyun began to chase the soldiers, so the commander hiccuped in fear. He shouted that the enemy was on their tail, so he ordered his subordinates to press on. But Sanhyun did not lag behind them, and at that moment, the commentators began to write about whether Sanhyun was serious about shooting on the run, because they did not understand how such a thing was even possible. Sanhyun raised his bow because he knew that such a thing was possible and how. He concentrated because it wasn't that his hand was as solid as a rock in the virtual world. It was his unwavering concentration, and at that moment, he shot an arrow at the soldier running last. Sanhyun was focused as he shot another arrow. It hit the soldier, hitting him in the back of the head. The commander turned around with a frightened expression. Sweat was pouring down his face as he ran in despair. As he ran, the commander begged for mercy. However, as soon as the arrow hit the back of his head, the commander collapsed to the ground. Finally, the wall became silent and Sang-hyun was able to lower his bow. He was breathing heavily from the battle. The guy wiped the sweat off his chin and asked the audience if they were impressed, to which they began to write enthusiastic comments, asking if they could see the infamous killer smile and praising his insane skill and incredible expression because it was so damn cool, after which Rubisword sent him 10,000 won. The next system Windows reported that Kwon sent his last 1,000 won, Thor sent 5,001 for the guy's incredibleness, Cricket sent 2,001, and Sang-hyun thought with a smile that the donations were coming more and more often, so could it be that his business was going uphill because the guy felt great. He decided that he needed to move on, so he began to go down the stairs. It was time for him to pay a visit to the Lord, so he went to the gate, leaving bloody footprints on the road. Sang-hyun entered the hall, and only the light from the open door illuminated him. On the throne in front sat a knight, fully clad in armor. The knight was leaning on a huge two-handed sword, and Sang-hyun wondered in surprise if this was the same lord, because he thought it would be some old man, but the lord exuded a bossy air. Sang-hyun stopped in surprise, saying that the lord seemed to be waiting for him, although his arrival was planned to be secret, and since he knew, why didn't he come out to help his people? To which the commentators began sending messages expressing amusement and saying that the guy blurted everything out himself, so this scene was classic. Suddenly, the lord's sword flew off and hit the wall next to the guy's ear, and he smiled awkwardly. Smoke was coming from the lord's hand, his movement was so abrupt. He asked if the guy had come alone. Sang-hyun immediately drew an arrow and thought that the lord had monstrous strength since he was throwing a giant sword. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Sang-hyun stood there hesitantly, and the commentators immediately began to mock him, saying that he had finally realized it. Sang-hyun looked at his opponent carefully and thought that he was disappointed that his armor could not be penetrated by anything. The lord raised his hand and beckoned with his finger to someone. Footsteps were heard, as if someone was clad in steel. Knights entered the hall. 3 soldiers in armor approached Sang-hyun, and the commentators were immediately surprised that the lord called his henchmen, who were also fully armored, so it seemed that Sang-hyun would have a hard time with the bow, because in such a situation, weapons do not visit. Sang-hyun glanced sideways at the sword still sticking out of the wall and thought that this sword would do, but he did not think it wise to take up a weapon that you cannot wield. He looked at the approaching enemies and thought that it was too risky, and he couldn't get through them even with a bow, and he was certainly not a god of gameplay. But he knew this basic rule, to which the commentators immediately began to write that the scene looked creepy, so either you need to grab what's at hand or run away. However, Sang-hyun imagined the skill tree of different types of weapons and thought that if there was a quest, then there was a way to complete it. As long as there was a bow among the weapon options, there would definitely be a way. Sang-hyun ordered himself to keep an eye out and pulled the bowstring. He peered at the enemy intently, not wanting to miss the slightest detail. The knights were approaching, holding their swords in front of them, and only the last one walked relaxed, as if they had already won. Suddenly, something in the enemy's armor caught Sang-hyun's attention. The lord also froze, sensing the change in the situation. Sang-hyun grinned contentedly. The first knight took a step towards him. He swung his sword, intending to attack the guy. At that moment, Sang-hyun jumped back, and the sword hit the floor, knocking out stone chips. On the move, the guy turned around and sent an arrow at his opponent. The arrow hit the ring attached to the helmet and took it off the knight's head. The commentators immediately began to write in surprise that Sang-hyun knocked off the helmet with an arrow and whether such a thing was even possible. The second knight turned around to see the falling helmet. At that moment, Sang-hyun fired another arrow. Commentators wrote that the helmet actually flew off when one after another arrow knocked the helmets off the other 2 soldiers. They immediately covered their faces with their hands, trying to somehow protect themselves. One of the knights cursed harshly and rushed to attack. He approached Sang-hyun in a split second and struck, but the guy managed to dodge, holding his bow tense. At that moment, his hand released the arrow. It hit the forehead of the carelessly approaching enemy. The knights realized that they were facing a dangerous enemy, but it was too late. Sang-hyun began to strike them with his arrows. The knights raised their swords, ready to fight to the end, when they received an arrow almost simultaneously. They fell to the ground, and Sang-hyun lowered his bow. Silence reigned in the hall, and commentators immediately began to write admiring messages, calling Sang-hyun the true Korean god of archery. The lord leaned on his sword and started to rise, saying that it was not bad, and the commentator immediately started asking what about the lord, because he did not have a loop on his helmet. The lord started to approach, and Sang-hyun thought that the condition of 3 headshots was fulfilled. Now the guy just had to make sure. He thought about the method he found when his hand caught fire with blue flames. Sang-hyun was focused, because he wanted to check if his method was really correct, and then activated the skill of consecutive shooting. A whole quiver of arrows immediately crashed into the ground, and the commentators began to write that they forgot that the guy had such an arsenal, but they did not understand why he needed it. Sanhyun pulled the bowstring and aimed straight at the Lord's chest. However, he only said that he was pathetic because his arrows would not kill him, and the commentators wrote that the Lord directly said that the arrows would not do anything, so they were indignant about why it was necessary to take the quest with the bow at all. Besides, there was an official statement from the NPC that the quest with the bow should not be taken. However, Sanhyun took aim and thought that he was doing well. He decided that he had already found a way and shot an arrow at the Lord. Only small scratches remained on his armor at the place of impact, and the Lord immediately asked if the guy did not understand what he said. Sanhyun immediately knelt down to aim, despite the fact that the Lord insisted that it was impossible. The Lord took a step towards him, promising to grind the guy into dust. The arrow hit him in the chest again, causing more damage, while he continued to complain that Sanhyun turned the entire castle upside down for him. Another arrow hit his armor, and the Lord was immediately indignant at what Sanhyun was doing. Sanhyun fired one arrow after another, despite the Lord shouting that this was not the smartest thing to do because he did not understand what the guy wanted to achieve. However, Sanhyun fired 3 arrows at a time to speed up the desired result. As the guy increased the number of arrows, the Lord began to move faster. Sanhyun realized that he needed to speed up and be more precise. The first task was to hit the heart straight. The Lord's armor sparked and he cursed when the commentators began to write that they were surprised by how sparks were flying and compared the guy to a welder because they did not understand how accurately he had to hit for sparks to fly. Finally, the arrows knocked a crack in the Lord's armor, but the viewers still doubted that the guy would succeed. The Lord rushed to attack and Sanhyun prepared to shoot more. The boy had only 6 arrows left. He prepared to shoot, thinking that this was enough. Another arrow touched the armor near the heart. Finally, a small piece of iron fell off the armor, revealing an unprotected piece of flesh. The Lord could not believe what was happening when another arrow rushed towards the hole in his armor. The arrow hit the heart itself and blood immediately stained the armor. Blood spurted out as the arrow entered the flesh up to the fletching. The Lord fell on his back with a crash. An unimaginable fuss began in the comments, caused by jubilation and admiration. Because people wrote that they loved Sanhyun, their hearts jumped out. Fullbody immediately sent a donation of 5,000 won, Zisway sent 10,000 won, while Sanhyun was trying to catch his breath. He clenched his fist, praising himself for doing it again. The guy smiled, thinking about how he had 3 hours of training, then a high difficulty quest that had exhausted him greatly, but the thrill of winning charged him with energy again and again. He began to scroll through the system windows one by one to thank the viewers for the donations they had sent. He saw a question about whether it was necessary to be in one place to win, to which the guy replied that he hadn't counted, but there were 40 shots somewhere, so it was clear that his armor was breaking with frequent hits, to which the commentators immediately began to say that Sanhyun was now a pro streamer. Then they asked if he would commit suicide again or if he had already grown up and become more experienced. Sanhyun admitted that he wanted to see Lady Emily's surprised face now. A message immediately came that Chia had sent 300,000 won, to which people immediately began to laugh good-naturedly at this. People started texting each other about whether this was the person who donated 1 million on Acorn's stream, and besides, the stream would have ended at 100,000 won, so they wondered what Sanhyun would do for 300,000. He looked closely at the message with donations, because it said that he was cool. The subway was crowded, and people were waiting in line to get on the train. The girl had a hard time getting through the people to get to the right place. Someone stopped her, demanding that she not push through the crowd, but the girl had to get off. Finally, she went out onto the platform, suffocating from the tension. The noise of the crowd irritated her. She climbed the steps, irritably wondering how much longer she would have to stay here. Finally, she reached the door of her house. The girl went into a dark apartment, telling herself that rather than wading against the waves, she would like to dive into this boundless ocean where there was not a soul. She looked at the apartment with a heavy look, hesitating to enter. A little later, the girl approached the screen, wondering if it had already started. Her expression changed dramatically and her mood rose when she realized that the stream had just begun. The girl immediately began loading the game, thinking that she was incredibly lucky. She sat in front of the screen, hugging her legs and thinking that his streams were the only light in her life. She looked at the package of almonds and remembered that at first she watched it because of the nickname, which in translation meant almonds, but then she got really into it as soon as she saw it. She looked at what was happening on the screen, thinking about how strange the task itself was and how to complete it at all. She moved closer to the screen with excitement, realizing that Sanhyun was seriously going to take on the task. On the screen, Sanhyun was just shooting arrows at the warriors. The girl watched what was happening in the game as if mesmerized. Sanhyun raised his bow, looking great. She closed her eyes in delight, and her cheeks turned traitorously red. Then the girl was caught by the moment when the helmets were torn off by arrows. She froze, afraid to move so as not to miss a moment. Finally, on the screen, the last arrow struck the Lord and fell on his back, and the girl was speechless because of how filigree the work was done. She began to exclaim with admiration and shake her hands from overexcitement, saying that the guy really completed the task. She immediately pulled the keyboard towards herself, thinking that she needed to donate, but she did not understand how much was needed. She thought about making a donation as usual for 100,000 won, but hesitated. Finally, she decided that she would make a donation of 300,000 won this time. Her fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard when the girl decided that she did not want to give in to anyone in this, because she had already spent a decent amount, but this money was invested in her happiness. Sanhan smiled and immediately began to thank Zhu for the donation, saying that he knew her nickname, and the girl was glad that he remembered her, but she was interested in his reaction. He read the comments and decided that he would do a backflip to end the stream. The commentators immediately began to laugh at this and say that he would have to do 300 backflips, but Sanhyun had already jumped. However, the stream did not end there because the system window reported that he had been restored to the last save location since he had died and returned. The guy looked at his hands in surprise, saying that he must have been thrown out due to optimization, to which the commentators immediately realized that he had missed the trick due to optimization. Sanhyun laughed awkwardly, saying that he would finish it himself then, after which he thanked Jiu again. Finally, Sanhyun woke up in reality. He opened the console and immediately began to wipe his wet head with a towel, saying that even if he died, the game would not kick him out, and he was surprised by this. But judging by the reaction of the audience, everything went well, and he received 300,000 donations, so he was happy. He remembered Jiu, who sent 1 million won last time, which seemed like a cosmic amount, so he wondered what she did in life. He was a little discouraged because he thought she was still young to donate that much to a streamer. However, he didn't want to be too biased because if the streamer couldn't accept the money, then what was the point of it because he thought she was rich. Jiwoo was lying on the floor, happy, thinking about how great the stream was today. She decided that she needed to make a music video. She checked the music list to choose something suitable because the company's resources were irreplaceable at times like this. She was happy because today was an exciting story and Sanghyun was playing better than before this time, so if he continued like this, her videos would become even more impressive. The phone on the bed rang. Putting it to his ear, the protagonist answered the call. Smiling widely, Joohyuk said that they would have lasagna for lunch today. Sanghyun folded his arms and asked him what he needed so early in the morning. Sitting at the laptop, the manager explained that they had a problem and asked if Ji's friend remembered the person who uploaded the video. The guy turned his head and confirmed it and asked what happened. A comment thread appeared on the screen. The sponsor said that the editor does not read comments and that he has a private account on Tribe. He asked his friend to talk to this person when the next donation comes. Getting up from the bed, the young man said that he would prefer not to do this. The light was on in the room. Joohyuk asked if they were really going to just wait, even if it takes a long time. The archer replied that it sounded good. The streamer thoughtfully scratched his head. He had a lot of confused thoughts. The main character grabbed a bag of garbage. Going outside, Sanhyun decided to tidy up the house, hoping that this would help him sort out his thoughts. Going down the stairs, the guy thought that he caught his breath every time he found himself on these stairs. Looking ahead, the young man decided not to complain in vain and thought that it would be better to consider this a kind of training. All difficulties turn out to be temporary when you get used to them. Suddenly someone opened the door and hit him. The girl threw up her hands in fear and apologized. Approaching her neighbor, she asked if everything was okay with him. Raising his head and shaking off his jacket, the archer replied that everything was fine. Seeing his face, the girl covered her mouth with her hands. She looked shocked. Raising his eyebrows, the streamer asked what happened. Squinting, he said that he needed to go if everything was okay with the stranger. The main character threw the bags in the trash. Thinking that he felt a little better, Sanhyun looked at his phone. Putting it to his ear, the guy answered the call and asked what happened. Sitting at the dinner table, Joohyuk said that a video from Jia had just come out and that it was simply incredible. A preview of the video appeared on the laptop screen. It had already collected 3,000 views and more than 100 comments. The manager said that at this rate the video would collect as many as 200,000 views in less than a day. Upon hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and replied that it was great. His friend said that he left a comment under the video with their contacts. The young man was standing next to the trash cans. Someone called out to him and the archer turned around. In front of him stood the same stranger who accidentally hit him with the door. Patting his pockets, the streamer assumed that he dropped something that time. The girl handed him a notebook. Putting her hand to her chest, she asked for an autograph. Hearing this request, the main character opened his mouth in amazement and wondered if it was really his fan in front of him. The light of the lantern fell on the heroes. Looking at the girl, Sanhyun asked if she really watches his broadcasts and thought to himself that meeting a fan right in front of his house is a 1 in a million chance because his channel is not that famous yet. White clouds were floating in the sky. The guy picked up a notebook and asked what the fan's name was. Hearing her name, the young man froze. Putting her hands to her chest, the stranger introduced herself as Jia. There were many people in the cafe. There were drinks and a business card on the table. Jo-hyuk asked if the girl had done editing before. She replied that it was her main job and hobby. Sitting at the table, the manager said that it was very cool. Smiling widely, he explained that they had been trying to get in touch with her for a long time and was surprised that they met so accidentally. Raising her eyebrows, the girl asked what they needed. The sponsor put the documents on the table. Handing her a pen, the guy offered the editor to work with them on the same team. The archer thought that he called him right after he heard her name so that his friend had time to prepare everything. Holding a glass in her hands, Jia asked if they really wanted to work with her. Frowning, the young man realized that she was hesitant and asked if the girl really didn't know anything. The girl looked at him in surprise. Clasping his hands, Jo-hyuk said that the videos she uploaded had some problems with monetization. For example, problems with copyright, use of content, because fan channels cannot generate income in principle. The editor, with her mouth open in surprise, reminded her that she donated millions of won to her idol. The manager frowned in displeasure when the fan explained that she did not make these videos for profit and did not even intend to receive money for them. The sponsor said that he understood this perfectly well and offered to make videos together so that they would bring in money. Jia took a sip from her glass. Raising his eyebrows, the guy thought that usually, when they offer cooperation, everyone is only interested in money, but apparently this was not her goal. The girl looked away. The young man realized that she was not a rich kid at all and sent huge donations solely out of fanatic love for the Almond channel and made the video with pure enthusiasm. Realizing that he had no other choice, Jo-hyuk opened his mouth wide. He said that his friend needed the help of an editor, and specifically her help, the main character, and the girl looked at him in shock. Leaning towards him, Sanhan whispered, inquiring what they were talking about. The manager asked him to be quiet. Putting her hand to her chest, Jia embarrassedly asked if the Almond channel really needed her. Closing his eyes and hugging his friend, the sponsor said that she could not even imagine how long his friend had been looking for her. Smiling, the guy confirmed this and said that he really wanted them to work together. The young man asked the girl to edit the video in her style and explained that he really needed her help. Hearing this, the girl shyly lowered her eyes. Clutching a glass of soda, the editor wondered when was the last time someone said something like that to her. In the past, there were papers scattered around her feet. Looking up, Jia asked if she had time to think. Clenching her fist, Jo-hyuk was glad that she did not refuse. Suddenly, the archer flinched. Looking at him, the girl said that she had one problem. Looking down, she explained that her company did not allow double contracts. Looking away, the girl explained that she would have to quit her current job to officially become an editor for Almond, but she needed to live on something. The streamer frowned tensely. Jia added that her company had a pretty good salary, and relying only on video income was too risky for her, so she needed a fixed salary. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that his streaming money was not enough to even buy his friend a drink, let alone pay him. Bringing his hand to his mouth, Sanhan suggested that he think about it a little more. Jo-hyuk smiled happily, not wanting to listen to his comrade. Putting his hand in his bag, he said that he had a letter. A cooperation offer from Punk appeared on the screen. Their conditions included payment for the editor's work. The guy was surprised that such a large company wanted to cooperate with him. The girl thoughtfully looked at the laptop. Hearing that she agreed to sign the contract, the guys happily raised their eyebrows. Looking at the fan, the young man assumed that she did not like working in her company, so she was not against signing the contract from the very beginning, if not for the financial issue. On the table lay documents and a pen. The manager said that the editor would receive a base salary of 25 million won per year, plus 40% of the income from Altube as a bonus. Having said that she was satisfied with these conditions, Jia left her signature in the corner of the document. The heroes went outside. Bowing, the sponsor said that he would contact the girl when he received an answer from Punk and hoped for fruitful cooperation. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl asked what would happen to the videos that were already posted on her channel. Jo-hyuk answered that they would need to be re-uploaded to the official channel. The editor asked to let her know when the answer came and left. Archer nudged his friend with his elbow. Frowning, the streamer asked if the cooperation offer was real. Smiling, the manager asked why he would lie about such things. The main character widened his eyes in surprise and asked if such a famous company really wanted to work with him. The sponsor said that he was surprised when he saw this letter in his mailbox and asked if his friend would sign the contract. Of course, Sanhyun agreed. Walking down the street, the guy said that Jia was too picky and straightforward and explained that in his opinion, convincing her shouldn't have been that difficult. Squinting, the archer said that being a fan and working side by side with your idol were two completely different things. Scratching his cheek, the young man suggested that the girl really liked his friend since she would donate such amounts. The streamer shuddered in confusion. Jo-hyuk explained that the girl seemed too serious and cold to him because she hadn't even smiled once during their conversation. The heroes cast shadows on the asphalt. The manager decided that they had to get such a professional editor at all costs. Gia slammed the door of the apartment behind her. The girl quickly took off her outerwear and hid under the blanket. She began to kick the bed furiously. Blushing with incredible embarrassment, the girl thought that seeing her idol in person was beyond reality, and becoming his editor was simply incredible. Taking the contract in her hands, Gia realized that this was not a dream. The girl lowered the corners of her lips, thinking that she really managed to escape. In the past, men looked at her and laughed, wondering what a college graduate could possibly be capable of. Someone pointed at her and asked if she really thought that somewhere she would be treated as well as here. It seemed to her that this nightmare would last forever. Opening the notifications on her phone, the girl could not believe that people finally appreciated her. A lot of laudatory reviews appeared in the comments under the video. Looking at them, the editor smiled broadly. She held the contract to her chest and felt a strange feeling. The protagonist stretched his arm and decided that he needed to start early today, and thought that he broadcasted every day, so today should be fine. Sanhan sat in the capsule. An incoming message icon appeared. Gia sent a video and a background music. The guy gaped in amazement, surprised that the girl had already made a video because they had just gone home. The girl said that she had been making this video for a long time. The guy gaped in shock, realizing that she was doing all this in her free time as a hobby, and wondered what would happen when this became her official job. The archer thanked the fan and promised to use the background music in the right place. The editor smiled. The Almond channel started broadcasting. The schoolgirl joined the monitor. The couple began watching the stream on their phone. People gathered in the computer club to watch the broadcast. Before the stream, a cutscene began, showing the streamer with a bow in his hands. The number of viewers had already exceeded 1,000. Smiling, the main character greeted them, and the first donations appeared almost immediately. Sanhyun decided not to waste time and immediately moved to the game. Finding himself in the castle, the commentators noticed that nothing had changed there and that the dead guards were still lying on the ground. Pointing his finger at the door, the guy said that he needed to report everything to Emilia. Looking to the side, he suggested that before that, he could collect some loot. Since he managed to complete this mission alone, the viewers agreed that their idol deserved it. Seeing 3 bows in front of him, the young man wondered what to take. In his hands was a chest full of gold coins. Seeing a rack with armor in the corner, the archer opened his mouth in amazement. The streamer took a step forward. He was wearing new clothes. Commentators wrote that they looked quite stylish. The protagonist was upset that he could not take more things with him because of the limit. Going outside, Sanhan said that now it would be even more difficult to kill him. Mounting his horse, he decided that it was time to complete the task. The sun rose over the castle. Riding up to it, the guy was glad that time flowed here differently than in reality. Getting off the horse, the young man heard someone's voice and looked back. Emilia looked out of the carriage and called him to her. The archer bowed. The girl was surprised that he managed to return so quickly. Hearing that he came to report on the completion of the task, the woman frowned tensely. Turning to the maid, she asked her to leave them for a while because they needed to talk alone. Hearing objections, the aristocrat closed her eyes and asked her to do it right now. Pointing to the gate, the NPC asked her companion to follow her. The streamer followed her. Looking back, Emilia asked if he had changed his mind about the task. Confidently looking forward, the protagonist said that he came here to tell her that her task was completed. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked what that meant, since it had only been 2 days since she gave him the task. Holding up 3 fingers, Sanhyun explained that he spent 1 day on the road there and back, half a day preparing for the raid, and another half a day on the raid itself. The viewers laughed. The woman, her mouth hanging open in surprise, could not believe it. The blonde widened her eyes. Looking at her companion, she asked what a raid meant, since the task was only to kill the lord. Scratching the back of his head, the guy explained that there was very serious security there, so he had to kill them all. The aristocrat stared at him in shock. Her face turned pale with horror. The chat exploded with laughter. Putting a fist to her mouth, Emilia cleared her throat and asked if the castle of Talorant was empty now. Bowing, the young man confirmed this and said that there was not a single living soul left there. Folding her arms over her chest, the girl was surprised that he managed to capture the impregnable castle of Talorant alone. The archer smiled innocently. There was a beautiful fountain in the garden. The woman realized that they had no reason to hesitate. Waving her hand, she said that they must immediately annex these lands to the territory of the Janrat family in order to protect innocent people. The noblewoman explained that they needed to arrive there before other greedy nobles took these lands. Bowing, the coachman promised to prepare everything for departure. Emilia and her maid approached the carriage. Looking back, she called out to her comrade. Smiling, the girl asked why he was standing there, lost in his thoughts. Blushing, the woman asked him to sit next to her because she had accumulated a great many questions for the mercenary. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. The audience assumed that such a warm attitude only appeared when maximum favor was achieved. The carriage drove forward along the road. The aristocrat thanked how the warrior remained so powerful. Sitting opposite her, Sanchin said that this was ordinary flattery and that there was nothing special about him. Putting her hands to her chest, the blonde said that she had seen many valiant knights in her life, but none of them could compare to the mercenary in terms of skill. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. He said that he simply had good archery skills. Frowning, Emilia asked if only this skill helped him single-handedly defeat all the knights in Tolerant Castle. Hearing the affirmative answer, the girl's mouth fell open in amazement. The commentators decided that the NPC was unable to understand how such a thing was possible. Putting her hand to her mouth, the woman was surprised that there were knights who relied solely on a bow and arrow. The young man explained that he was not a knight, but a mercenary. The noblewoman folded her hands on her lap. The archer watched her carefully. Looking up, the blonde asked if he would like to become a knight after completing this quest. Looking away, she explained that they really needed a reliable person to manage Tolerant Castle once they annexed these lands. The commentators doubted that this NPC even had such a storyline. Putting his hands on his lap, the streamer asked why he wanted to become a knight despite his fighting skills. Emilia stared at him in confusion. Narrowing her eyes, the girl said that her father expressed a desire to meet him in person because he was very pleased with how an ordinary mercenary resolved such a difficult situation. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock as he remembered that the count had left immediately after giving his daughter's orders. As he was about to say something, the woman placed her finger on his lips. Her cheeks turned red. Frowning, the noblewoman said that ignoring such things was a sign of respect for a noble lady. Turning away, the blonde said that they had arrived, and the spectators laughed, amazed at the relationship between the NPC and the player. In the castle, people were clearing away rubble from the road. Suddenly, a man looked away. Seeing the guests at the gate, the castle resident assumed that they were Tolerant's people. Stepping forward, Emilia denied this. The girl smiled and said that she came on behalf of the Janrit family. Hearing this, the people turned their attention to her. The heroes climbed up to the dais. The inhabitants of the castle asked what they should do now, since their lord's troops were defeated and only troubles awaited them. Looking at them, Sanchin realized that they were in confusion. A torn banner was hanging on the wall, marking the territory of Tolerant. The woman looked back. The boy nodded silently. The noblewoman tugged at the flag. The young man watched as the enemy banner fell from the wall. The knights hung new flags. The bright yellow fabric shone in the sun. Looking at the new banner, the people wondered if the Lord had changed in just one night. The people standing in the streets began to discuss what had happened. Many of them denied the fact that the change of power would bring any changes to their lives. Looking at the NPC, the archer asked if they should just leave everything as it was. Looking back, the blonde asked what they were talking about. The streamer explained that people should understand who they should serve now. Emilia smiled and said that everything would be fine and that people would soon get used to it. The heroes watched the bustle on the city street. The yellow flag was waving over the castle. The viewers were inspired by this cutscene. A week later, the sun was shining over the castle. The knight opened the shackles on the hands of the peasant. The inhabitants of Tolerant Castle, mired in debt and on the verge of being sold into slavery, were given the opportunity to pay their bills with their honest work. They were allowed to receive a certain amount of money to live on. People worked in the fields. As a result, the number of workers naturally increased. The once lifeless and dying territory began to gradually revive. The protagonist watched the peasants from the window. In the long run, what happened would probably bring much more benefit and prosperity. Someone put a hand on Sanhyun's shoulder. It turned out to be Emilia. The viewer asked what kind of strange atmosphere was hanging between the two of them. Smiling widely, the girl asked if the mercenary had forgotten that they had an important meeting with her father tomorrow. Taking her hand, the guy replied that he could not forget about such a thing. The commentators were shocked by how their relationship was developing. Standing by the window next to the woman, the young man called it a wonderful end to the story. Suddenly, someone blew a horn. The heroes looked around. The noblewoman asked what that sound was. On the horizon, a silhouette of approaching people was visible. It turned out that it was an entire army. At the head of them was a knight in a golden helmet. Frowning, the archer assumed that they were Tolerant's allies. The blonde confirmed this and decided that they had come here to retake the castle. The streamer frowned decisively and declared that he could stop them. Emilia took his hand. Closing her eyes, she asked the mercenary to be careful. The flags of the Janrit family fluttered above the ground. The army lined up in front of the captain. Raising his sword, Roman shouted that today they would have to protect Tolerant's castle for the sake of Lady Emilia, who generously accepted them into service. The warriors frowned sternly. Rushing forward, the mercenaries declared that they would definitely win this war. The protagonist looked at the sky. The girl clasped her hands together, praying for the well-being of her comrade. Sanchin closed his eyes. The next moment, the guy confidently looked ahead. The knights moved forward. A task to win the war appeared. The mercenaries raised their weapons and expressed their confidence in victory. The viewers wrote that from this moment the real Kingdom Age begins. The young man looked at the chat window. The commentators were discussing that no one had ever managed to complete this task. The archer asked them not to mention other streamers. The flags and spears were raised to the sky. The streamer stepped forward. Giving a thumbs up, the main character announced that the broadcast was over for today. The viewers were very upset because the most interesting part had begun. Closing his eyes, Sanhan thanked everyone who was with him today. The commentators begged him to continue the stream. The computer screen went dark. Lying on the bed, the guy looked at his phone. Scrolling through the forum, he realized that he had chosen the best moment to end the stream because people were in anticipation. Some time ago, Acorn raised his index finger and explained that choosing the right moment to end the stream is very important, even if it disappoints the viewers, because in the long run it will be very useful. Leaning on his hand, the young man noticed that there were a lot of interesting posts on the forum. Someone posted a photo of a shocked Emilia. People started laughing at it. The archer's eyes widened as he read the many rave reviews and wondered if his game was really that legendary. Putting his hand under his head, the streamer decided that any professional archer could reach his level. Frowning, the main character thought about it. Smiling widely, Acorn said that his ability to concentrate was simply incredible. Then Sanhyun thought that he had a talent that would come in handy in VR games. The room was dark. The guy assumed that it was all due to his high concentration, which was required for archery. But this did not mean that only archers had this skill. Rolling over on his stomach, the young man decided to read more popular posts. Among other threads, an analysis of the skills of an archer from the Almond channel appeared. A rather detailed analysis of the player's poses, movements, and shots appeared on the screen, and the streamer realized that only an expert in this field could have written this. The main character's eyes widened, realizing that this was definitely not an amateur's level of knowledge. He continued reading the post with a stunned look. Under one of the comments, the author of the original post wrote that he was a former archer. Sanhan shuddered from the realization that he probably knew this person. The guy rolled over on his side and turned off his phone. Looking away, the young man decided not to think about it because in fact, there was nothing surprising about it. Closing his eyes, the archer thought that everyone who was involved in archery cut off contact with him 10 years ago. Closing his eyes, the streamer remembered that he had to retire from the sport due to an injury sustained in that accident, but no one except his coach knew about it. In the memory, someone called out to the main character and he turned around. The girl frowned in displeasure and asked if her friend was really going to quit. Adjusting the strap of his backpack, Sanhyun said that archery was no longer interesting to him. The girl asked if it was just fun. Spreading her arms, she asked who would shoot a bow if not her friend, since all the athletes looked up to him. The guy put his hand in his pocket. His girlfriend was indignant that he was leaving only because he was no longer having fun. Without looking at her, the young man said that his words were completely serious. The girl resigned herself and turned away. With tears in her eyes, she wished for her classmate to disappear. With these words, the girl left. The archer began to cry. Tears fell into a puddle, causing a splash. White clouds floated above the building. Fans wondered when their idol would join the war. The streamer walked down the street, buried in his phone. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist realized that he needed to value even the negative comments because he didn't have many viewers yet. Gia walked out of her house. Hearing her friend's voice, the girl looked back. Putting her hands in her pockets, she asked if he was training, and when he answered in the affirmative, she explained that she went for a walk. Smiling, Sanhyun invited her to walk with him. Widening her eyes, the girl agreed and said that she had something to show her. There was green grass growing next to the pond. The heroes went to a bench to rest. The guy handed his friend a bottle of water. After taking a sip, the young man asked what she wanted to talk about. The editor took out her phone. Handing it to the archer, Gia said that she had finished editing several videos for a new channel and asked her friend to watch them. The streamer was surprised because he had the honor of seeing them first. The girl explained that they would still end up on his channel. The heroes blushed with embarrassment. On a black background, the inscription Kingdom Age, Episode 1, are beginners really not allowed to choose a bow? A recording of the first stream appeared on the screen, namely the moment when the main character chose a weapon. The viewers began to laugh. Pointing at the system window, Sanhan chose a bow. The commentators called him arrogant because this is the most difficult weapon for beginners. The guy brought the bow closer to aim. The arrow pierced the bandit's head. The shot was accompanied by a holographic effect. The young man fired again. He immediately pulled the bowstring again. The frames changed quite quickly to match the pace of shooting and not let the viewer get bored. Putting his hand to his chin, the archer realized that watching the chat's reaction gave him special pleasure. An image of his face appeared on the screen, and the streamer thought it was pure madness. Looking away sheepishly, Jia asked him if he liked the video. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the male lead called it a masterpiece. The girl blushed when he heard that the highlights of the stream, the graphics added for ease of viewing, the sense of speed, the reasonable amount of chat inserts, and the ending were all top-notch. Lowering her head, the girl shyly thanked her friend. Handing her the phone, Sanhyun asked if they could upload the video right now. The editor said no. Taking the phone back, she explained that it would be better to upload 3 or 4 videos at a time. There were deciduous trees all around. Jia said that she wanted to continue editing in this format. The guy happily agreed. The light was on in the room. Falling onto the bed, the girl felt very tired. The image of the young man who called her video a masterpiece popped into her head. Smiling, the girl was glad that he liked everything. She closed her eyes and thought that it was very nice to receive recognition. Suddenly, a new message came to her phone. The screen lit up. Grabbing the phone, the editor hoped that this message was from her idol. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Jia looked down. She looked upset. The girl threw the phone on the bed and thought that she had too much to do. A notification about a new message from the user Scoundrel appeared on the screen. A post appeared on the forum page that the Almond channel would be broadcasting today. Someone was pressing keys on the keyboard. A fan wrote that it would be the first ever and most epic battle of a lone archer. A boy wrote a message on the forum, promising to turn on the stream after school. Suddenly, the stream began 4 hours earlier than planned. Smiling, the main character greeted his fans. Someone wrote that the broadcast began too early. Sanhyun shuddered. Putting his hand on the arm of the chair, he thought that despite the early start, there were even more people today than yesterday. Raising his index finger, the guy said that he decided to start early in honor of the upcoming epic battle, which could take a long time. The viewers realized that this was a marathon stream. Having decided to start the legendary battle, the young man moved to the game. The enemy army was visible in front. Smiling, Roman said that his comrade had come all the way from the bottom. The archer asked what they were talking about. The man pointed at the fortress wall and said that everything was clear there. A worried Amelia was standing on the wall. Closing his eyes, the streamer said that there was nothing between them except friendship. The commander replied that he envied him. The viewers were surprised that he had such an unusual personality. The mercenary laughed. Looking at him, the main character realized that they had become quite close to him lately. Looking forward, Roman said that he had received a good amount of loot thanks to his friend and asked him to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Sanchon said that it was still not enough. Pointing his finger forward, the man asked him to look at something. The man in the golden helmet folded his hands on his sword. The captain explained that this was the key to winning today's battle. Putting his hand to his forehead, the guy noticed that the stranger did not even plan to approach them. The mercenary explained that such knights command from afar, so they needed to get to him first. The warrior blew a battle horn, holding a flag in his hand. The mercenaries, led by Roman, rushed forward. They rode horses, holding spears in their hands. A group of soldiers approached the enemy army. Waving his hand, the young man ordered the archers to open fire. Dozens of arrows flew into the air. They pierced the bodies of the enemies. The enemy knights fell to the ground. Blood spread across the green grass. By pressing the button, the streamer gave the order to the NPC. The notification said that the troops would automatically enter the battle. Smiling, the main character explained to the viewers that he needed to destroy the enemy commander. One of the viewers sent a donation and promised to send 10,000 won for each enemy killed. Seeing this, Sanhun's eyes widened in shock. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and asked if the fan was sure that everything would go smoothly. Covering his mouth with his hand, he realized that his viewer was fabulously rich. A lot of encouraging comments appeared in the chat. The young man ducked. The archer was hiding behind the bushes while the battle continued on the field. Looking away, the streamer thought that he would have to complete the fan's task because people were fired up by this idea. Acorn always said that donations on the broadcast are unpredictable, so every penny was precious. Peeking out from behind the bush, the main character decided that he could earn a whole million. Taking the bow in his hands, he thought that donation quests have their own specifics. They greatly affected the speed of leveling up the character. Smiling, Sanchon realized that he needed not only to kill the leader, but also to participate in his own battle so that the audience would react to it. The enemy army moved forward. With their mouths wide open, the warriors ran towards the enemy. At that moment, arrows pierced their heads. Turning around, the man ordered everyone to stop because of the attack from the left flank. Looking to the side, the knights did not notice anything suspicious and wondered where the arrows came from. Frowning, the captain ordered them not to be distracted and move on. Suddenly, an arrow pierced his temple. The warrior fell from his horse and fell to the ground. His subordinates screamed desperately, not understanding where the fire was coming from. The guy continued to hide behind the bushes. The audience understood why the idol decided to go behind enemy lines alone. Another shot hit the target. Someone noticed the enemy and shouted that the archer was in the southwest. The streamer opened his mouth in surprise. The commentators laughed. Swinging his sword, the captain ordered 20 fighters to go and defend the left flank. Taking off his quiver, the protagonist counted the arrows. He stuck exactly 20 arrows into the ground. The knights were approaching the bushes. Showing 2 fingers to the camera, Sanchin said that he had exactly 1 arrow for each enemy. The warriors held out their weapons in front of them. Suddenly, 2 of them fell to the ground. Their corpses fell at the feet of one of the fighters. A burning arrow flew forward. It pierced the enemy's forehead. The arrows hit his comrades after him. Frowning, the man shouted that the enemy was only aiming for heads. Suddenly, an arrow pierced his neck. Standing in the bushes, the guy fired 1 shot after another. His eyes lit up with excitement. The system reported that there were 3 seconds left before the skill sequential shooting was deactivated. There were knights' corpses on the battlefield. The survivors were trying to escape. A thrush was sitting on a branch. Screams were heard. There were pools of dark blood on the grass. Someone shouted that they needed reinforcements. The skill was deactivated. There were knights' corpses on the ground. An allied army was visible in front. Smiling, the young man counted that he had earned 200,001. Many happy comments appeared. Clasping her hands, Jia thought that her friend was simply amazing. Smiling, the girl realized that everyone liked him because he always gives his all, no matter what. Remembering how the archer showed 2 fingers, the girl decided that this love came from his unshakable self-confidence. Imagining the streamer pulling the bowstring, she thought that his conviction was based not on blind faith, but on real results. The protagonist released the arrow. The enemies looked around, not understanding what was happening. The arrow hit the back of the head of one of the warriors. Sanchin smiled. He was considered the image of a true genius, admired by people. Many donations came. The guy raised his bow. The arrow hit the last survivor exactly. The system reported that the player committed 40 murders in a row. The viewers decided that this was a real genocide. After sorting through the arrows with his hand, the young man realized that he still had 40 left. The donator asked for mercy. Sitting on his horse, the knight in the golden helmet said that this was simply unimaginable. Looking at the dead bodies lying on the grass, the enemy commander asked how a single archer could kill 20 warriors. Taking the reins, the captain ordered to send 40 knights forward so as not to allow the scoundrel to kill their people with impunity. The people ran forward. They approached the bushes where the streamer was hiding. The donor again begged for mercy. One of the viewers wrote that in order to give a task, you need to have at least 1,000,001 in your account. Seeing this, the main character's glowing eyes widened in surprise. A message from the donor appeared in the chat. He wrote that giving the task was a mistake. Sanhan squeezed the bow in his hand. Taking aim, the guy said that he would take his million for himself. The arrow once again killed the enemy with 1 shot. His body fell to the ground. Looking back, the knight ordered everyone to maintain formation. Activating the sequential shooting skill, the young man smiled and said that it was time to continue the fight. The killed enemies fell one after another. Continuing to shoot, the archer did not give the opponents a chance to get close enough to him for a counterattack. Something flashed in the bushes. The arrow fell near the streamer's feet. The commentators realized that the enemy also had archers. The viewers advised the idol not to move, because in that case the accuracy would drop. Looking back, the main character tried to find the enemy. The fighters rushed forward. Another arrow fell at Sanhan's feet. Turning around, he realized where the fire was coming from. Releasing the bowstring, the guy reflected the enemy projectile. The viewers were shocked. Taking an arrow from his quiver, the enemy archer asked what just happened. The next shot hit him right in the eye. His body fell to the ground. The young man came out of the bushes. The surviving knights backed away in fear. The streamer took another arrow from his quiver. Pulling the bowstring, he said that he had already earned 700,001. The fighter held the sword with shaking hands. Swinging it, the man rushed at the enemy. The player turned around sharply, noticing his approach. The arrow pierced the enemy's head at the same moment. Opening his mouth in horror, the knight shouted that he had incredible speed. The arrow killed his comrade. Looking at his dead body, the warrior screamed. He tried to run away. The protagonist stretched out his hand to take a new arrow. Suddenly, Sanchin raised his eyebrows in surprise. There were no more arrows in his quiver. The audience realized that the idol had used up all the arrows and killed almost all the enemies. The top donator was glad that he would not have to die of starvation. The guy looked away. The enemy fighter continued to run forward. Thinking that he had managed to break away, the knight turned around. The young man was running after him. Seeing him, the warrior opened his mouth in fear and cried. The commentators wrote that they play Kingdom Age only for such moments. The fighter asked the enemy to stop pursuing him. The arrow was sticking out of the body of his dead comrade. With a sharp movement, the archer pulled it out. The next moment, the streamer pulled the bowstring again. The arrow hit the knight trying to escape. His body fell forward, raising a cloud of dust around him. Many enthusiastic comments appeared in the chat. Closing his eyes and smiling, the protagonist realized that there were still 20 kills left to reach 1,000,000. The mission was completed. The fan sent a donation of 1,000,000 won. Standing against the background of corpses, Sanhyun thanked the viewer and said that a mission done perfectly brings much more joy. Hearing someone scream, the guy was distracted from the chat and looked back. An allied army was approaching him, so the young man concluded that everything was over. A knight was sitting on a horse. People were joyfully shouting his name. The man smiled and said that they had won the battle only because of him, and his comrade called him the hero of the war. The fighters surrounded Robin, and the spectators were outraged that all the glory went to him and not to their idol, who had done all the main work. Scratching his head, the archer thought that no one had noticed that he had managed to kill 100 opponents. Suddenly, someone came up to him from behind and apologized for the outrageous behavior of these people. Frowning, Roman explained that they were not treating the valiant mercenaries fairly at all. Raising his hand and adjusting his quiver, the streamer asked if there was any disagreement between them. Crossing his arms, the man explained that the knights were telling the mercenaries to take their measly base pay and leave, despite the fact that they had made a decisive contribution to the victory. Walking up to him, Robin asked if that was why he was so upset. The writer asked, his eyes narrowed in disdain, what was wrong with taking the agreed upon amount of money that had been honestly earned. The commander looked at him and explained that the contract included a clause for additional compensation for outstanding results. The knight frowned sternly and asked what kind of outstanding results a band of mercenaries could have. His subjects looked at each other and laughed when the warrior asked what contribution the mercenaries had made to the battle in which noble knights had fought to the death. Holding the reins in his hands, he said that murderers fought only to save their own lives, considering it their only value. Gritting his teeth, Roman thought that this was the worst insult possible. The protagonist had been standing behind him the whole time. Grinning, Robert asked if his words were even slightly different from the truth. Looking down, Sanchin thought that this was the most common stereotype about mercenaries. If the mercenaries acted only like this, they would not be trusted, and without trust, their community would not last long. The commander frowned menacingly and asked where the gratitude of the aristocrats with which they took them to war had gone. Narrowing his eyes in displeasure, the knight asked how he dared to speak to him in such a tone. Pointing his hand at his comrade, the man said that he had managed to kill 100 enemies single-handedly and asked if the nobles still thought that mercenaries were too attached to their lives and did nothing. Smiling, Robin did not believe his words. He threw his head back and laughed. His subjects began to mock the archer. The spectators were outraged by such an attitude towards their idol. The guy clenched his fist. Closing his eyes, Roman wanted to say something, but he was interrupted. Someone tried to break through the crowd to them. The man in the golden helmet stepped forward. People whispered, discussing his inappropriate behavior. The stranger admitted his defeat. The knight looked at him in confusion and asked what it meant. Clenching his fist, the enemy explained that their castle had been occupied without trial and the soldiers had been mercilessly killed, and asked if this was really how the Janrit family resolved issues. Robin looked at him, sitting on his horse and not knowing what to say. The protagonist concluded that this man was very influential. Frowning, the man explained that Talorant treated his subjects disgustingly. The stranger asked him to shut up and call Emilia. The knight said that this was impossible. Turning his head, the man in the golden helmet asked why. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. Sanchin stood in front of him. The stranger took a step towards him and asked who he was. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, not understanding why they decided to address him. Heading towards him, the stranger suggested that this was Emilia's knight. The young man denied it. Roman placed his hand on his shoulder and called him a mercenary. The yellow flag fluttered in the wind. The man in the golden helmet tilted his head and asked if a mere mercenary could kill 100 of his soldiers single-handedly. The archer opened his mouth in shock. Robin raised his eyebrows in surprise. The streamer looked at the enemy in confusion and wondered how he knew about it. The viewers said that being recognized as an enemy commander was a great honor. The man raised his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat, saying that this was a bad joke. Looking down, his soldiers could not believe that a mercenary archer who hid behind others' backs could kill 100 soldiers single-handedly. The man in the golden helmet stopped and realized that they did not believe even the obvious. Taking off his helmet, the stranger asked if he still wanted to continue working for people who could not appreciate him. The unknown person was hiding a smile under the helmet. The audience realized who it was. Purple hair fluttered in the wind. It turned out that the enemy commander was a woman all this time. She smiled and offered the mercenary to work for her. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. A window for choosing an answer appeared in front of him. Looking tensely at Rosnita, Sanchin realized that this was the second key character in the game. The girl was holding a helmet in her hands, smiling despite her defeat. She had a confident look and a threatening and at the same time mesmerizing aura, different from Emilia's aura. Even for a newbie in Kingdom Age, it was obvious how much effort the developers put into this character. The warriors blushed with embarrassment, being enchanted by her beauty. The guy frowned when the commentators began to discuss which of the two girls was better. Reaching out to the selection window, the young man was upset that he would have to choose between them. His finger trembled. The archer was not sure if he wanted to abandon all the progress of his relationship with Emilia, even though it was just a game. In the memory, the blonde was smiling happily. When they were riding in a carriage, her cheeks turned red. Remembering how she took his hands and closed her eyes, the streamer thought that they had been together since the beginning of the game and that their relationship had reached a high level. Frowning sternly, Rosnita asked how long the mercenary was going to think. The protagonist's eyes widened. He did not understand what to choose. People were voting in the comments for different options. The girl narrowed her eyes menacingly. Sanhyun raised a trembling finger. Smiling widely, the guy said that it was time to end the broadcast. His face disappeared from the viewers' screens. The stream was over. A lot of indignant comments appeared in the chat. Adjusting his glasses, Jaehyuk realized that it was simply impossible to avoid hate, and noticed that among the angry commentators there were people who had logged into the broadcast before the game had even started. The fanatics were obsessed with the idea of being the first to enter the stream. The young man sat in front of many pop-up windows. Many new threads appeared on the forum. Haters not only swear, but also spread information about the events of the last stream to various communities, creating good advertising. Sitting in front of the monitor, the manager noticed that there were a lot of fanatics. Graphs appeared on the screen. Basically, the fan base of the Almond channel consisted of an equal ratio of men and women from 20 to 30 years old. Guys donated more often, and girls more, so the main profit came from them. Closing his eyes, the sponsor remembered Jia and thought that with a small number of subscribers, there is no point in thinking about it. He scrolled through the page with the video. The guy suggested that with such indicators they should play a game from the Funk Company. Hearing a loud scream, the young man shuddered. His father entered the room. Gritting his teeth furiously, the man asked why his son decided to leave the company. The woman tried to calm him down. Jaehyuk lowered his head and didn't know what to say. His father approached him and clenched his fist, asking if he had really gone crazy. The manager trembled. The man said that his son didn't care about his reputation at all since he had decided to quit. His father ordered him to return to work the next morning. Raising his head, the guy wanted to say something, but he was interrupted. Frowning menacingly, the man asked what was wrong with him. The young man trembled with horror. His pupils narrowed. Bowing, Jaehyuk said that everything was fine. Lowering his head, he promised to do as his father said. Putting her hand on his shoulder, the woman asked if everything was okay. The manager replied that everything was fine. Post-it notes were attached to the monitor. A week had already passed. The wind caressed the protagonist's hair. His friend smiled widely when they earned almost 3 million. In the past, the sponsor put his hand on his friend's shoulder. He hadn't achieved anything outstanding, but he liked what they were doing. The guy thought that he couldn't have dreamed this. Tears were falling on the table. Wiping his eyes, the young man decided that this was too much for a normal dream. Sanhyun was sleeping on the bed when there was a knock. Approaching the door, the archer asked the intruder to stop knocking. Opening the door, the streamer asked what he needed at such an early hour. Hearing his friend's voice, the player realized that something had happened. He was asked to quickly open the door. Smiling widely, Jaehyuk said that he left home. There was fried chicken on the plate. Jaehyuk took a leg and smiled, wishing him a pleasant appetite. The guy raised his eyebrows, asking if the hero really doesn't drink because he ordered for 2. Sanghan leaned back in his chair, saying that it was true, he wouldn't do that before streams. Jaehyuk smiled, pouring 2 cans of drinks into himself. The protagonist looked at him and smiled, thinking about how he was a drunk. The guy raised his eyebrows, asking why he moved out of his own home. He understood that many people move out of their parents' homes as they got older, but he didn't understand why his friend did it now. Jaehyuk looked away, saying that it would take a long time to explain and he would tell them later. The protagonist agreed with his words. Jaehyuk smiled, asking if it would be a problem if he stayed at the guy's place. Sanghyun raised his eyebrows, saying that he could stay. There was enough space for both of them. There was a lamp on in the room, and dishes were visible in the cabinet. The protagonist thanked him. There were cans of drinks next to the fried chicken. Jaehyuk looked at the guy, asking what he was going to do next in Kingdom Age. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking what he was talking about. The guy noticed that his friend was starting a love triangle with Emilia and Rosnita. He pictured 2 girls, one with long blonde hair and one with dark hair. Sanghyun raised his eyebrows, asking if it mattered which one to choose. The guy screamed. Jaehyuk handed him his phone, asking if he checked the forum after the stream. The protagonist looked at him, saying that he hadn't. He asked what was going on there now. Jaehyuk said that everyone was talking about Emilia and Rosnita. If you pick at random, you can run into a bloodbath. The protagonist looked at the phone screen. He imagined a guy with a red headband that said Team Emilia, holding a sword, saying that if he chose Rosnet, Comedy Finita, he would track him down by IP. He also imagined a guy with a blue headband on his forehead that said Team Rosnet, bowing his head, saying that if he was Weber Emilia, he was finished because he would never come to the stream again. Sang-hyun smiled, asking why he was reacting so violently. His friend's eyes widened in surprise. The guy was looking at his phone, saying that they were both popular. Joo-hyuk looked at him, thinking that the hero didn't care about the threats at all. If he were in his place, he wouldn't even be able to sleep a wink. Sang-hyun raised his eyebrows, saying that he wanted to discuss something with the guy. Joo-hyuk's eyes widened in surprise, asking what happened. The protagonist placed his hand on the back of his chair, saying that given his progress, the end of Kingdom Age was just around the corner, and they still hadn't decided on what game to play next. It would be nice to find something spectacular to gain views on. Joo-hyuk grabbed the item and placed it on the table, saying that he knew the guy would ask about it. The protagonist adjusted his glasses, saying that he had done a lot of research on the matter. He pressed the button, telling the guy to tremble. Bright pixels appeared above the circle. Joo-hyuk smiled happily and pointed at the hologram with his hand, saying that he had battle rage for the guy. The pixels created an image of two guys with guns. Joo-hyuk noted that the protagonist hadn't played it yet. Sang-hyun shook his head, saying that he had heard the name many times. The guy said that Battle Rage is an online survival PvP. The ultimate goal is to be the only one out of 100 players to stay alive, using various weapons. Good aim and reaction are the keys to winning this game. He introduced the hero with a weapon. The guy was among the trees. His crosshair was aimed at another player. Joo-hyuk adjusted his glasses, saying that this game best suits the style and general tendencies of the main character. The guy thought that this is exactly what one would expect from a pro. Sang-hyun widened his eyes, saying that this game looks fun. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin and looked at the hologram, saying that he is not used to playing in PvP modes. The hero asked if he should practice a little before the stream. Joo-hyuk slammed his hands on the table and walked through the hologram, telling him not to even think about it. The hero sat down at the table and folded his arms over his chest, saying that the guy does not understand at all what the viewer wants to see. Joo-hyuk asked him to think about what the viewers wanted most on his streams. Sang-hyun raised his eyebrows, suggesting that it was flashy gameplay. The guy spread his arms out, saying that it was not true, because anyone could stream flashy gameplay if they were skilled enough. The hero raised his eyebrows, asking what the viewers wanted. The guy pointed at him, saying that they wanted an unrivaled genius. Sang-hyun's eyes widened in surprise. He asked him to remember the very first Kingdom Age stream, when the guy showed incredible results on the first try, despite the fact that he had never practiced playing it before. The hero remembered the guy in that game, when he managed to hit a bandit in the head with one shot. The protagonist drew an arrow, aiming at the enemy. Joo-hyuk raised his index finger, saying that the viewers went crazy for true geniuses. He put his hands on the table, saying that he thought that the guy should repeat the same trick, show them a perfect game without training. The protagonist looked at him and thoughtfully chuckled. Sang-hyun folded his arms, asking if the game Battle Rage is not tied to weapons, and he does not understand them at all, except for a bow. He has never really held anything. He asked how it is possible to succeed with a complete lack of knowledge of the game mechanics. The protagonist asked him to look here. Bright pixels appeared above the object on the table. On the screen that appeared, there was a moment when the protagonist shot an enemy in the head while riding a horse. Joo-hyuk asked who else is able to aim so perfectly at the head of a moving target. The guy asked if his friend can't do it. Joo-hyuk frowned, saying that if everything was that simple, then the guy would not be admired. Compared to the others, he is just a plague. Sang-hyun rubbed his chin thoughtfully, guessing it was because he had practiced a bit on the program before he started streaming. There were windows in front of him with images of the area and various captions such as aim training, agility increase. Joo-hyuk asked if he was talking about the simulation programs. The protagonist looked at him, saying that it was exactly like that. They came with the capsule. The program was really well optimized, and he was working on the hardest difficulty every day. Joo-hyuk picked up the phone, asking what the guy's record was. Sang-hyun said it was about 12,000 points. The protagonist held the phone tightly in his hand. Joo-hyuk opened his mouth, asking how this was possible. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking what happened. Joo-hyuk looked at him, saying that according to the simulator, the guy is in first place. Sang-hyun widened his eyes and cried out. The guy pointed at the line, asking if this was his optimization code. The protagonist picked up the phone, saying that it was. Joo-hyuk smiled happily, saying that he was right. It wasn't just about archery, the guy was a genius in this field. Sang-hyun's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the phone. His cheeks blushed and his eyes shone brightly. He saw his optimization code next to the first place icon. Joo-hyuk smiled happily and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he needed to register for Battle Rage. The glass cover of the capsule opened. The protagonist noticed that it was still light outside, and the guy was already turning on his stream. The boy looked at his friend, saying that he was testing which time period had the most views. Joo-hyuk put his hand in his pocket, saying that it was smart. He smiled, wishing the hero good luck. Sanhyun raised his eyebrows, asking what was wrong with him. He literally felt sick from such mercy. The boy shouted in displeasure, telling him to repeat what he said. Juhyuk said that there was no gratitude, and he still takes care of this little boy. The hero tilted his head, looking at the boy. The boy rolled his eyes, telling him to take his hands away, because he was closing the capsule. Bright blue streams of pixels appeared. The wind carried leaves torn from the trees. The girl asked how much longer he was going to make her stand like a dummy and wait. The main character raised his eyebrows and turned around. Rosnita frowned, telling him to answer. The guy had two options. The first, he was honored that she could appreciate him, and the second, even though he was a mercenary, he had already sworn allegiance to another. There was an endless stream of messages in the chat where some people asked to choose Rosnit and others Emilia. The hero stood in armor on the grass, thinking that the further turn of the plot depended on his choice, so he would do so. Sanchon raised his eyebrows, saying that he was flattered by her offer. However, even though he was a mercenary, he had already sworn allegiance to another. Viewers in the chat happily wrote that the guy chose Emilia. Rosnita looked at him, saying that she was sorry. She turned around and looked at him, saying that the hero was better than all the knights she had met. The voice asked to detain the commander. The girl left accompanied by 4 knights. Viewers sadly wrote that they would have to say goodbye to Rosnita. Sanhan pressed his hand to his chest, thinking that if he were Rosnita, the plot would have progressed much longer and he needed to quickly change the game. He looked away, thinking that he was truly loyal to Emilia. The girl pressed her hand to her chest and turned to the guy. The protagonist's eyes widened when he saw Emilia. The girl smiled widely and raised her eyebrows, calling his name. She was standing on the grass. Emilia ran forward, taking the hem of her dress in her hands. The knights put their hands out to the sides, saying that it was still dangerous here. They suggested moving to a safe place first. The protagonist raised their eyebrows, asking how she was. The girl's hand reached for his face. Emilia wrapped her arms around Sanhan's neck and hugged her tightly. The viewers happily wrote in the chat that it was incredible. The hero put his hand on the girl's shoulder, saying that they emerged victorious, but now it was time to go back. The guy smiled, looking into Emilia's eyes. The user wrote that it was very cute and the hero's voice sounded very sweet. The guy with glasses awkwardly raised his eyebrows, thinking that this no longer sounded like a joke. Drama unfolded. Emilia raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that the guy did well, she loved him. The girl touched the hero's cheek with her hand and reached closer. Emilia smiled and closed her eyes. The viewers began to spam the chat in surprise. They were disappointed that they were not shown anything. The carriage with Emilia inside moved forward. The protagonist, sitting on a horse, moved behind it and the others. The knight smiled, asking if this was the same archer who killed 100 with one shot. He really thought he was amazing. Sanhyun tilted his head and raised his eyebrows. The guy opened his eyes wide, saying that it was. Roman closed his eyes, saying that he was acting as if he was not the one who refused to believe it a few minutes ago. The mercenary captain looked ahead, saying that the enemy had immediately recognized their achievements, that is, the boy's achievements. The horses moved forward. The boy noticed that he was not the only one who did this. Everything worked out, since the captain and others were also fighting on the front lines. Roman closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he was glad to hear this, since their people would also be happy when they found out. The boy opened his eyes wide, saying that he was a man, speaking as if the hero was no longer one of them. Roman noticed that the hero was more than a mercenary. He just wanted to say that the boy was free to choose who to be next, and that's all. The carriage moved forward along the road. Roman put his hand on the hero's shoulder, saying thank you, since thanks to his contribution, each of them earned enough to forget about work for 4 months. Viewers wrote that Roman was indeed a true friend. They did not believe that he was a real mercenary commander, since he had never been so benevolent. Above the bright roofs of the light castle, the sky was scarlet from the sunset. The protagonist sat on his horse, moving towards the castle grounds. Sanhyun's eyes widened, thinking that this was the first time he saw the castle from the inside. Emilia smiled, asking him to follow him here. The girl lifted the hem of her dress, asking the knight to open the door, because behind it stood an understandable guest who would share her meal. A voice greeted the hero. Sanhyun's eyes widened. A man with a beard and in blue robes extended his hand, offering him a seat. He had heard a lot about the guy. The protagonist realized that this was Lord Jeaneret, Emilia's father. The man smiled and grabbed the hero by the collar, saying that he had done a great job, so he wanted to thank him from the bottom of his heart. Jeaneret turned to the girl behind her back, asking her to hurry up and bring out the food. The guy thought that, fortunately, the man was not one of those aristocrats who judged people by their status. The system reported that the hero successfully joined the meal with Emilia's family. The heroes were sitting at a table shaped like the letter P. The guy repeated the words spoken by the system in his head. He opened his eyes wide when the girl brought him an object similar to a bowl. In the container in front of him was water and 3 icons with actions. The hero wondered what the buttons were for. Sanhyun opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows, pressing the first button. He froze, thinking that it seemed like he pressed something without looking. The guy opened his eyes wide, looking at the bright stream of energy in front of him and not understanding why the minigame popped up. The viewers laughed in the chat, saying that they need to get used to it because they are shoved everywhere. Someone suggested that this was a reference to the fact that mercenaries do not have good table manners. The viewer sarcastically noted that a minigame without warning is awesome. The main character was sitting at the table with Janet and Amelia, pressing buttons. The user said that even in real life, you need to be prepared for anything. In front of the guy was a puzzle with a picture of a dish. The audience asked why it was so complicated. Above the plate with the dish were buttons with a picture of a cross, 0 and triangle. In front of the roast pig were icons with numbers from 1 to 3. In the system window there were options for choosing these icons. A shiver ran through Sanhyun's body. Sitting in the capsule, he did not understand if all meetings with the future father-in-law were like this. The viewers wrote that this is the price for a virtual girl. It is literally a simulator of meeting the parents. The man took a glass in his hand, turning to the main character. Lord Janrit raised his eyebrows, asking what the guy thinks about becoming one of their knights. Sanhyun's eyes widened in surprise. 2 answer options appeared in front of him. The first, it is an honor for him, and the second, he would prefer the free life of a mercenary. The viewer was shocked because they saw such a twist for the first time. One of the users noted that this twist has been around for a long time, you just need to come to it to achieve it so quickly. The viewers in the chat continued to discuss what was happening, while the main character looked at the window with answer options in front of him. The guy thought that most of the quests in this game were for a free mercenary, but if he deviated from the standards, he would get closer to the final. The viewer asked if this was already the ending. The guy thought that it was. He assumed that he would reach the final faster if he chose Amelia, but not that much. The girl raised her eyebrows and smiled. The user asked him to continue playing as a mercenary. Another viewer said that he was interested in knowing what would happen if he became a knight. One of the viewers asked if it was possible to choose a knight and then return to the mercenary plot. Sanhyun looked ahead. He closed his eyes. An argument arose in the chat. Some users asked to choose the first option, others the second. The main character thought that he had decided everything, so they would just end the stream. The guy told the viewers that he was done for today and said goodbye. He disappeared from the chair, leaving behind a bright flash. The users were unhappy that he suddenly disappeared again. The glass lid of the capsule opened. The hero pulled on his shirt, thinking that he does not sweat much if he fights. Despite the fact that the stream was shorter than usual, he thinks it turned out well. Joo-hyuk smiled, saying that it was a good job because the stream was fun as always. Sang-hyun asked if this was true because he did not even fight. The guy handed him his phone, asking him to look at the news because the events of today's stream are already at the top. Starting from the 4th line of the news, all the statements were about the main character and his ability to cut off the stream at the most interesting. People said that they also want to try the bow. Joo-hyuk adjusted his glasses, saying that he always knew that brevity is the soul of wit. The guy frowned, saying, "As you say." The hero said that punk representatives contacted him. They do not mind paying for the edit, they give the green light. Sanhyun smiled happily and opened his eyes, saying that this is a real relief. Joo-hyuk spread his hands, saying that it is quite natural because the offer came from them. The guy sat opposite him and looked at the phone, saying that receiving an official salary is a completely different matter. Joo-hyuk said that the meeting will take place tomorrow. The main character smiled, saying that it sounds cool. He suggested going to bed early. Above the guy's house there was a dark night sky with brightly shining stars. There were many people near the tall building. There was a message on the screen. The user asked discontentedly if they can really afford to sleep peacefully because they have no work. Failed streamers. Among the news was an article about Sanhyun becoming an official partner of Punk. A newbie streamer who just came on the scene signed a contract with a company that develops high-quality games. People were looking at their phones, asking if the main character is now a top streamer. The guy opened his mouth, looking at his friend's phone, saying that he was thinking about what would happen if the hero signed a contract with Kingdom Age. It was really unexpected. The largest distributor of games, both domestically and internationally, Punk. A bright logo of the company appeared. They occupy a leading position in the market without any specific strategy and consistently maintain their strong position. But recently Higame's market figures have also grown exponentially. A graph of the company's growth was presented. In response to this, Punk focused on advertising, marketing, exclusive titles, programs, and strategies. One of these programs is called Streamer Partners. The icon depicted 2 hands. The program involves cooperation with popular streamers who are required to play games developed by Punk. In return, the streamer is given comprehensive support. Users wrote that the main character will now have to do gaming homework because he has become a representative of Punk. The official representative, the user suggested calling him Punkprid. Another user noted that it was cool. The viewer pressed the question of whether it is too much for a streamer who only has 1,000 viewers. The user noted that he is probably just hyping. The viewer said that the guy is already on the same level as Bubblegum. The girls discussed what was happening. The user suggested that the others think for at least a second. The guy solo and without cheating gained 1,000 viewers with Kingdom Age. He asked what would happen if he started playing more popular games. Other users immediately responded, saying that they were happy with the thought of it, because the guy managed to revive such a statue of a game. The user wrote that the guy needs to discard this Kingdom Age and fly higher. People were looking at their phones while standing on the glass balconies of buildings. The user asked what would happen to Emilia now. There was an icon on the screen that said the stream had not started. The user asked what they were all doing here if the stream had not started yet. One of the viewers said that he was wondering what game the guy would play after Kingdom Age, maybe a shooter or a strategy game. Sanhyun raised his eyebrows while shaking the man's hand. He widened his eyes, looking away. The user noted that the hero would be given a contract from day one on what to play, so there were no options. The viewer said that Sanhyun should have started the stream by now, and he was really looking forward to it. The screen still showed the icon of an unstarted stream. A bright light was on the monitor screen. Users asked him to start the stream faster. Viewers noticed that the hero had not arrived yet. Sanhyun appeared on the screen and smiled, greeting the viewers. Then he widened his eyes and introduced himself. The girl was watching the streamer's message on her phone. The guy said that he wanted to share the news with them. He finally created an account on AllTube, and he also became an official partner of Punk, all thanks to their love and support. The hero thanked the viewers. People's eyes widened as they looked at the monitor screen. Sanhyun said that from today on, his Let's Plays will be uploaded to this channel. Jia raised her eyebrows as she sat at the computer. All of his earlier edited videos will be remade and also uploaded. 3 episodes of Kingdom Age were uploaded to the site. The main character said that they can watch them at any time. Sanhyun smiled, saying that he will continue to work hard and make more interesting content. He again thanked the users for continuing to watch his streams. The news was published. Punk hired a new streamer. The company, which is the largest national distributor of games, announced that they are taking the streamer Sanhyun under their wing from today. With the Kingdom Age streamer, Punk is following a new strategy. Competence is more important than status. Sensational news: Sanhyun is a partner streamer of Punk. He is from a completely different league. You can go crazy. Surprised exclamations were heard. The girl said that she thought it was rumors, but it is true. She asked if this streamer is really that good. The child told his mother that he wants Sanhyun's article when he grows up. News headline: the streamer has just debuted and has already become a partner of the company. This is a record. People happily said that they always believed in the guy. A user asked where he could watch clips from streams because they had just been uploaded to the hero's channel. The viewer said that he always knew the streamer was good. Someone asked for a link to the main character's AllTube. He was told that he could just enter his nickname in the search because it is the first one in the search bar. The user asked if Sanhyun has any haters at all. Mugs filled with alcohol slammed against each other. The hero offered them a drink. Juhuk closed his eyes, saying that the guy did a great job. Saying he brought the mug to his mouth, asking what exactly. Juhuk raised his eyebrows, saying that it would be great if Jia joined their little celebration. The guy looked at his friend, asking what he meant by celebration, since they were just at a cafe ordering beer. Juhyuk laughed, saying that it was true. He noticed that Jia was really amazing. The hero asked how she was able to edit 3 full videos in 2 days. Jia sent a message asking if 3 videos were enough to launch on AllTube. The hero asked in surprise if she really made 3. The girl replied that it was, intending to send them to the guy. Saying he drank the contents of the mug, saying that this was her hobby. She made these videos in her free time even before she officially became their editor. Ju Hyuk screamed, asking if it was true. He raised his eyebrows, asking why she barely reacted when they offered her the job of an editor. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, saying that he didn't know. The girl was holding a sign that said that jobs should be changed wisely and carefully. Sang Hyun noticed that his friend had promised to order something for him. There was a plate of fried chicken on the table. Ju Hyuk asked what he was talking about. The guy noticed that it was last time. He asked why the protagonist ran away from home then. Ju Hyuk hit him on the head, spilling the contents of the mug. The guy ducked, keeping his hand on the protagonist's head. Sang Hyun raised his eyebrows, saying that he could have just said that he didn't want to talk about it or that would kill him on the spot. Juhuk widened his eyes and put his finger to his nose, asking the guy to be quiet because their former colleagues were coming. A small group of people appeared at the door of the establishment. The protagonist introduced the location of the cafe between 2 tall buildings, Punk and Asung G&T. He said that the cafe was not far from their previous company. Juhuk closed his eyes, saying that he found this place while he was working there. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, suggesting that they quietly leave here before anyone notices them. The guy agreed with him. The man came closer, asking who they had here. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and turned around. He remembered the man saying that the guy got here through connections. Manager Park raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that he hadn't seen Ju Hyuk in a while. The man frowned, saying that Sang Hyun was here too, and the protagonist turned away. Ju Hyuk smiled, asking how he was doing. Manager Park raised his eyebrows, asking where he went from them. He put his hand to his chin, asking if the guy was working here. Ju Hyuk smiled awkwardly and laughed, thinking that it was obvious what he was after. Knowing Manager Park's personality, he had probably been gossiping non-stop since they left. He just wanted to hear that they couldn't find a job. The man smiled, agreeing with their words. Ju Hyuk closed his eyes, thinking that he already knew what the man would think when he heard that the protagonist became Sang Hyun's manager. Manager Park approached the protagonist, saying that when he saw his boss, he should say hello. The guy asked why he had to say hello. Manager Park froze, his eyes wide. Ju Hyuk covered his face with his hands. The man asked what he just said. The guy raised his eyebrows and put his hands out, trying to calm Sang Hyun down. The protagonist opened his mouth, asking what was wrong. He remembered the frowning Manager Park asking what the point of talent was if the head was stupid on the shoulders. The protagonist frowned, saying that they weren't even friends. The man folded his arms, calling him ignorant. He said that's why the guy was an outcast. The man asked if he really didn't understand how society works. Sang Hyun frowned. Manager Park raised his eyebrows, saying that no matter what kind of relationship they had, you need to be polite and say hello, because that's how you raise yourself. The man asked if the guy understood him. The hero laughed. He covered his face with his hand and turned away. Park raised his eyebrows, asking if he was really laughing at him. The hero smiled, saying that he was telling him about manners, even though he had approached someone else's table and was brazenly butting in where it wasn't his business. The people at the other table turned around. The protagonist remarked that it was not very polite to lecture on morals when you yourself were not particularly good at them. Park gritted his teeth and frowned. Sang Hyun raised his eyebrows, asking the man if that was true. Manager Park rolled up his sleeves, asking if the hero was asking for trouble. Sang Hyun stood in front of him, looking down at the man. He raised his eyebrows, asking what he did wrong. The man raised his eyebrows, looking at him. Park opened his mouth wide, asking if he wanted to fight. Ju Hyuk nervously shook his head, asking them to stop. The man smiled as he walked into the establishment. He raised his hand, saying that it was Sang Hyun. Ju Hyuk raised his eyebrows and smiled. The protagonist widened his eyes when he saw Director Woo. Manager Park turned his head, wondering who he was. The director came closer and spread his arms, saying that he was talking to Sang Hyun about the video he posted today. The number of views was just amazing. The guy raised his hand to his chest, asking for forgiveness. The man smiled, saying that the punk directors were thrilled when they saw the numbers. He has an eye for detail. Manager Park opened his mouth wide, looking at them. The man noticed that the CEO really wanted to have dinner with the protagonist, and he was just about to contact him about it. Park raised his eyebrows, thinking about that huge company Punk. He wondered if they really wanted to have dinner with Sang Hyun. The guy and the girl came closer. The protagonist noticed that it was that streamer. The girl covered her mouth, saying that the hero was even cuter in real life. The man turned around, raising his eyebrows. The guy noticed that he had already seen Sang Hyun on the broadcast in the office. He was really handsome. The girl came closer and picked up a piece of paper, asking him for an autograph. Director Woo smiled, asking the protagonist to do so since he himself wanted to ask for an autograph to show everyone. Manager Park widened his eyes. The protagonist agreed. Director Woo smiled, saying that he did not need it since the guy signed a partnership contract for him. The man widened his eyes in surprise. He wondered if this guy was an official partner of Punk. Sang Hyun raised his eyebrows, giving the girl the signed piece of paper. She thanked him. Park clenched his teeth furiously. He turned around, saying that they were leaving. His colleague pointed his finger to the side, saying that they did not even order anything. Manager Park frowned and opened his mouth wide, repeating that they were leaving. The guy reluctantly agreed with him. The group of people headed towards the exit. The hero looked after them and left. Ju Hyuk folded his hands in front of him, thanking the man. Director Woo put his hand on his hip, looking at them and saying that it was not worth thanking, because some people are like that by themselves. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, thanking him, because the man even lied for him. The man widened his eyes in surprise, asking where he lied. The guy awkwardly furrowed his brows, repeating his words about the directors being amazed by the number of views and wanting to have dinner with him. Director Woo laughed, saying that he might have awkwardly exaggerated. He raised his eyebrows and took the badge in his hand, saying that people like that only know how to yap, and also always get nervous when they hear some big names. Sang Hyun bowed, thanking him. Director Woo smiled and raised his hand, asking him not to worry and enjoy the dinner. He turned to the protagonist. The guy looked up at him. Director Woo smiled, asking to let him know when the guy was ready to have dinner with the CEO. Sang Hyun widened his eyes and smiled nervously. He turned to the man, saying that he was using his jokes again. Director Wu widened his eyes in surprise. He laughed, saying that it was true. Ju Hyuk scratched his neck, saying that they didn't really understand. The man said that he only lied about the directors in the office, everything else was true. Sang Hyun widened his shiny eyes. The man asked if they hadn't seen the view count. On the screen was the video of the protagonist choosing a bow for the first time. The protagonist remembered sitting in the office and thinking that just because something is popular on TREVY, it doesn't mean it will be popular on AllTube. Most likely, you'll have to upload at least 20 videos to see any positive trend. Sang Hyun was currently brushing his teeth, his hands shaking, thinking that he didn't expect much. He saw that one of his videos had 98,000 views. He never thought that he would get that many views in just one day. While brushing his teeth, he said in his head that even bubblegum failed on AllTube. And this despite the fact that he was one of the best on Treevy. He suddenly remembered the guy who told him that success on AllTube depends a lot on his editor, so it is very important that he is good. Then the guy remembered the videos that Jia made and said in his head that for a cut from a beginner streamer playing an obscure game, the views were incredible. Jia's edits greatly contributed to the success of his channel. With these thoughts, she took a deep breath and thought that he was really lucky. Ju Hyuk was sitting in the room at this time. He was looking at his phone and telling the protagonist that he just received a message from Assistant Lee. He says that Manager Park has been walking around with a dissatisfied face all day. He thinks that Sanhyun was brought in by some big shot. The protagonist went out to his friend and asked how he came to such a conclusion. Ju Hyuk laughed and answered, probably because of Director Wu's words, people like Park easily fall for such things. After that, he got up from his seat and went to the toilet, telling Sanhyun about it, who said that if you tell someone that the guy has been living here for a year, then they will also easily believe it, adding that he went to practice. A few minutes later, he was running along the track, thinking about how nice it was to stretch, adding that after he quit his job, he stopped doing sports. He ran forward and thought about that, not to mention that he was addicted to chicken and beer, but even his quitting sports does not justify idleness. He had headphones in his ears. A calm melodic song was coming from them. But suddenly it was interrupted by a loud ringing. Stopping, the guy picked up the phone and asked himself a call. After answering, Ju Hyuk said into the phone with displeasure that he should check his messages at least sometimes. The protagonist replied that he was jogging. Ju Hyuk couldn't help but shout loudly, asking if he didn't care about nuclear war either because he was jogging. The next minute was nothing but reproaches and scolding, which the protagonist tried not to listen to. After a short pause, he quietly said that the guy really was a manager through and through. Ju Hyuk calmed down a little and said that he just wanted to let him know that the views were off the charts, so it was no surprise that one of the punk directors wanted to have dinner with him, adding that he wouldn't be there, so the guy should behave decently. The protagonist nodded and said that he understood everything, after which he asked if his friend really made a fuss just because of that. There was no one in the park except the protagonist. Ju Hyuk replied that there was one more thing, about Jia. He suggested doing something for her, after all, they owed their success to her. They should at least express their gratitude to her. The protagonist thought for a moment and replied that the manager was right, after which he thoughtfully suggested giving her a gift. But without offering anything, he told Ju Hyuk to just forget about it. What? The guy asked. Sanghyun saw a girl running towards him not far away. Then he told his friend that he saw Ju. Some time passed. A catering establishment. There were many people standing in front of him. The protagonist looked at the people and wondered if this place hadn't just opened a week ago, adding that it was good that they had come in early in the morning. He walked to the table where Jia was waiting for him. After sitting down at the table, the guy said that he had brought food. After that, he asked her if she was sure that just burgers would be enough for her, since it was normal to demand something more expensive for her efforts. 30 minutes ago, Sanhan asked the girl what she would like to eat, to which she was very confused and said that she wanted to eat. Nothing is needed, Jia quickly answered in the present. The guy handed her a burger and said that if she changed her mind, she should say so. After opening the burger, the girl opened her mouth very wide. Seeing this, the protagonist was surprised. A few seconds later, Jia was still sitting with her mouth open. Then she said that it was difficult for her to eat while Sanhyun was watching. The guy was confused and apologized. At the same time, he said to himself that she opened her mouth so wide that he just. A few minutes passed. The protagonist ate potatoes and thought that he himself was not a fan of talking. Looking at Jia, he added that he could not compete with her taciturnity. Even when he tried to talk to her to break the awkward silence, Jia could exhale heavily and agree. She could lower her head and said, "And really," or she could just mumble. The conversation always ends in a dead end. The main character put his hand on his chest, thinking that there was no need for a heart-to-heart talk. The guy was lost in his thoughts, thinking that Jia must be having a hard time at work. The girl looked down in disappointment, saying that she was bad at keeping up a conversation. She added in confusion, "It seems that even if she gets drunk, nothing will come of it." Sang-han took a sip of his drink, saying that they had a normal conversation, especially when they were discussing the video. Jia thoughtfully replied that it was a work-related moment, because she can talk about work without any problems. She covered her face with her hair, saying that she can't talk about everyday life calmly. Sang-han looked at her with pity, exhaling heavily. The girl asked in a trembling voice if she was strange. The awkward question made the guy suddenly take the food out of his mouth. With tears in her eyes, the girl added that she often gets told about this. The male lead asked if something had happened at her previous job, to which Jia widened her eyes. "What?" she asked, confused. Sang-han stirred his drink, saying that working for a company had its perks, but there were also many disadvantages. He said that if you keep suppressing your feelings without saying a word, they will eventually come out. The ice smashed against the glass, and the male lead asked if the girl thought so. Sang-han didn't know what exactly had happened to her, but he thought he could understand, considering that he and Ju-huk had quit their office jobs. He was frustrated, hoping that the girl would be able to tell him what had happened. Jia widened her eyes in surprise. The male lead added, if she didn't mind, of course. The girl stood up carefully after the male lead. She carefully looked at his broad back. Jia thought that he really was that mature. Sang-han turned on the stream with a smile and greeted Trevi. People in the chat started greeting him and congratulating him on his partnership. The guy put his hand to his chest and said, if anyone hadn't heard, he was now a partner streamer of Punk. Some in the chat asked what about Kingdom Age, since he was supposed to be with Emilia. People asked if the guy wasn't interested in what the ending would be with Emilia, to which the main character just smiled. He said that they would continue playing Kingdom Age on the stream today. Sang-han immediately launched Kingdom Age, but the subscribers couldn't shake the feeling that the guy would complete Kingdom Age on this stream, and they believed that a new game was coming. Sang-han said that without further ado, it would be better to choose the path of a knight. The game immediately launched. Everything around was covered in snow. Emilia folded her hands with a smile on her face. The main character bowed before her, holding a sword in his hand. The girl carefully took it and called out to the guy. She slowly placed the weapon on the main character's shoulders, appointing him her knight. With a gleam in his eyes, Sang-han looked ahead. The girl looked into his eyes. Emilia smiled sincerely, folding her arms across her chest. People in the chat asked if this was the end. Someone wrote that Emilia's smile was very beautiful. Sang-han suddenly found himself in the house. He looked outside, asking if it was already spring. The chat also asked what was next. The guy looked down at his hands, saying that his clothes had changed and looked more luxurious. With a smile on his face, he added that he had become a full-fledged knight. The chat admired him, saying that the end was near. And this, the main character said, sharply lowering his gaze. People asked if something special was waiting for them. A piece of paper on fire appeared in the air. It suddenly opened in front of the cautious Sang-han's face. It was written on the paper that the main character needed to pass the final test to become a knight. He immediately thought that there was a final quest left. Looking at the scroll, the boy wondered if he was not a knight yet. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open and a boy ran in. Seeing the protagonist, he grabbed his head and screamed, asking if he was not dressed yet, since he would be so late for the test. Sang-chan asked in surprise. Hearing this, the boy was shocked. Suddenly, he screamed, asking if he had hit his head yesterday. The protagonist raised his hand to his mouth and said that nothing like that happened. The boy began to run around the boy, dressing him in armor and saying that he must defend the honor of the knight's title today. If Lady Emilia found out about this, as if, while he was saying this, a girl in a luxurious dress came out to them. It was Emilia. Raising her hand to her face, she sarcastically asked what she would find out about. Without waiting for an answer, she stepped towards the protagonist. Pulling Sang-chan to her, she kissed him tenderly. In real life, the guy was very confused, saying that it was sudden. People in the chat wrote that he was awarded right from the start. Sang-han thought in his head that, given everything that had happened, this kind of relationship was quite natural. The girl hugged the guy's neck and said that if something went wrong at the competition, did he understand that their future together would already be in question? Of course, the main character answered. Bright rays through the window looked into the room, where Emilia said that she definitely believed in Sang-han. After that, she took his hand and said that it was time to go. They walked to the exit, while the girl said that they needed to show everyone that he was worthy of being given a knight. A huge coliseum. Spectators filled all the stands. Emilia and the main character came out into the arena, who looked around and asked if there had always been such an arena near the castle. Then he wondered if this was a gladiatorial-style test. Albert and his men suddenly appeared in front of the protagonist. The viewers in the chat reacted negatively to his appearance. Looking at them, the guy wondered if he had understood correctly that they were ill-wishers. Suddenly, he heard a mockery from Albert's lips. After that, he mockingly asked what the Janrit family was thinking about putting such a person to the test. What passions, he added, around the title of knight. He rubbed his mustache and said that the protagonist was of ignoble origin, so he still had to prove his abilities to them. Emilia stepped forward and said that so far her lover had demonstrated them. He single-handedly captured the castle of Talleyrand and was even able to defeat an incredible monster. Albert laughed and asked how one could trust such absurd rumors. Hearing this, Emilia got angry. Unable to restrain herself, she said that the man spoke as if he himself had an abundance of knightly virtues. As soon as Albert heard this, he became furious. Pointing his finger at the girl, he yelled at her to follow through on her words, then asked how she could not belittle him in front of a worthless person like the protagonist. While he was yelling, the girl turned to her lover and said that it was time to go. Before Emilia left, the protagonist called out to her. Without looking at the girl, he firmly said that there was no need to worry about him because he himself agreed to the test. Emilia stepped towards Sanhyun. She put her hand on him and said that she was not worried. Squeezing his robe, she added that she just did not like being looked down upon. Hearing this, the guy was surprised. A warm smile appeared on his face, with which he said that they would not dare again. From now on, after these words, he entered the arena where they were already chanting his name. Many spectators were incredibly happy to see him. Sanhyun turned to Albert and asked what the conditions for victory were, to which he shook his finger and said that there was no need to cry. The cage began to slowly open. While the count was saying that there was a preparation that sounded like this, something hit the ground with force. A real knight, Albert said, and he will stop a troll in his tracks. Having finished speaking, a troll came out of the cage. A troll, the protagonist thought excitedly. In the chat, people were asking if this was too much. The spectators became worried and asked if this was dangerous. They looked at the monster, saying that Sanhyun only used a bow and arrows. People asked how one could defeat a troll using only arrows. In the chat, they asked if it was possible to shoot him to death with arrows, and someone suggested switching to melee weapons. People wrote that the monster constantly regenerates, so the arrows are unlikely to work. Albert laughed and shouted for the protagonist to try harder. He also added if the guy is a real knight. After a short silence, Sanhyun said that there is no trace of knights among them. The chat was indignant that they moved too far away from the guy. The protagonist suddenly grabbed the bow in his hand and began to look closely at the troll. Their eyes met and the guy thought that he was not attacking. People in the chat asked what he would do. Sanhyun pulled the arrow and abruptly fired an arrow into the monster's neck. The guy smiled, seeing great surprise in the chat, because the troll would definitely not die from this. The protagonist moved away when suddenly the monster fell motionless to the ground. An arrow was sticking out of its neck. Albert and the servants opened their mouths wide in surprise, looking down carefully. People from the stands watched how proudly the guy left the arena. The chat asked what it was. Suddenly, they happily wrote that it was a perfect shot. People laughed, saying that they had already forgotten that trolls are no exception. The chat praised the guy, saying that his perfect shot was a basic attack. The stand suddenly began to shout that Sanhyun was an archer to the core. Everyone shouted for applause for the main character and Emilia. Albert immediately shook with anger. He looked at the knights, shouting that someone had poisoned the troll, so he asked for an autopsy. The old man screamed indignantly when suddenly the girl took a step forward, declaring that the test was over. Emilia menacingly asked if Albert was really going to ruin another life, because in that case his honor would be trampled. The count's body shook with rage. Sanhyun put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said that his title of knight was confirmed. A ringing melody played near the castle. The protagonist and the girl walked forward hugging each other. Some in the chat were happy about their wedding, while others were disgusted to watch it. Looking at the girl, people admired how beautiful she was. The couple walked forward hand in hand to cheerful music. In the chat, they wrote that the atmosphere of the ending was very cute. The protagonist leaned against the wall, asking if this was the end. With a trembling hand, he looked at the pop-up credits, realizing that this was really the end. This was his first VR game. Sanhyun's hand began to get cold, thinking that the game lasted only a week. This game changed his life. With a sweet smile, he held her hand. The protagonist said goodbye to Emilia and thanked her. The end. Sanhyun looked coldly at the white screen. The guy exhaled heavily, saying that Kingdom Age was really over. After a while, he raised his head forward with a smile on his face. The guy said that they can move on to the next game. In the chat, people were happy about the new game. They asked if the main character was only into bows and arrows, because it seemed like he would be good at shooters too. People wrote that Sanhyun was already moving on, so he needed to get ready. The main character looked at the chat, thinking that people were mentioning Electron again, and most were talking about PvP games. The guy clenched his trembling hand into a fist, thinking that he would be lying if he said that he was not nervous at all. Online games are different from story games. The main character thought that he would have to fight real people, not bots. He didn't care how much time he spent studying tutorials, because there were a lot of people who were experts at this or that game. He thought that it would be difficult since he was only a beginner. Sanhan worriedly thought that if he was not careful, the image of a genius that everyone expected from him could be destroyed in an instant. However, the guy wanted to name the second game he was going to play today with a smile. He thought that he couldn't stand still just because he was afraid that people would be disappointed in him. Sanghyun shouted that it was Battle Age. Some time passed. There was a device on the table that showed a hologram, and there were chicken wings next to it. The protagonist and Ju-huk were sitting in the kitchen. The latter exhaled heavily and said that it seemed like the viewers who came to watch Kingdom Age would leave if Sanghyun changed the game. Really? The protagonist asked. He brought a can of drink and calmly said that many streamers face this, so there is no need to worry. How many viewers will leave? Ju-huk asked. The protagonist answered that it depends on the game. Sometimes streamers lose up to half of their audience. Half? The manager shouted in shock. Then he folded his arms and asked, so the streamer takes a risk every time he changes the game. Sanhyun replied that he had to do it because it was profitable in the long run. Without lowering the bank, he said that it was obvious if you think about it, what viewer would want to continue watching a streamer who is not developing. But during the stream, he looked at his stats and said to himself that even though he was saying this, but losing 900 viewers is extremely painful because it is almost half. In the chat, they asked if Almond was really playing Battle Rage now, adding that they were leaving. The number of viewers was rapidly falling. Sanhyun nodded and said that he expected this, which means everything is fine. He installed the game and said that as soon as it was installed, he would start playing. Hearing this, viewers in the chat asked if he was really downloading it only now, hadn't played it before. He suddenly received a donation of 1,000 won from a Fagado. He wrote that everything was correct because this game is very realistic. After reading this, Sanhyun asked in surprise if it was more realistic than Kingdom Age. He received a donation from the same person again. He replied that Battle Rage was a little more modern than Kingdom Age. After reading this, the guy was even more surprised and asked himself if it would really be like real Olympics, because yes, the game was very realistic. It looked like it would be fun. As soon as he thought about it, a notification appeared in front of him, stating that the installation of the game was complete. The next second, Battle Rage was logged in. A loud helicopter sound was heard. Inside, a guy was shouting that they were there. They needed to get ready to land. The main character was sitting on the edge of the helicopter and saying in his head that this can't be happening. Is it really that realistic? The helicopter hovered high above the ground. Viewers wrote in the chat that it was very high here. Suddenly, the instructor in the helicopter shouted in the main character's ear to jump right now. Sanhyun was terrified, wondering how he could jump from such a height. He looked down and couldn't move. He said then that when he watched the game tutorial, he didn't think it would happen like this. Forward, the man next to him suddenly shouted, jumping out of the helicopter. He really jumped, the main character shouted to himself, looking at the opening parachute. People on the other side also started jumping. They flew down, after which they opened their parachutes. Reading the chat in which they supported him, Sanhyun realized that he couldn't lose. With these thoughts, he stepped forward. The guy spread his arms and flew down. Flying down, he asked himself, what the hell, adding that the game didn't feel like a game at all. In horror, he screamed loudly. Suddenly, his parachute opened. Holding onto its straps, he sighed in relief and said that it turned out that it opened automatically. Looking down, he spoke to himself, but still. The guy looked down worriedly, wondering if he was falling too fast. After a while, the protagonist fell to the ground, landing hard on his back. The chat laughed at him, saying that he could screw up, so there were witnesses. Sanhyun squatted down, trying to get up. They asked him if everything was okay. The guy rubbed his chin with his hand, asking what kind of action was going on from the start. Suddenly, he turned to the side. The guys were fighting among themselves. The protagonist thought it was a complete mess when suddenly he heard a loud scream. The guys were pointing at Sanhyun, shouting that there was a newbie here, so they would kill him. The protagonist worriedly asked how they knew, because his level was really showing here. The chat wrote that anyone would call him a noob, looking at his spectacular landing. The guy looked towards the bunker, shouting that he would run there for now. A couple of minutes later, the door to the building quickly slammed shut. Sanhyun said that he ran here without looking, but hoped that there was something like a weapon inside. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The guy saw arrows on the table. That's it, he thought happily. A compound bow, the protagonist shouted, coming closer. The guy carefully extended his hand forward. He thought that as a professional athlete, he sometimes had fun with such, and who would have thought that he would come across a bow here? Suddenly, a quiet sound was heard behind the protagonist. The guy quickly turned around, raising his head up. Sanhyun worriedly wondered if the opponents were really climbing the outside stairs. The guy abruptly grabbed the bow, thinking that the players were trying to get into the building through the second floor. A couple of minutes later, the guys carefully opened the door to the bunker. One of them looked at the stairs, saying that the protagonist must be on the first floor. The guy was asked if he was just hiding. His partner responded, "Judging by the way the protagonist landed, he was definitely a newbie." An arrow flew into the player's head at high speed. The guy excitedly asked how he died, to which his partner shouted that the bastard had a bow. He began to look around, saying that judging by the trajectory, the arrow flew from that direction. The guy grabbed his weapon, shouting that it was on the first floor. Sanhyun suddenly fired his bow, hitting the guy in the forehead. In the message, he read that he committed a double kill. The protagonist pulled the arrow, thinking that he was the last one left. He abruptly opened his eyes in surprise. Looking around, the guy said upset that the enemy ran away. The protagonist scratched the back of his head, asking if he should follow the guy. In the chat, people wrote that the guys were in a team, so they needed to be killed. Team is a term for an alliance of players, even if they are enemies. The protagonist walked forward, saying that the player couldn't have run far, when suddenly he appeared behind him. The player pulled the arrow, screaming loudly and calling Sanhyun a bastard. With great speed, the protagonist shot an arrow into his forehead. The player's lifeless body suddenly fell to the floor. Sanhyun said with a smile that the guy thought that if he copied him, it would help. In the chat, people supported him, saying that it was cool. The protagonist asked if it was really that easy to kill in Battle Rage. People wrote that the guy just threw guys under the level. Sanhyun smiled, saying that then he didn't have to be shy. He immediately heard a loud sound behind him. The guy turned around in fear. The protagonist anxiously asked what that sound was. A message suddenly appeared in front of the guy's face. In it, he read that the blue zone would decrease in 30 seconds. This is a survival game, so you might think that hiding and waiting for the enemies to become fewer is a good idea. However, Battle Rage has a blue zone system that prevents such methods. A notification would appear stating that the blue zone would shrink in 30 seconds. At first, the entire map is in the blue zone, but after a while, part of the territory is cut off. If the player is outside the zone, he will begin to receive constant damage, which will eventually lead to death. The protagonist opened the map and realized that he was not in the best position. Suddenly, he heard footsteps on the street and, looking out the window, said that the other players had already run from here, which meant he needed to hurry too. His foot stepped on the ground. In front of him were ruins. There were not many places to hide here, so he had to act carefully. Sanhyun hid behind a wall and heard the sound of a car. Looking around, he tried to figure out where the transport was coming from. But suddenly, a bullet whistled right in front of his nose. At that very moment, they opened fire on him. The terrified guy looked at the hole in the wall, and the viewers in the chat laughed at him. After reading the chat, he sheepishly said that he was scared only because this was his first game. As soon as he said this, he heard a car approaching from behind. The guy ran away, saying to himself that they would not drive up to them by car, so he would just take cover. But right in front of him, the wall shattered into small pieces. Running away, the protagonist was surprised to say to himself that they had destroyed the wall with bullets. Without stopping, he realized that if he continued running, he would run to another wall. As soon as he thought about it, he saw a strong wall in front of him. Forward, Sanhyun exclaimed in his head. He deftly stepped on the wall with his foot. At that moment, his opponents took out their guns. The protagonist deftly climbed the wall. At that moment, he disappeared, and the opponents began shooting at the wall. The guy was furiously firing his machine gun and screaming, asking why the bullets weren't hitting him, adding that he was going to die anyway, so stop hiding. At this point, the main character quickly translated and peeked out from behind cover. He saw 3 guys getting out of the car. Another group, he asked himself. The viewers in the chat were indignant. They were asking why so many players were teaming up alone. One of them told his comrade to go check, and Sanhyun had already pulled the bowstring. He heard voices, so he listened to them. After waiting for a moment, he stepped forward. At that very second, he fired an arrow into the enemy's head, killing Ralphin perfectly. Hiding, the guy took out the arrow and said to himself that it was very good that they weren't wearing helmets. He heard a frightened cry, asking how he was able to kill their comrade with one shot. The blonde guy looked at his dead comrade and said that bows deal a lot of damage by default, but it wasn't scary because it was hard to aim with a bow. As he finished speaking, an arrow flew at his head. The last of the squad jumped into cover in horror. Looking out, Sanhyun couldn't spot the enemy, so he was told in the chat that he hid. Viewers also wrote that they needed to run after him faster, but the protagonist calmly said that there was no need. Hearing the enemy's furious screams, he raised his bow and took aim. There, he said firmly, preparing to release the arrow. The next second, the arrow quickly rushed towards the enemy. The arrow flew along a perfect trajectory straight at the enemy. A loud, painful cry was heard. Hearing this, Sanhyun took out another arrow. After aiming, he said that from the noise of the enemy, it became clear that he had moved a little. He calculated the enemy by the sound. He shot the arrow again. The guy suddenly shot the arrow. It flew down quickly, after which he saw a splash of blood and read that the player was incapacitated. The main character looked out from behind the wall and asked if he really wasn't dead, and what did he mean, incapacitated. In the chat, he read that this was when the guy fatally wounded a person, but not in the head, and in fact, this is a problem. Sanhyun raised his head, wondering why there were so many teams in the match. He suddenly remembered that these were team battles. The main character looked ahead, confused. The guy thought that now he remembered, because team battle is a mode that allows 4 players to unite into a team. Sanhyun thought that a team does not necessarily need exactly 4 players, because you can play this mode together or even alone. The guy scratched his cheek, asking how he could make such a stupid mistake. The chat laughed at the guy's absent-mindedness. The Solo Alliance suddenly donated him 10,000 won, agreeing to give him another 10,000 won if the protagonist took first place. Sanhyun smiled and thanked them for the mission. The guy thought that it seemed a little strange, because even if they were a team, why was the guy alive, although the rest of his teammates were killed and there was no one to raise him? Sanhyun abruptly turned to the side, seeing the barrel of a gun. Suddenly, a loud shot was heard, which rang out from a bullet in the protagonist's leg. The guy wondered if there was really another team member left. Sanhyun fell to the ground, surrounded by blood. His hand was shaking and he thought that he had been shot. A shot was heard behind him and Sanhyun wondered why it felt so vivid. The protagonist began to tumble on the ground, dodging the shots. After rolling, he suddenly rested his back against the wall. Trying to catch his breath, the guy looked down. Sanhyun looked at the pulse in the pop-up window and wondered what it was. He thought it was only a second, but it barely crossed the red mark. The protagonist knew that if the indicator turned red, the security system would perceive it as a signal to forcefully exit the system to protect the player. The guy wondered how people played this game if the risks were so high. He worriedly wondered if there was something wrong with him. Sanhyun listened and sensed someone's footsteps behind him. The guy turned around in fear and the chat was asking why he was twitching if there was no sound. The protagonist thought there was a sound, and what a sound. He thought it wasn't that far, since the enemy was slowly creeping up, but had no doubt about the direction. Sanhyun closed his eyes, wondering if the enemy really knew where he was, since he had 0 chances of winning against a point-blank shot. Right, he thought, opening his eyes wide. The guy grabbed his bow, thinking that the player was not hesitating with the course for some other reason, and not because of him. The protagonist looked out from behind the wall, watching where he was heading. After a short distance, he stopped in place. Now, thought Sanhyun, the guy made a double kill, shooting at the heads of opponents. With a sly smile, the protagonist shouted that he thought so, because the player wanted to raise his comrade. With pride, he added that he won. In the chat, the guy began to read how everyone admired him and considered him cool, and also received donations. He was donated 3,000 won, saying that Sanhyun is cooler than Electron. The protagonist read the chat, thinking that there were so many nicknames in it that he did not recognize, and although the amounts were small, he was still pleased. With a smile on his face, he thought that he was on the path of a popular streamer. Sanhyun turned to the side, deciding to see what the players dropped. He suddenly noticed a gun on the ground in front of him. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from excitement. Sanhyun wondered if he should switch from a bow to a gun. He silently looked at the gun on the ground. It was shining, and the guy wondered if he should switch to rifles. Viewers began to write in the chat that it was a popular assault rifle. Some of them wanted the streamer to take a rifle, and some wanted him to stay with the bow. The protagonist looked at the gun and wondered what he should do. He knew that if he continued like this and won with a bow, he could establish himself as a one-content streamer like he did in Kingdom Age. Sanhyun himself wanted to continue using a bow. Without moving from his seat, he wondered if people would take him foregoing a gun if he lost. While he was thinking about this, he received a notification. It was a donation from Jia in the amount of 10,000 won. Below, she gave a quest to win with a bow and get 100,000 won. After reading this, the protagonist was very happy and said in his head that this quest came up at the right time. But suddenly he saw the name of the donor. Jia, he exclaimed to himself. Before accepting, he said to himself that Jia hardly had much money, considering that she lived in the same area. But after accepting the quest, he said to himself that he needed it for the stream. After that, he said with a big smile on his face that he would show everyone winning with a bow. People in the chat wished him luck. Some time passed. There were consumables for healing on the ground. Viewers wrote in the chat that he needed to find a helmet, adding that they usually fell in the ranch area. The protagonist opened the map to the protagonist and said that it was quite far from here. Without looking up from the map, he added that it would be nice to get a car. Then the chat asked him to look to the side. Turning around, the guy saw a car. A few minutes later, he was flying off-road in a car. He opened the map and said that he was heading straight to the ranch. His car was quickly covering a long distance. The chat was asking if it was okay for him to brazenly drive through an area teeming with players. What? The guy asked calmly. Suddenly, a grenade flew towards him. It landed right next to the car. At that very second, there was a powerful explosion. Sanhyun covered his face with his hands from the bright flash. His car flipped over onto its roof. The main character held on and said that the accident happened on level ground. The viewers laughed, but suddenly a message came that another grenade could fly in. After reading this, the main character screamed in shock, asking if there was another one. As soon as he asked this, another grenade fell next to his car. There was a powerful explosion, and all the viewers buried the streamer. But Sanhyun, sitting in cover, asked not to bury him ahead of time. Peering out from behind the wall, he thought that he couldn't see anything because of the smoke. Suddenly, he got the idea to go up to the roof. A few minutes later, his feet were already running up the stairs. Running out onto the roof, he made sure that there was no one. In the distance, he saw a mountain. Approaching the edge of the roof, the guy took a closer look and landed right there. But before he could finish speaking, a bullet flew right in front of him. Having hidden, Sanhyun asked himself if he had already been noticed. The player asked him to wait because the main character had already hidden. The guy lowered his weapon down, saying, "What a pity." The guy turned to his partners and ordered them to enter the building because they would be covered. The main character squinted, pressing himself closer to the wall. In the chat, they asked the guy to return to the building because there was no cover up there, so he could easily be shot. Sanhyun tried to breathe deeply. The guy closed his eyes and thought about staying calm and listening carefully to the sounds around him. The guy remembered seeing 4 people, 2 of whom were approaching. Sanhyun said that the problem was that if he poked his head out, he would be killed immediately. The guy looked at the stones flying from the shots, wondering what he could do. The player looked through the scope. He asked if the protagonist had given up since he was not moving at all. His partner replied that the guy would not stick his head out because he would be killed, so he should go to the roof. Sanhyun felt 2 players getting closer to the bunker. He pulled his bow, raising it up. The enemy took a step and stepped on a branch, which made a cracking sound. Sanhyun stuck his head out, shooting an arrow into the sky. He looked down, seeing a weapon in the enemy's hands. Looking up, he thought about taking another step. The protagonist looked at the approaching players. An arrow was shot into one of the guy's shoulder at high speed. His partner screamed, asking where it came from when he was also shot in the head. The chat was surprised how Sanhyun hit the player because the bow really has homing arrows. The protagonist read the chat, where people admired him. The guy thought that he only learned a couple of tricks while training to impress his friends, but he did not think that it would be useful here. As a child, the guy got hit by a falling arrow. The man angrily shouted at Sanhyun not to break the equipment. Holding the bow in his hand, he thought that everyone does crazy things when they are young. The protagonist sat down on the floor, turning around sharply. He listened and felt footsteps. The guy thought that the enemy was coming from behind. Sanhyun turned around, seeing a closed door behind him. He pulled the arrow, thinking that the enemy had a gun, and in a head-on fight, he was at a disadvantage. The guy was scared, thinking that when the enemy started shooting point blank, he wouldn't even have time to place the arrow, so he could only hope that he would miss. The main character suddenly took a stance, pointing the bow forward. He thought that relying on chance was not his style. The guy looked ahead carefully, hoping not to make a mistake. The enemy suddenly put his hand on the door handle. Sanhyun abruptly released the arrow from his hand. People in the chat did not understand what he was doing because the door was not yet open. The arrow flew forward rapidly. As soon as the door opened, the arrow instantly flew through the crack. It quickly stuck in the stomach of the guy, who was holding the gun pointed forward. A drop of sweat appeared on his frightened face and he wondered how it was. The guy looked at the small crack in bewilderment. Sanhyun quickly looked ahead through the sight. He saw hair in front of him. The door to the roof swung open from the enemy's body falling down. The guy who burst in was killed. The chat room viewers exploded in shock and admiration. The main character smiled and said that he simply calculated the right time. 2 of the squad looked through the sights and asked why it was so quiet. They suddenly received a message from a dead comrade. He reported that this guy has no place in this rating because he killed him as soon as the door opened. After reading this, the sniper was very surprised and asked what. The dead man repeated that he died as soon as the door opened. The sniper spilled, after which he asked how such an opponent even got to such a rank. The main character at this time was sitting quietly on the roof. A team of 4 people Monday is love. It consists of talented and experienced players with experience in amateur tournaments. But after a year of inactivity for various reasons, their names disappeared from the list. It really turned out to be far from expectations. As a result, everyone returned to the game with reset ranks stuck in the lower lines of the rating. The half-dead member of their team told the guys to come and pick him up, to which the sniper asked discontentedly how they would pick him up because the main character would kill him before they could get there. Until he killed him, the guy said, trying to crawl out of the building. Hearing this, the sniper hissed discontentedly. Then he looked away and said in his head that his plan was obvious. He wanted to attack while they were healing, but there were 2 of them left. Then why was the guy so self-confident? His comrade stood up and offered to leave the sponge because if he really was shot at the perfect moment, there was a real pro there. Squidward got angry and screamed, asking if he was really going to run away in the beginner ranking. Did he really forget that they were trying to get the diamonds back? The guy lowered his head and said that even if they ran away, they would not lose their rank. But we will lose face, Squidward screamed in rage. Hearing this, the boy closed his eyes and asked himself why his friend was taking the game so seriously. While he was thinking about this, Squidward took his gun off the sight. Seeing this, the boy asked in surprise if he was really going to go, adding that it would be better for him to do it, and his friend would joke around since he was a sniper. Squidward stood up and asked how he would lift his friend alone since he needed reliable cover. Having said this, the guys looked around the house. Then they got off the hill. Walking towards the house, they passed Krabs' corpse. Then the boy suggested speeding up, and Squidward, aiming at the roof, asked discontentedly if he really didn't understand at all. He explained that they needed to dump them early in case the enemy suddenly jumped out from around the corner. He stared at the corner of the roof. His friend raised his gun and was very surprised. He pointed to the corner and exclaimed that there was a sponge there. Squidward saw his comrade and said that if they stuck to the wall, the enemy's field of view would be lower, but his comrade still shouldn't take his eyes off the sight. Okay, the guy said, staring at the roof. A few seconds later, they reached the nearest wall. Squidward breathed a sigh of relief and said in his head that they were in the enemy's blind spot, so he could relax a little. But suddenly, an arrow flashed in the player's sight. It rose into the sky with a perfect trajectory. The guys immediately remembered how Krabs died, so they saw that the arrow was flying right at the head. Looking at the whistling arrow, Squidward realized that the enemy had predicted their movements, so they couldn't go any further, only backwards or to the side. The guys were scared and thought that they needed to dodge. Jumping up, both jumped in different directions, dodging. The arrow quickly stuck into the ground. The player looked at it excitedly, thinking that they had escaped. Turning his head, he saw his partner falling down. The guy looked at the stuck arrow in horror. Looking closer, he noticed an arrow that flew right into his eye. Shocked, he thought that it was simply impossible for an arrow to fly. The guy turned forward, thinking, at such an angle. In front of his face, he suddenly noticed the protagonist pointing a bow at him. Crazy, the player thought anxiously. Suddenly, a whistle from a fired arrow was heard in the air. The system window said that a double murder had been committed. Sanhan exhaled heavily, saying that it was good that he took a painkiller when suddenly people started donating to him. The protagonist was being treated, saying that everything hurt. The guy took a sip. In the chat, they wrote why he was jumping from the roof, risking not getting there at all in the air, because he was jumping recklessly. The guy looked forward, seeing that the blue zone would decrease in 30 seconds. Sanhan put his hand on his knee, saying that there were only 26 people left. He stood up, saying that since he was almost recovered, they could continue. The guy was nervously typing on the keyboard. He immediately opened the game website. He pressed enter with all his might. One of the first was a website where a pro was running amok at low ranks. There were shots of the main character fighting with players. The guy thought that Sanhan had single-handedly destroyed all four. In the comments, people were surprised how it was possible to shoot upwards and hit the head. People asked if he wasn't a pro, since it was impossible to win with a bow. The guy watched a large number of doubters. He began to quickly type that he was Squidward, since those who knew him remembered that last year their team had a diamond rank of 1. People were perplexedly asking how he got here and when he returned. The guy smiled with an embarrassed smile. The comments asked who the guy was who had destroyed Squidward, because Monday is an elite team even after a year-long break. Someone was indignant that the guy just came to complain after a miserable defeat. The guy happily thought that he had found out who the archer was because he was streaming. The guy clicked on the link, opening the stream. He suddenly realized what it was. The guy was quickly typing something on the keyboard, saying that the main character had come to an end. Sanhan quickly pulled out the drawer. The guy was upset that it was also empty. The chat said that there were a lot of weapons in the building, but he had no choice since the mission was with a bow. There were rifles, grenades, and pistols in the bunker. The main character suddenly turned to the side. In front of him, he saw 2 tasks, the prize fund of which had increased and was about 400,000. He thought that the viewers had started adding on top after seeing his game, so he should see how many there were. On the screen, the guy saw that about 2,000 viewers were watching him. Sanhan smiled awkwardly, thinking that he needed to control his facial expressions. He scratched his face awkwardly, saying that since there was nothing else, he was leaving. The guy thought that the number of viewers had dropped by 1,000 when he changed the game, but now it was growing again. He opened his eyes wide. In the chat, people were indignant, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about since they were seeing him for the first time. Sanhan worriedly thought that the atmosphere of the chat was somehow strange. One of the messages said that he deliberately leaked his rank, then. What? The main character asked himself in shock after reading this. I'm deliberately leaking, he asked himself, looking at the chat. Then he realized that it was not surprising at all that the number of viewers had increased sharply since they had poured out of the forum. Complete chaos was happening in the chat. Reading the messages, Sanhan said in his head that he needed to think positively because the haters were also viewers. He knew that they would all realize that it was a lie if they kept watching. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him saying that the blue zone had shrunk. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of gunfire. Looking out the window, he said that it seemed like skirmishes had become more frequent. The chat responded that skirmishes were now inevitable. After reading this, he went outside and said that he had to go too. Suddenly, a notification came saying that 5 kills had been committed in a row by one person. The protagonist ran forward and read the chat, which wrote that he was now in the top 10. Turning the corner, he wondered how many teams were left, immediately adding that it did not matter because he just needed to beat them. When suddenly he collided with another player. Grabbing his face, the guy cried out in pain. When he came to his senses, he raised his head and asked himself what he had bumped into. In front of him, he saw a machine gun shining in the sun. Immediately there was gunfire, but the main character managed to jump into cover. Then he rose sharply and pulled the bowstring. The player with the machine gun was slowly approaching him. Holding the arrow, the streamer said to himself, "Here." He is right there. A loud scream was heard. At that very second, a bullet flew into the head of the player with the machine gun. The dead man's comrades screamed in shock, asking if she was really a sniper, then they should shoot there. 2 players turned away and opened fire. The main character looked at them and said that he had deceived them. Coming out of the corner, he pulled the bow and said to himself that playing alone even has its advantages. The next second, an arrow flew into the player's head, which broke the helmet protection. They immediately crouched in the pit. While the comrade was healing, his partner asked who uses a bow in the current meta. He also added that he thought that there were 1 or 2 teams left, but this was unexpected. Suddenly, he heard an arrow whistle over his head. As soon as he raised his head, an arrow perfectly pierced his helmet. The player was incapacitated. Seeing this, his partner was terrified, where he screamed loudly, but an arrow had already pierced his shoulder. Pressing himself to the corner, he began to ask around and ask how he did it, but another arrow was flying at the guy. A second later, the guy died. The protagonist committed a double kill. Having received the message, Sanhyun was happy. The viewers in the chat were delighted with such skill. People continued to die. Only 4 players remained. The protagonist looked out from behind the corner and said to himself that if the remaining 3 are not from the same team, will he be able to take first place, he asked himself. The system window reported that the blue zone would decrease in 30 seconds. The protagonist jumped up, saying that he was unlucky. Suddenly, someone in the chat called the guy arrogant. The message contained information about both missions and their rewards, and the chat begged the sniper to hit Sanhan's head. The protagonist suddenly remembered him. The guy thought that fortunately the map had shrunk, but the sniper still had somewhere to hide. He walked along the wall, hoping that the remaining 3 would be as dispersed as possible. Approaching the edge, the guy carefully looked out, hearing voices. 3 guys were discussing that there was 1 player left who was hiding. One of the guys asked the 2 to look, and he would cover. The protagonist pressed himself against the wall in fear when suddenly the chat wrote that it would be hot now because the guy was unlucky. The player approached the stone, saying, "Up to here." He added that in order to avoid damage to the zone, the protagonist must go to the specified place. He was glad that the police were pretty good and the blue zone was on their side. The blue zone suddenly began to shrink. Sang Hyun looked ahead menacingly, thinking that first place was almost in his pocket. He gripped the bow tightly in his hand, wondering whether he would take first place or finish 4th. The difference in the effect of winning solo and a good performance would be colossal. The protagonist thought that it was in such critical moments that true skill was revealed. The boy looked at the missions, thinking that in such competitive situations, it was imperative to prove to everyone that the player was good. He purposefully looked ahead, hoping to prove that he was a master. Sang Hyun looked at the opponents, knowing that they had let down their guard because they thought they had an advantage. The boy took out a pill, wondering what happened when the opponent let down his guard. He threw the medicine into his mouth, thinking that it was time to attack. The player looked ahead, noticing something strange in front of him. He asked why the protagonist did not come out, since the blue zone was right next to him, to which his partner asked him to just wait, since the guy had no choice anyway. He would definitely come out, the player added, while Sanhyun pressed himself tightly against the wall. The blue zone was getting smaller when suddenly the protagonist's leg went beyond it. The guy gritted his teeth, reading that he was taking damage from the zone, so he better hurry. The player turned around, asking if he had simply missed the protagonist. The guy asked if he was behind him, when suddenly his partner looked at him in bewilderment. Sanhyun pulled the arrow, thinking that there was just a little bit left. The player turned to the side, shouting loudly that this could not be. The protagonist noticed that he had turned away since he was watching him closely. An arrow suddenly pierced the player's back at great speed. He was incapacitated, which scared his partner. He took aim, pointing the weapon forward. From the blue zone, the wall began to quickly collapse. The player was shouting for the enemy to come out while he was sitting to the side behind the wall. Sanhyun took aim and immediately fired an arrow upward. It quickly stuck into the guy's head, killing him. The protagonist suddenly screamed. The guy fell to the ground, trying to catch his breath. In the chat, people were very surprised that the guy managed to return from the zone with 10% health. The protagonist exhaled with relief. He happily said that he was left alone on the map. The protagonist wrapped a bandage around his hand and thought that even after losing 2 comrades, the last player did not make a sound, and then asked himself if this was the same annoying sniper. The guy was sitting behind cover and said that since he was not shooting, it meant he could not see, and then added that he had a rough idea of the range of his blind spot. A notification appeared stating that the blue zone was decreasing. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that it would be great if the enemy stayed in place. But suddenly he saw one of the last enemy's fallen comrades crawling somewhere. Sang Hyun picked up his bow and wondered if he was going to ask his comrade to pick it up, adding that if he followed him, he could find out the latter's location. Suddenly, it occurred to him. He remembered the enemy who was carrying his comrade and wondered if it wouldn't take a long time to heal. In a situation where victory was at stake, anyone would prefer to act with caution. The zone was right behind Sang Hyun, while he was thinking that given the blue zone was shrinking, they still had the advantage, so there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Let's admit it, a trick. He watched where the wounded enemy was crawling and said in his mind that they were trying to lure him into the sniper's line of sight. So the enemy was hiding where this route was well heated, so he should determine his location based on that. With these thoughts, the guy lay down on the grass and crawled. But suddenly his eyes were filled with surprise. Where is he? He asked himself. Sanhyun looked one way, but there was no one there. He looked the other way, but there was no one there either. Where is he hiding? The protagonist asked himself, stopping in place. A drop of cold sweat was running down his cheek. Suddenly, lightning seemed to flash in his eyes. He found the sniper, who was lying behind the barrels. Watching his opponent from the grass, the protagonist realized that the sniper definitely did not see him, which meant that this was his only chance. Then he looked at his bow and asked himself how he could finish off his opponent, since he could not pull the bowstring while lying down. Suddenly, he jumped up and rolled over onto his back. The spectators asked why he lay down, but Sanhyun placed his bow at his feet. The bow rested on his leg, thanks to which the guy was able to pull the bowstring. His hands were shaking, and in his head he said that he himself did not know if this was possible. His face was tense and his eyes were questioning why bother, there would only be one attempt anyway. He aimed at the sniper and asked himself to hit, no matter what. Having said this, he released the bowstring. The sniper heard a whistle and turned around to see an arrow flying at him. At that very second, his helmet shattered into pieces. The guy survived and ran for cover. The protagonist smiled and asked if the viewers understood him. What to do in such moments? His arrow flew into the sky while the sniper was healing. The arrow flew along a perfect trajectory, twisting in the air. Then it pierced the sniper's head. Blood splattered in all directions and the guy's eyes turned white. The sniper fell to the ground dead. The last message about the player's kill appeared. Few viewers believed that the protagonist would win in a 3-on-1 situation. When they saw the 3 guys, they asked in the chat if it was even possible. But in fact, they wrote that even the zone was against him. Many did not believe it. But, first, he killed the first, and then the second opponent. The guy was perplexedly asked why he did not shoot, because he needed to hurry. The main character confidently fired an arrow, when suddenly the viewers began to rejoice that he hit. They wrote that there was one more shot left, thereby supporting the guy. Sanhyun stood, pointing his bow forward. The player's corpse lay motionless on the ground, which surprised the viewers. The first match in the game alone ended in first place. Raising his head up, the guy saw congratulations on first place as well as payments for missions. This was an unexpected result. Sanhyun looked at the enthusiastic comments and donations with a smile on his face. The main character sincerely thanked them. On the screen, the main character suddenly saw a donation of 50,000 won from Miho. The chat was full of surprise, asking if this was the real Miho, when suddenly the guy was confused, wondering if this was the famous streamer. He thought it was better not to rush to react, after which he began to sincerely thank people for donations. The girl donated to the main character again, asking if the guy wanted to join the clan. Sanhyun was surprised, they were really offering it to a newbie like him. The chat began to enthusiastically write, if this was Miho, then everyone would even agree to slavery. The main character read the chat, thinking, judging by the reaction of the viewers, such offers do not come to just anyone, after which he replied that he was still a newbie, so he needed to train more. Miho donated 50,000 won again for a donation, asking to contact her if the guy changes his mind. Sanhyun scratched his head in embarrassment, answering that he would definitely think about it. The guy waved, saying that was all for today, so he turned off the broadcast. Joo-hyuk exclaimed in surprise, could it really be Miho, when suddenly he asked him to look at his phone. The main character looked at the girl's photo enthusiastically. He asked if she was a model or a celebrity, to which Juhyuk sheepishly called her a beauty. The guy thought it was good that the main character refused, to which Sanghan replied that he was still a rookie, so he did not want to be compared to professionals. He asked with interest how the reaction to his game was. Reading the comments, Juhyuk replied that the reaction was positive, and of course, most people were rooting for Kingdom Age, but this is a thematic forum, so this is expected. The guy moved on to the Battle Rage forum, saying that everything was a little sadder there. The main character read that he was a loser because he fooled even Miho. The guy said that he saw something like this in his chat, and suddenly Juhyuk exclaimed, asking if he really knew. He said that Sanhyun was either slow or indifferent, because he was really not going to answer anything. The protagonist scratched his head, answering that with a closed profile, something like this was inevitable. With a smile on his face, he asked if he should open his profile again, and Juhyuk asked with displeasure if the guy really wanted to share his income with hackers. The protagonist thoughtfully decided to leave everything as it was, because this is also part of fame. Juhyuk thought that such a hype is even an opportunity. He added that with the right approach, it can increase Sanhyun's popularity. He also shouted that they are turning a crisis into an opportunity. After some time, on the computer screen, the protagonist read that his account was blocked due to a Smurf account. Juhyuk angrily yelled that the account was blocked without even checking. He raised his laptop above himself, asking if he was being bullied. Sanghyun put his hand to his chin, saying that he had done nothing wrong, so he thought that the block would be lifted if he explained everything, but they hadn't responded to his email for several hours. Juhyuk angrily yelled that they were just idiots who didn't need any explanations. After calming down a bit, the guy said that maybe it was for the best. He started typing something on the computer, saying that this was also part of fame. The guy pointed at Sanghyun, saying that if it came to that, they needed to become famous properly. Juhyuk frowned and asked the protagonist to prepare to make a statement. Sanghyun sat down at the computer and started writing a post about how he had received many reports during his stream, and as a result, his account was currently blocked. The guy wrote that he still hadn't gotten a response from the admins, when suddenly the comments started asking what was going on. He thought that people were worried, while Juhyuk was menacingly typing something on his laptop after reading the latest news. Under the post, the admin wrote that if the guy is good, then he is a cheater. The protagonist read the comments, seeing the positive reaction, because Kingdom Age fans stood up for him. He thought that this would soon spread. The comments sided with the protagonist, asking if the admins could do something normal, because it was no wonder the game was dying. Sanghyun ducked, asking how it was, to which Juhyuk replied that the community was furious. People asked how good the guy was, that people decided that these were cheats without even watching the recording, and whether it was even possible to get so many complaints for one game. The protagonist's phone suddenly vibrated. The guy looked at his phone, seeing that Mr. Jia from the company had just contacted him. The video of the battle had not yet been posted online. It was a clear day outside. Sanhyun posted about being called a cheater and banned after just one match. People started discussing it en masse, even at work. People stopped to read it on the street. They thought it was impossible to get banned in one match, so they came to watch. The chat was blazing. It's starting, they wrote in the chat. The helicopter hovered high above the ground. The main character was sitting inside. The match mode was Team Deathmatch. Did he really go alone in this mode? They asked in the chat. The viewers laughed at him, saying that anything can happen the first time. Juhyuk watched the chat and happily said that the reaction was very good. At first, most viewers were skeptical about the title of the video, but as they watched the game, skepticism was replaced by amazement. Sanhyun killed his opponents one after another with a bow. Thus, he took first place. The viewers in the chat were amazed by such a perfect game. The cherry on the cake was the last one-on-one fight, which caused a standing ovation. The guys in the office who watched the recording said that it was awesome, so it deserved a separate video. His friend leaned over and asked if the video was not finished yet. The text verdict, cheater, appeared on the screen. Then there were messages that the low-level streamer is not afraid of anything, so either evidence or he is a cheater. Seeing this, the chat exploded. They wrote that those who sent reports read the rules, adding that admins should see the history of matches. What are these reports for at all? After that, a screenshot of the admin's response appeared on the screen, which said that the streamer's account was banned for a year. The chat was torn apart even more by what they saw. They wrote that this is just a circus. It feels like they did not even look at the history of matches. That was the first reaction. When the chat closed, 4,000 viewers, left alone with their opinions, got angry at the gaming community to splash it out. They began to write messages about the main character en masse. Since dissatisfaction with the management of Battle Rage was already boiling, this incident quickly gained momentum. People wrote to the admins to check the match history and sort everything out. In the end, it even got into the official news of a popular gaming portal. The headline was a proposal in the game Battle Rage, another flaw in the system. Battle Rage, Operations Department. The man hit the table in rage and screamed, asking if they were crazy. His face turned red from anger while he screamed, asking if they really banned the player without even checking the match history. What are they doing? In front of his table stood a guy and apologized, justifying himself by saying that there were a lot of complaints. But before he could finish, the manager screamed, so if there are a lot of complaints, then they just ban. Without holding back, he shouted with all his might that the users would be happy to hear this. Maybe they should also hold a vote here to fire him. The guy lowered his head and apologized. The manager exhaled heavily. On his screen was a post from a gaming portal. Looking at it, the manager asked how many viewers the main character had, to which the guy replied, about 1,000. Then the man asked what the admin even knew about this player. Hearing such a question, the guy raised his head in surprise. The manager hit the table in rage and shouted that he was talking about if Sanhan had patrons. The admin was scared, not knowing what to answer. He said to himself that there was only one match, who knows. After these thoughts, he quietly answered, nothing, because he only recently started streaming. Then you need to call the community managers quickly, the man said. Hearing this, the guy raised his head and asked why. What do you mean why? The manager shouted in rage, waving his hand and adding, in order to hide it, you need to urgently call and make an appointment. When the admin ran away, the man calmly said that the admin was making him nervous over trifles, adding that at such a crucial moment he was not thinking with his head at all. Under his hand was a paper with congratulations on successfully passing the exam for promotion. It was a clear morning outside. The protagonist was thoughtfully brushing his teeth in front of the mirror. On his phone, he noticed that there was still no reaction from the Battle Rage admins. He thought that the ban would be lifted in a day or so, when suddenly Jaehyuk burst into his bathroom. With a trembling finger, he pointed at the phone and shouted that they had disappeared. Sanhyun asked him in bewilderment what he was talking about, to which the guy replied about yesterday's posts about him. Jaehyuk shouted that all information, news articles, and comments had disappeared from the communities, which surprised the protagonist greatly. Sanhyun looked at the screen, saying that he did not think that the admins would so easily admit their mistake, and who would have known that it would come to this. The guy was indignant that they were trying to hide everything even with so much evidence, when suddenly Jaehyuk slammed the table, shouting that they just didn't want to admit their mistakes. He said that today's stream was in question, because now the protagonist couldn't even return to Kingdom Age. Sanghun stood up from the table and said that he would take a break for today, to which his friend asked why all of a sudden. Sanghun firmly replied that he had a meeting with the director of Punk, to which Jaehyuk was very surprised. With shining eyes, he asked if the director could help, when suddenly the protagonist thought about it. He turned around and said that he would find out when he met him in person. Many years ago, the old man asked the guy if he thought Sanghyun had talent. The man folded his arms and answered, yes, of course. He said that the protagonist was young and not that strong, but his resilience and spirit were exceptional, and these were the most important qualities for an archer. Sanghyun was holding the bow carelessly in his hands at this time. The old man exhaled heavily, answering that he had no idea about it. The man said that talent does not appear out of nowhere and does not say that it is here, because only by honing your skills can you become great. The protagonist immediately released the arrow from his hand. At great speed, it flew into the center of the target. The man looked ahead in shock. He came closer and called out to the protagonist. The man began to clap his hands, saying that it was impressive since Sanhyun's hand did not even tremble. The protagonist pointed to himself and asked if it was him, to which the man replied, yes, otherwise he would not have hit the center. He put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and asked him to try to stay the course. With a smile, he said that even when a guy is at his limit and feels that he can no longer take it, he must maintain concentration and faith that he can always try again, and then his arrows will always reach the center of the target. Sanhyun smiled and shouted that he understood. The man laughed and wanted to add one more thing. He said it would be great if the guy took up archery professionally. There was a beautiful sunset outside. The protagonist walked outside, exhaling heavily. He thought about calmness and good concentration. He often heard these compliments when he was young. The guy walked down the street, thinking that these were the qualities that made him a genius at archery, but at one point they became unnecessary skills that couldn't even be written down on a resume. Sanhyun hung his head down in frustration, thinking that life really was unpredictable, when suddenly he was called out from the side. The guy turned around and saw Manager Wu in front of him, who thanked him for the way he had passed. Together, they walked along the street. Manager Wu looked at the protagonist with excitement. He stopped and called out to the guy, to which he quickly turned back. Manager Wu smiled and asked sarcastically, it seems that Sanhyun is one of those who is always capable like a boa constrictor. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, perplexedly asking what. The manager waved his hand. Then he said with a wide smile on his face that it was so, by the way, usually even the most popular streamers get nervous when I go to lunch with the director. The protagonist raised his hand behind his head and said that in life he is quite reserved. True, the manager asked, adding that when the guy plays games, he is very impudent. Hearing this, Sanhyun was very surprised and asked if Woo really watched his broadcasts. It was a nice warm evening and the streets were busy. The manager answered with a warm smile that it was his turn. A few minutes later they arrived at a Japanese restaurant and the protagonist said to himself in confusion that it was very luxurious here, so he did not think he could easily pay for any meal here. Manager Woo began to leave, saying that the director had arrived, so he would go meet him. Finally, he raised his hand and told Sanhyun not to deny himself anything, because he deserved it with his achievements. Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised and asked himself, achievements, what was the manager talking about? While he was thinking about this, the doors opened and the director entered. Sanhyun immediately bowed and introduced himself. Nice to meet you, the director said. The protagonist slowly raised his head and said to himself, this man is the director of Punk. His name was Teho. With a smile on his face, he extended his hand to the guy. The protagonist shook the director's hand and said that it was a great honor for him to meet him. Teho glanced at Sanhyun and thought that his first impression of him was not bad, adding that he was very different from most streamers. But suddenly he noticed something that surprised him. The protagonist's hands were shaking violently. Is he nervous? Teho asked himself. Or is he? A few minutes later, they were already sitting at the table. The waiter was explaining how to eat the dishes they ordered. The director tried the porcupine fish and said that it tasted good. He then turned to manager Woo and said that this place is famous for its sushi, but he likes appetizers more. Listening to the men, the protagonist also decided to try sushi. He put a piece in his mouth. His eyes suddenly sparkled and his cheeks blushed. Seeing such a reaction, the director asked, well, adding that there is a very talented chef here. It's really delicious, Sanhyun exclaimed. After that, Teho asked the guy if he often goes to such places. His table manners betrayed a habit. The protagonist calmly replied that he only went a few times. Suddenly, the manager leaned over to the director and asked if he knew what. When Teho heard this, he immediately exclaimed that the protagonist really worked at Asung, adding that he must be talented to be hired there. Sanhyun smiled in confusion and said in his head that he got in through connections. There were flower pots in the corners. The manager suddenly asked if one of the Asung executives was a regular there. Yes, the director answered, adding that he had heard that Director Lee really liked this place. Then he folded his arms and happily said that they went to school together. Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised and asked if it was true. He stared at Teho and said to himself that he actually guessed it. Directors are recruited from the elite, so there is nothing special about them knowing each other, and judging by his reaction, they are close friends. After these thoughts, Sanhyun smiled and told the director that he and he are somewhat similar. True, the man exclaimed happily. Seeing such a reaction, the protagonist said to himself that they not only get along well, they are also proud of this friendship. The director chuckled and said that Lee will still be more talented than him, because Asung is known even abroad, but they are inferior to foreign companies. Having said this, he drank a drink from a small cup, while the protagonist said that he is quite active on the world stage, and there are many people who dream of working at Punk. Hearing this, the director thought about it and said that the guy speaks quite well, but for streamers this is a common thing. Suddenly, he put the cup down with a bang and said that he is still worried about something. Streaming is a good thing, but in their time, it is dangerous to take such risks. Teho looked intently at Sanhyun and asked if he left Asung for a specific reason. Hearing such a question, the protagonist tensed up. The protagonist was lost in thought, saying to himself that this was too personal a question, although it might seem rude at first, but it was a good look. The director sat silently, waiting for an answer, while Sanhyun thought that the fact that he was asking this meant that he cared about his future, so if he could answer well, he could become friends with Teho. He knew that if this person liked him, not only would he help settle the issue with Battle Rage, but he would also help with his streaming career in general. The protagonist looked down, thinking that he would have to tell everything. He thought that this was the first time he was telling this to a stranger, but Teho was not the type to talk left and right, so it would be fine. Me? The guy said confusedly. Sanhyun said that he was originally a professional archer and quite successful. Teho was surprised when suddenly Director Woo asked if the guy was really into archery. He happily thought that this was amazing, because as far as he knew, it was the director's hobby. Teho put his hand to his chin, thoughtfully answering that he did not expect it. He looked at the guy and asked him in confusion why he quit. Sanhyun coldly answered, because of the injury. A drop of sweat appeared on Teho's face and he remembered his right hand shake. He said sadly that he was sorry and asked what happened, to which the protagonist answered, an accident when he was returning from the national championship where he won a gold medal. Teho exclaimed, asking what year the guy won a medal, because the national championship is not inferior to the world championship. Sang-hyun answered that he was only 17 years old, when suddenly the directors were very surprised, wondering if this was not a record. The protagonist's hand began to shake and he said that for 3 years after the injury he kept it a secret, but he was unable to recover, and then with the help of a coach's recommendation he got a job at a Sung Trading. The guy recalled how he got there without his skills, so he wasn't that good at his job and was constantly getting scolded. He said that was when he got into virtual reality games in the game. Chiho suddenly interrupted him, shouting that the guy could control his hand normally, to which Sang-hyun replied that yes, games captivated him, but he needed to make money, so he decided to try streaming. The main character hung his head down, saying that while his grandmother was alive, he worked to get rid of the regrets of his lost career, when he suddenly clenched his hand into a fist, adding that at that time, he didn't even think about the fact that in virtual reality, his hand could move normally. "Is that how it is?" Chiho asked. He poured the guy some water, saying that in life, things often don't go the way he wants. The director raised his head up, saying that it was a cliche, but that only makes it more interesting. Chiho said that there is no guarantee that a life where everything goes well will be better, because he too was an ordinary guy with a dream, and words cannot describe how lucky he was that everything turned out the way it did. He smiled and said that he liked who he had become. Since he could sit here and eat sushi, that meant that the protagonist would also be fine. Sang-hyun took a sip of water, thanking the man. Director Woo smiled and said that the guy would do well, then asked if Sang-hyun had started playing a new game. The protagonist smiled and said that it was true. Just as he was about to say a problem, Director Woo quickly interrupted him, jumping up from his seat. He thought that it was the right time to say it. Director Woo pointed to a graph and asked if Sang-hyun knew what it was. The protagonist asked if it was a stock, to which the man laughed and replied that it was. Director Woo said that it was the sales volume of Kingdom Age after the guy lost in it, which shocked the protagonist. He said that the guy's name was mentioned in most of the reviews because he had done a great service to the company, while Sang-hyun was reading comments about how good the game was. Chiho listened carefully and said that it was amazing, when suddenly Director Woo added that their sales volume was low, which is why the chart increased so much. But if you look at the dates of the reviews, the causal factors will become clear. The man said that he wanted to tell him about it tomorrow, but decided to do it today so that Sang-hyun could listen too, when suddenly the main character thought about it, wondering if it really had such an effect. Director Woo asked with a smile if he really had the makings of a star, to which Chiho thoughtfully replied that his charm was different from others. Director Woo praised the guy with a smile on his face. He sheepishly added that these were not just words, and that he would really succeed. The man began tapping his finger on the table, asking if Kingdom Age was a single-player game, which meant that it would not be streamed for a long time. Director Woo suddenly thoughtfully asked if there were plans for other games, to which Sang-hyun replied, Battle Rage. Chiho said that its audience was mainly 20-30 years old, but he often watched his son play it. With a sly smile, he suddenly asked if there was room for improvement. Director Woo winked at the main character when their eyes met. Yeah, Sang-hyun thought, lowering his head. He said thoughtfully, actually, there is one problem. Battle Rage office. A man was walking down the hallway, his heels clicking. It was the manager. He wondered why his boss had called him in early in the morning. Had something happened? He asked himself with a smile on his face, was he going to get promoted? A few minutes later, he opened the door and asked if the director had called him. The director with a smile on his face told the man to come in. The manager walked over to the sofa and saw Kim's assistant. The director said that the reason he called out of the two. Yes, the manager asked slightly worriedly. The director folded his arms and asked if they remembered when he had walked in this morning. After asking this, he pointed his finger at the ceiling. Head office, he said with displeasure. Hearing this, his subordinates were surprised, and the manager wondered why so suddenly. The director looked away and said that the CEO had said something strange. After that, he asked if his subordinates knew who Almond was. Hearing this nickname, the manager was terribly shocked. He remembered the article about the main character on the game portal and asked himself if the director had heard rumors about that case. But they had deleted all the articles. Not receiving an answer, the director loudly shouted that he asked whether they knew or not. Yes, the manager answered quietly. I understand, the director said, adding that in this case he would not put pressure on them anymore because they would soon leave the state anyway. Hearing this, the manager shouted in shock, what? Breaking out in a cold sweat, he asked, what's so? It's just, the director asked, laughing. Then he picked up the tablet and asked if the man still didn't understand how the director had heard about this. After that, he said that he also did not understand how it was possible to immediately start hiding information without even bothering to search for this nickname in search engines. Having said this, he threw the tablet on the table, causing the manager to flinch. What he saw on it horrified him. The tablet said that the main character was a streamer partner of Punk. The manager looked at the guy's photo in horror and wondered if he really was Punk's partner. He looked at the floor in confusion while the director said that Sanhyeon popularized Kingdom Age, which is why its sales increased fivefold, so it was no wonder that the director was furious. He suddenly shouted and raged that even if their game was already popular, did the manager understand how difficult it was to get promotion from Punk, and he went and banned their partner without investigation. After that, he put his hand to his forehead. A few seconds later, he folded his arms across his chest and said that there was nothing unusual in covering up tracks, but he always insisted that such actions should be done wisely. Then he added that from what he saw, they did not use their heads at all, then they would be happy in their new life without work. Hearing this, the manager was horrified. He asked for another chance, but the director shook his head. After that, he ordered to write an official letter of apology and prepare for disciplinary action. He transferred the main character's case to another team. These words completely devastated the manager. He clenched his fists tightly. The director asked why they were sitting. They should be escorted to the door or immediately call security. Tiho said that they were already leaving. He was sitting on the phone with a smile on his face. The man answered the call and asked if the ban from Sanhyeon was lifted, after which he praised them. He said that Punk and the main character were already prepared for this advertisement, so he just asked to prepare in advance for negative comments. Tiho came closer to Kim and called him. He said menacingly that he asked if the guy had connections. The man remembered how the guy told him that the main character only recently started streaming. The director loudly shouted that all this started because of Kim. The guy looked at him and asked him in confusion why the man was blaming him for this. He shouted loudly that it was unfair since Tiho had decided to act this way himself, to which the man sternly asked how dare he. Kim shouted loudly since they were both kicked out. Tiho was no better, to which the man started shouting even louder, but the guard ordered them to stop immediately. Bright sunlight was shining through the window. Joo-hyuk looked at Sang-hyun, asking how it went. He added that he went to bed without waiting. With food in his mouth, the protagonist replied that everything was fine. Joo-hyuk looked at him and asked if the guy could tell him more. Sang-hyun replied that they seemed to like him, to which the friend asked how he knew that. Sang-hyun said that the director asked him to teach archery, as it turns out, and promised that they would contact. With shining eyes, Joo-hyuk began to say if the guy starts giving him lessons, to which the protagonist asked him to take his time. A friend said with tears in his eyes that he was afraid that Sang-hyun could screw up, but everything went well. The guy suddenly asked if he had heard anything from Battle Rage. The protagonist said that one of the top brass said that he would contact the people in charge, when suddenly a notification came to his phone. Both guys abruptly turned to the table. On the phone, they saw a message from the game administration, which they were very happy about. The protagonist read that the ban from his account would be lifted. Sanhyeon posted that he would tell all the details on the stream at 7 in the evening, when suddenly the comments began to rejoice and congratulate him. The guy happily read the comments, saying that support had come. Jia, with a smile on her face, was glad that Sanhyeon's innocence was proven. Jaehyuk reported. The girl read that the articles about the protagonist were back, but the discontent was still pouring out. She looked at her phone in surprise. Jia noticed the video, asking what it was. The video was about a confrontation between a streamer partner Punk and the Battle Rage administration, where the commentators thought that the admins had screwed up again. The girl suddenly opened the stream. Small Long introduced himself on the screen, greeting the viewers. The guy in the bear mask said, "Just one game, the first game, how can you brand a player a cheater after just one game?" His nickname was Small Long. He said that the Battle Rage admins have been acting weird for a long time, but everything is going too far. However, he stuck out his index finger and asked if the viewers knew why the main character's account was unblocked after only 2 days. Punk contacted the Battle Rage admins, and not just anyone, but a representative of the management. People in the chat were indignant. The streamer continued to say that in any other case, the main character's letter would have simply been sent to the trash, because he and they did not even realize that he was a partner of Punk, simply because he had few viewers. When the broadcast ended, the guy in front of the computer screamed in shock, asking about 100,000 views in just 3 hours. It was the all-tuber Small Long. Initially, he thought that the audience's interest was simply caused by the dissatisfaction of a large number of people about the inaction of Battle Rage. He rubbed his hands in satisfaction and shouted that they needed to hurry up and get to the bottom of it. But this misconception did not last long. People began to get angry and write that if the guy was trying to become famous for the story of the main character, he could at least attach a video with him. There were many such comments, and they really bothered Small Long. Most of them were ordinary players, those who simply craved spectacle and did not particularly worry about the mistakes of the game's management. The guy, without thinking twice, posted a post where he attached a link to the main character's game in the description. People were simply curious about who this almond was, who was mistaken for a cheater in the very first game. At this time, the main character opened his mouth and brought a spoon. He watched the news while eating and grunted discontentedly. Jahyuk sat opposite him and asked fearfully if it wasn't tasty. Sanghyun came to his senses and replied that everything was fine and that wasn't what he was talking about. After that, he asked if their views reached 40,000. Jahyuk picked up his phone and replied, well, yes, 50,000 at most, after which he added that he didn't really follow them because Jia was mostly involved in that, but suddenly, he saw 400,000 views on one of the videos and shouted that. He pointed at the views and asked if it really was 400,000, maybe it was some kind of all-tube bug. The protagonist put food in his mouth and said that other creators also have viral videos like this. Hearing this, the manager asked why he was so calm. Then he added that there must be a reason for so many views. Sanghyun held his chopsticks to his mouth and asked if it was because of that bathhouse. Jahyuk scrolled through the news and said that it seemed like that there were quite a lot of related videos. And his friend said that after all, as he predicted, the crisis became an opportunity. Suddenly, the manager raised his hands and laughed really loudly, shouting that he was talking about this. Seeing this reaction, the protagonist said that he didn't think all tube views would give them a strong influx of broadcasts. She said with a slight smile that she would just keep trying. Hearing this, Jahyuk turned around and said okay. After that, he sat down. The protagonist sat silently at the table and said to himself that he had many expectations. But celebrity popularity is fleeting, so one video is nothing more than a candle in the wind. A few minutes later, he was already standing in front of the capsule and warming up, thinking that he shouldn't rely on it too much. He closed his eyes and said to himself, control, only control. Inside, he saw a bright light, while saying to himself that composure is the main weapon of an archer, so he needs to concentrate. The first message appeared in the chat. Sanghyun opened the chat and said in surprise that the chat was flying unusually fast today. It seemed that what he saw shocked him. A loud bang was heard from the protagonist's house. The guy's capsule slowly opened, and Jahyuk asked in surprise what was happening, why it was opening. Was there really some kind of problem? Sanghyun waved his hand and replied that everything was fine, he just accidentally hit the capsule when he was moving. After saying that, the capsule closed again and Jahyuk asked himself in surprise, moved? Wasn't this a virtual reality device? The protagonist started the broadcast again and saw a lot of messages in the chat. He put his hand to his mouth and said that he knew that he was not imagining things. There were 2,319 people on his broadcast. He received a message from Jahyuk in which he laughed and asked if the guy really jumped out because of this. Closing his eyes, Sanghyun answered dissatisfiedly for the manager to shut up. Jahyuk wrote to the protagonist that the stream was going on. He added that they needed to work when Sanghyun suddenly thought that they needed to give it their all. Usually, all tube views do not greatly affect the number of viewers on the live broadcast. This clearly shows how much Sanghyun was loved by the audience. Almost 3,000 people were watching the stream and the guy thought that he should take advantage of this opportunity. The protagonist raised his head up, listening to the music. The guy imagined that everything was like them. He looked up, thinking, just in another dimension. Sanghyun started streaming, and suddenly the chat started greeting him. The guy started smiling after reading the chat. The protagonist smiled and greeted everyone. The chat was saying that they missed him. People asked him to tell them as many details as possible. With a smile on his face, Sanghyun thought that the chat was just bursting with messages, and it was definitely Alltube's traffic. Unlike Trevi, Alltube's audience is diverse, their scale is incomparable. The protagonist said that he posted on his page, but there might be those who don't know, so he will explain. Jahyuk said that he had already prepared the material in advance because he foresaw this. Sanghyun told people about how he was temporarily blocked, and suddenly the chat was saying that the guy had been through too much. He was immediately donated 10,000 won, citing that there were more viewers, so he needed to think positively. To which the main character thanked him, saying that his partners from the punk company contacted him, and the issue was quickly resolved. The chat began to be surprised that the guy in the bear mask turned out to be telling the truth, which surprised Sanghyun. The guy wondered why people were reacting like that. Did they already know? And he was interested. But he can't just continue chatting with so many viewers because almost 4,000 people are watching him. Sanghyun smiled and said that now they can play, when suddenly he received a donation asking to play Kingdom. The main character was very surprised when he read the donation. The chat was surprised at the time of receiving the donation because the royal bird is in the subject. The guy smiled, reading the chat. He shouted that this is Battle Rage. Suddenly, a connection to the game began to occur. Sanghyun quickly moved to Battle Rage. People were waiting for the guy to play against the squads again. The main character pointed to the chosen mode, and people were happy that this time everything was right. Some in the chat believed in the main character, while others said that he could be knocked out of the game in a couple of seconds if he was unlucky. Sanghyun thought that even a top player could not guarantee victory, because everything in this game is too unpredictable. People argued whether the guy should take a bow or not, to which he thought that even the first player in the ranking cannot win forever, although no one doubts his skill. The main character suddenly clenched his hand into a fist. The guy thought that he still had a lot to prove. The guy received a donation, which contained a mission to win the first game. Sanhyun widened his eyes in surprise when he saw the prize. He pulled his finger to the accept button, thanking for the mission. He happily said that he would try to win. The chat wrote that this was the most sincere thank you they had heard. Sanhyun abruptly turned to the side. The guy reached for the arrow, thinking that this was his first solo game and he had a mission to win. He thought that 4,000 viewers were waiting for the game to begin. The protagonist looked into the distance, thinking that everything was ready. Looking at the target, he wondered if he would become a star or remain a niche streamer who was good at the game. The guy pulled the arrow, thinking that it depended only on his skills. After releasing the arrow, Sanhyun thought that the moment had come. The protagonist looked up, reading that the preparation phase was starting. With a smile on his face, he thought that this was what he wanted. The game began. The helicopter hovered above the ground and an angry scream was heard, asking if he really thought he could not jump. The instructor stood above the guy, asking if he really thought he was going for a walk. The player, with tears in his eyes, screamed if this was really an NPC, why his lines were so realistic. But the next second, the instructor pushed the guy away. At this time, Sanhyun looked down and said to himself that last time he also jumped under duress. Looking at the battlefield, he thought that in the end he started the fight in a less than favorable position and suffered inconvenience, so this time he needed to carefully choose a place. Having gotten used to jumping, he said to himself, one where there is not much competition, but you can still find something. Thinking about this, he jumped. The viewers in the chat began to laugh, saying that he could very well fall again the second time. The guy quickly shortened the distance to the ground, but contrary to all expectations, he landed perfectly. From such a brilliant landing, the viewers were amazed. He suddenly received a donation from the inspector of taste in the amount of 1,000 won. The protagonist thanked the donator. After that, he raised his head and said, "Well then." The guy looked at the back not far away and finished, "It's time to start." Approaching the building, he said that first you need to go and get a weapon. A few seconds later, he rushed inside. Looking around, he said to himself, "Fortunately, no one is here." Looking to the side, he saw what he wanted. It was a bow. Seeing it, the viewers in the chat dispersed, adding that the streamer was doomed to the bow. Suddenly, the protagonist heard footsteps from the street. He turned around abruptly, and the viewers in the chat asked what happened. Coming, the guy said to himself. From the sound, he built a projection of the street and his opponent in his head. Without thinking twice, Sanhyun grabbed the bow. Jumping up, he said that there was one right ahead. The protagonist quickly approached the exit. The next second, the door opened loudly. The player looked at it and did not understand anything and asked what it was. But a drawn arrow was already shining in the sun. The protagonist was preparing to shoot. At that very moment, he fired an arrow straight into the player's head. A message appeared that Sanhyun had killed the first player. After reading this, the protagonist looked at his weapon and said with satisfaction that it was the perfect bow. The chat exploded. Viewers wrote that they did not even notice the shot and asked how much stronger he had become. Noken donated 1,000 won and wrote that a real pro kills by ear. Jahyuk watched the broadcast and said that it was amazing. Looking at his friend, he added that the protagonist had become stronger than last time. The manager remembered the protagonist's first game and said that in the first round he seemed clumsy, getting used to the game, and now he is more confident. Even before he adapted to the game, Sanhyun was already demonstrating a higher level than others. At this time, another player approached the protagonist's house and saw the corpse. Now that he had fully adapted, the player ran away, saying that he hadn't even had time to pick up a weapon. He was truly the strongest. The protagonist pulled back the bowstring. The next second, his arrow pierced the back of the player's head. The viewers in the chat were amazed at such a performance. Looking at the chat, Sanghun sent a message to the manager saying that it seemed like the new viewers were very impressed by his bow kills. Juhak replied that it was because the bow was difficult to use, so most people didn't take it, but he was good at it. Really, the protagonist asked quite happily. On the screen, the protagonist saw that Ruby Sword donated him 5,000 won, signing that newbies don't know. The chat was amazed that Sanghun's arrows always hit the head, and it was understandable for newbies, because anyone would be surprised when they saw it for the first time. The protagonist thanked him with a smile for another donation and also asked to stop teasing the newcomers in the chat. The guy said that they need to check where the blue zone is moving. He looked ahead with a smile on his face. Sanhyun noted that he would have to run because it was too far. They wrote in the chat that he was unlucky, but this was also a kind of gift. The protagonist read the donation that he needed to collect a few items before leaving, asking if it was worth it. The guy went into the house, saying that since last time he realized that healing is very important at the end of the game. He picked up the cans, wondering if these were the main healing items. Sanhyun suddenly opened the closet. The guy saw a first aid kit, saying that it would come in handy at the end of the game. They asked in the chat why he wouldn't take this thing, to which the protagonist asked with a smile what he was talking about. The protagonist turned around and saw a shotgun on the floor. People advised him to take a weapon, because then they would see how the guy fights with a firearm. Sanhyun froze, thoughtfully looking down. He thoughtfully scratched the back of his head, saying that he did not see anything, while people in the chat said that the weapon was right in front of his eyes. The guy, perplexed, said that he did not see anything, when suddenly people were surprised that he was just looking away. He was asked if he really dared to ignore the viewers, to which the main character replied, "No way." Sanhyun suggested moving on, to which the chat began to admire him, calling him a handsome man. Sanhyun said that they had already looked around thoroughly, but found only a couple of first aid kits, but did not find a bulletproof vest or helmet. The guy asked if they really appeared according to some laws. The chat began to say that there were no laws, he was just unlucky. Sanhyun saw the blue zone starting to shrink, which surprised him and he decided to hurry. The guy took off, quickly running forward. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he thought that next time he would do without collecting materials. The protagonist thought that he was more suited to reconnaissance, finding high ground from which to shoot enemies, then hiding during collection and waiting for the number of players to decrease. He felt the touch of the blue zone on his hair, wondering if it was already that close. Trying to catch his breath, Sanhyun thought that racing with the blue zone for 4 kilometers was too much. The guy suddenly stopped, reading that he was exposed to toxic air, so due to the blue zone, his health decreases by 1% every 5 seconds. Suddenly, the protagonist put a pill on his hand. He ate it, thinking that it should help him last. Sanhyun looked at the guy, thinking that just a little more. He thought that the barrier made it hard to see anything outside the blue zone, so it might even be safer to be outside. A player on a motorcycle rushed past, shouting from the road. Sanhyun asked in surprise how the guy was going so fast without crashing into anything. The guy yelled excitedly, asking what was up with the speed. Suddenly, he crashed into a rock, flying upward. Sanhyun, who fought mostly with experienced teams in the first game, did not expect this. In the second game, he was facing absolute beginners. The player ran to the motorcycle, shouting that it was his, when suddenly the guy grabbed it, indignant. Or those who play terribly. The two players stood opposite each other, missing the enemy. Sanhyun looked ahead in horror. He wondered if this was the title of the rock, when suddenly the players began to call for a medic, shouting loudly. Many players were leaving the zone, and gunshots were heard everywhere. The guy suddenly turned around and shouted at another player to leave him alone, to which he shouted that he hadn't even come near him. But the first one didn't listen and opened fire. A bullet flew right next to the main character. Raising his bow, he asked himself if this was a challenge. Then he pulled the bowstring and said that there was nothing he could do about it. The guy fired an arrow, saying that in a garbage dump, you have to follow the rules of a garbage dump. One of the players who was hiding behind a rock wondered how Sanhyun could shoot arrows while running, and even in the head. Many players came out of hiding, looking at the main character. Then they raised their weapons, saying in their heads that he was the first one to be gotten rid of. All the players in the area aimed at the main character. Sanhyun took out several arrows and said that this situation reminded him of something. In an instant, he pulled the bowstring. All the players took their weapons off the safety. The main character fired an arrow, after which shots rang out. When Sanhyun was younger, he lived in a sports camp for a while. He was much friendlier back then, so the boy looked to the side and saw an older man. The man stepped towards him and called out. Some of the older men thought the protagonist was quite cute. Sanhyun, the man said, standing in front of the boy. He was a player from the national soccer team. He pointed to the field with a warm smile on his face and asked how about a soccer match today. Next to him stood a player from the national basketball team who was calling out to them to play basketball with a big smile. But their invitations were quite shameless. On the field, the protagonist was very tired, and the players told him to get up quickly because it was time to defend. In basketball, he was always trained until his joints hurt. In both soccer and basketball, he was driven madly. It got to the point where the coach even forbade him from doing sports in his free time. In front of the protagonist's feet was a soccer ball. When he looked up, he saw many defenders in front of him, so he immediately knew that he had to pass. His teammate behind him shouted that there was no one to pass to, so he had to break through. Sanhyun was scared, wondering how he could do it. The guy shouted that he had to use some kind of feint. Trick them, the protagonist asked himself, looking tensely at his opponents. For him, who had only practiced archery, this was the most unfamiliar concept, because in archery there was no one to trick except the referee. He remembered how his senior taught him those difficult moves. Without moving, he remembered the senior's words that he should remember that when his teammates could not cover him, he had to break through himself. Sanhyun remembered how, with the ball in his hand, he told the senior basketball player that he was not very good at dribbling, to which the athlete replied that of course, it was more difficult for him than for them, but he was still an athlete. Taking the ball, he crouched down and said that anyone can be useful, even if only for a short time. Having said this, he jumped up. He stretched out his arms, preparing to throw the ball into the hoop. The main character looked at this with surprise in his eyes, realizing that a three-pointer was coming. But suddenly the basketball player threw the ball into the ground. Seeing this, Sanhyun was very surprised and asked himself if it was dribbling. After that, the basketball player approached the guy and explained that it was not necessary to completely beat the opponent. You just need to make him think that he was going to do it. You need to break his brain. The guy kicked the ball thinking that it was worth a try. He thought that lousy maneuvers would not work because his opponent was a professional. Sanhyun frowned, thinking that he should use his gaze, stance, even the sequence of steps, because he had to look absolutely serious. The guy supported him, shouting for the main character to break through. Sanhyun suddenly swung his leg, kicking the ball. He quickly ran to the guy, dribbling the ball past him. The guy was very surprised, asking what was going on. The football players unexpectedly collided. The road to the goal was suddenly clear. With a smile on his face, the main character thought that it worked. A guy suddenly jumped out in front of him, asking where he was going. It was a clear day outside. The footballer smiled and said that everything worked, to which the protagonist replied sadly that the goal was blocked anyway. The guy said that Sanhyun had just tricked a national team player, to which the protagonist was surprised. The protagonist thought sheepishly that he had tricked a national team player. The guy looked down at his hands, not believing it. He thought that these lessons hadn't really helped him, an archer. At least until today, the guy thought. Sanhyun crouched down to the ground, holding an arrow in his mouth. He smiled as he thought it worked the way he thought it did. The chat was laughing at the fact that players were shooting at each other. The main character shouted loudly, asking why people were shooting at each other, to which they shouted back that it was still solo mode. Suddenly, a blow flew to the player's head, after which the main character abruptly turned to the side. The guy pointed his bow forward and quickly fired an arrow. Sanhyun stood in the center while corpses lay around him. He breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly the chat was admiring him, saying that the guy shot faster than they reloaded pistols. Suddenly, the blue zone touched the main character's shoulder. The guy took a step forward, frightened, trying to catch his breath. He wiped the sweat from his face, saying that he would have to use the first aid kit. Sanhyun added upsetly, everything he collected will not survive to the end. The guy looked down at the first aid kit, saying that even with it, his health wasn't fully restored. He exhaled, saying that it wasn't easy. Joo-hyuk watched in surprise. The guy looked at the number of viewers, seeing 5,000 people watching. Tears of joy appeared in his eyes, while he thought that if he could keep more than 5,000 viewers, he could earn good money as a streamer. The guy remembered how he overheard the advice of the senior marketing department at his old job. The guy said that you need to make noise, because it's a double-edged sword, but for those who have nothing to lose, this is the best strategy, for example, rap battles, because they always benefit the lesser known. After that fuss with the admins, Sanhyun only benefits. Joo-hyuk firmly thought that he shouldn't relax, because the attention to momentary showdowns quickly fades. Checking the analysis, he compared that most of the viewers were new to the stream and came through certain links, so now it all depends on the protagonist, how he will retain them. Swallowing saliva, the guy imagined the formidable director. Joo-hyuk shook his head, thinking that there was no need to be afraid. Looking at Sanhyun, he knew that they could do everything, and the guy would handle it easily. The friend looked at the serious protagonist, thinking, as always. Silence reigned on the street. The protagonist fired an arrow. He killed a player, getting his 12th kill. Sanhyun reached into the enemy's backpack. From there, he took out bandages and said that there were only basic healing items. Getting up, he added that if he had a helmet, he would have collected a full set, but it just does not drop. The viewers laughed at him, saying that he did not need a helmet because he made 12 kills without it. Suddenly, a donation from Helmet Hunter in the amount of 5,001 came. He asked why the streamer was looking for a helmet on players at all, since they usually look for them in houses. The main character thanked him for the donation and replied that the thing was that he decided not to look for items anymore. Upon hearing this, the viewers asked why he decided to do so. Sanhyun showed a thumbs up and replied that he only gets useless items, so he will just take other people's. After that, he received a donation from Solomon in the amount of 1,001. He wrote that without a helmet, you can die from a headshot from a streamer, and with a helmet, you can become his target because of the helmet. The viewers laughed at this donation. The main character went on, saying that from now on he will only hunt those who wear helmets, adding that he will let those without helmets go if they do not climb on themselves. He received a donation from Beginner's Dilemma in the amount of 1,001. He asked what is safer for the remaining players, wearing a helmet or not. The guy replied that he didn't know when he suddenly noticed a guy running nearby without a helmet. At that very second, an arrow flew into his head. What? They asked in shock in the chat. Falling to the ground, the guy opened fire. The birds woke up from the shooting and flew away. The protagonist approached the corpse and asked if he really held the trigger after death. Looking at the guy, he said that even though he was without a helmet, he was too noisy. After that, a donation of 5,001 came from Die Hard. He wrote that if you die, you need to die quietly. After that, another donation came from Helmet Hunter in the amount of 5,001. He wrote that the streamer said that he would let go of those who did not have a helmet. While the protagonist searched the dead player, he said to himself that there were especially many donations today. Opening the chat, he said in his head that he heard that in game streaming, the donation rate is always lower than the number of viewers. With this in mind, he decided to check how many there were. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes. He saw that there were currently 5,549 people watching his stream. Sang-hyun looked at the numbers in shock and didn't know what to say. With a drop of cold sweat on his face, he said in his head that if he thought about it, Joo-hyuk had said. He remembered how the manager spread his hand to the side and said that if he got 5,000 viewers, he could make a stable income from streaming alone. Sang-hyun folded his arms and asked how much he could make per month with that number. 7 or 800,000 won per month, Joo-hyuk answered after some thought. Hearing that amount, the protagonist smiled widely. Suddenly, he abruptly left his memories, asking himself what he was even thinking about. The field fell silent again. Sang-hyun raised his hand behind his head and said in his head that he would no longer check the number of viewers during streams. While he was thinking about it, a grenade flew to his feet. The protagonist heard it and shock appeared in his eyes. The grenade was lying on the ground. At that very second, a powerful explosion was heard. A term that is common on Trevi. This is what they call players who purposefully track down a streamer in the game. The worst of them deliberately lose matches to lower the player's rating. One of the players peeked out from behind cover. He looked at the protagonist and said that it was not him, but judging by the stream, he was somewhere here. Punsne is one of them. He shot off the enemies of the streamer Bubblegum in order to then kill his target. The guy carefully peeked out from behind a tree and thought about how he would not let Bubblegum die at the hands of such a noob. Looking at him, he saw a bow and a vest on him, but without a helmet. Then he took out a grenade and said that one of these should be enough. After pulling the pin, he held the grenade in his hand, saying to himself that there were 10 seconds before the grenade exploded. The player counted to 4 and threw the grenade. The guy thought that with such a flight speed, the enemy usually did not have time to react, and with bated breath waited for the last 2 seconds. The player knew that even if the grenade was noticed, then in 2 seconds nothing would change. Sang-hyun opened his eyes wide in horror, looking down. The protagonist quickly reacted, aiming an arrow at the grenade. The player with a smile on his face said that he would go on to look for chewing gum. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound behind him. What? He wondered, looking at the guy in bewilderment. The player screamed in shock, asking where his grenade was. It fell to the ground from above, making a loud explosion. The guy was suddenly thrown back into the wall. He sat on the ground, trying to come to his senses. The player closed his eye, thinking about what happened. He was puzzled why the grenade returned back. The protagonist came closer and happily said that the guy had a helmet. The player was scared, wondering if Sang-hyun had really deflected the grenade with an arrow, because that couldn't be right. Without thinking twice, the protagonist shot him, killing him. The protagonist happily picked up the helmet, saying that it was rare, when he suddenly received a shock donation. The chat was perplexed, asking why the grenade had returned back and what had happened, to which the guy exclaimed that it was easier than it seemed. The protagonist said that when he noticed the grenade, it was still too far away to kick and there was no time to dodge when he suddenly reached for the arrow. The guy happily shouted that he had deflected it with an arrow, while people were asking why it hadn't exploded. Sang-hyun replied that he hadn't hit it directly, but had deflected it at an angle of 45 degrees from below. He explained that he had sent it back to the enemy that way. The chat admired the guy, writing that it was simply epic. At this time, the blue zone was supposed to decrease in 30 seconds, to which the main character said that it was still far away, so he would move at a tempo. Sang-hyun quickly ran forward. The guy listened, thinking that there was definitely less shooting. Noticing an enemy behind the wall, he quickly shot him in the head. With a sharp movement of his hands, the main character killed another player. People wrote that a large number of players were decreasing at an incredible speed. Sang-hyun immediately killed another guy in the game. At this time, there were 5 participants left on the map. The main character confidently looked ahead. With a smile, he said that it was time to finish. Suddenly, a quiet rustle was heard in the bushes. The barrel of the gun was pointed forward. The guy looked through the sight, trying to find the players. Bubblegum smiled and said that he would now shoot those who ran from the blue zone. The viewers laughed at the streamer, saying that it was better for him to use his fists. Seeing such messages, the guy got angry and said that if they continued in the same spirit, he would take first place without them. He immediately received several donations that laughed at him. Bubblegum got even angrier and said that he would show them. After saying this, he smiled and said in his head that he had a good feeling, because he was in the center of the zone with her, took a great position, and also found a lot of things, so this time he would definitely be able to take first place. Suddenly, he saw players leaving the zone. 3 guys ran out of the blue zone, shooting at each other. Bubblegum raised his weapon. The chat was surprised, writing, "Could the streamer really win?" While the viewers in the chat did not believe in him, Bubblegum aimed at the first player. Putting his hand on the trigger, he got ready. A shot rang out. Blood spurted from the player's chest, and Bubblegum was credited with the kill. Seeing this, the viewer asked in surprise if he really hit the target. Even the streamer himself looked at the killed player in shock and asked if he really hit the target. Viewers started writing that it was just a bug because Bubblegum couldn't shoot, but the guy didn't read it. He picked up his gun and said it was time for the next one. Another shot rang out and the second player fell to the ground dead. Bubblegum was notified of the murder, which made him happy and said he could whenever he wanted. Then he suddenly saw that it wasn't him who committed the murder, but the main character. Viewers started laughing at the streamer, which made him really angry. He quickly aimed his sight at the main character and asked if he really killed them. Zooming in, Bubblegum asked if he really had just been hiding all this time, adding that the guy had stolen his victim, which meant he couldn't forgive it. But suddenly Sanhyun looked straight at Bubblegum. Fear appeared in the streamer's eyes. Then he wondered if they had just met each other's eyes. The main character confidently walked forward. Bubblegum looked at the black silhouette in the distance and asked if he could really see it from such a distance. Coming to his senses, he raised his gun and thought that none of this mattered because he would just shoot him. He stopped for a second. But suddenly, he saw the protagonist aiming a bow at him. Bubblegum laughed and said that it seemed like the guy didn't understand the distance. After saying this, he put his finger on the trigger and said that his opponent was clearly a newbie, so he would kill him and take first place. But the protagonist pulled the bowstring tightly. Whether it was the range or the power of the shot, a bow was no match for a sniper rifle. Bubblegum pulled the trigger and the bullet flew out of the barrel. But suddenly, Sanhyun's arrow met the bullet. What he saw caused Bubblegum's eyes to be shocked. He looked at his opponent and wondered what happened and where his bullet should go. The viewers in the chat laughed and said that this was another bug. After reading this, the streamer laughed and raised his weapon again. He aimed the sight at the main character, who was already running towards him. The guy fired, but the enemy's arrow broke the bullet again. Bubblegum was shocked. Smiling confusedly, he quietly said that this guy, shrouded in horror, he finished, just shot down his bullet with his arrow. The arrow that met the bullet broke into 2 parts. People asked to watch the replay, because the third time is clearly not a coincidence, to which Bubblegum himself began to get very angry, not understanding what was happening. The guy looked through the sight, having lost the main character, when suddenly he saw him to the side. Sanhyun shot the arrow forward without thinking. Bubblegum was confused, thinking that the player was already very close. The arrow flew into the sight, piercing through it. Sanhyun hit the enemy's eye, making a kill. The guy exhaled heavily, looking at the third place he had taken. With a smile on his face, Bubblegum said, "Well." The guy happily shouted that third place was also not bad, to which the viewers praised him. He was suddenly asked to find out who the guy who killed him was. Bubblegum began to scroll through the chat, asking who this archer was. He looked at the number of viewers and suggested that they watch the main character's game. Sanhyun looked at the ground, saying that since the shooting speed of a sniper rifle and a bow is similar, he tried it. Thoughtfully, he added that it really worked, when suddenly the chat was perplexed, saying that this was impossible. The commentator excitedly asked if it was impossible to just dodge like all normal people, to which Sanhyun replied that with this approach, his life would depend not so much on skill as on the skill of the enemy. With a smile, he added that this is not cool. In the chat, the guy read that they admired him and wanted to be like him, when suddenly he began to receive large donations with admiration. The viewers wrote that the main character had not won yet, but it felt like he had already won this life, when suddenly Sanhyun turned around, thinking that there was one more person left, so he would thank for the donations after winning. Looking around, the guy thought that after all this hype, the player did not even twitch. He frowned, thinking that this person was clearly not inferior to him in endurance. The main character suddenly put his palm to the ground. He knelt down, lowering his head down. Sanhyun closed his eyes, thinking that he needed to concentrate. The guy felt that the enemy was clearly somewhere nearby. He sensed something from the side, abruptly opening his eyes. Frightened, the main character began to look around. He directed his confident gaze forward. The guy pulled the arrow, when suddenly the viewers asked if he really heard footsteps, because he was like a professional hunter. Sanhyun began to quickly shoot forward. The arrow flew towards the wall, while the audience was confused that they could not see the enemy. It quickly flew into the enemy's helmet, when suddenly he screamed loudly. The protagonist exhaled, thinking that it was not a matter of endurance, but that he simply had an advantageous cover. The guy jumped out from behind the wall, shouting that he should have held on a little longer. He began shooting, missing, while in the chat they were asking how he survived, being so worthless. Sanhyun thought menacingly that this was problematic. He looked at the enemy, who had a legendary helmet, which meant that he could not be killed with a headshot. Looking at the shiny helmet, the protagonist said with displeasure that it was very annoying. He pulled the bowstring and added that in any case, it was only a small hindrance. As soon as Sanhyun said this, his arrow pierced the player's shoulder. The guy grabbed his shoulder and screamed loudly. The main character pulled the bowstring again and thought that he couldn't just kill the enemy in the usual way. But suddenly, thick smoke appeared in front of his eyes. Raising his hand to his face, Sanhyun asked if it was a smoke screen. Suddenly, grenades and flashes flew at him from the smoke. Powerful explosions were heard, from which the streamer began to run away, asking himself if his opponent really wanted to buy time to heal, but because he was pulling, he was only getting worse. Suddenly, he heard a cough coming from the smoke. Hearing this, the main character immediately understood where his enemy was. He immediately pulled the bowstring and said in his head that the undeniable advantage of the bow is that. Sanhyun prepared to shoot, saying that it is quiet, unlike firearms. This is why the main character likes the bow so much. At this time, the last player was healing in the smoke. The streamer said to himself that he really likes the bow mechanics in this game. The next second, an arrow pierced the smoke. At high speed, it pierced the enemy's second shoulder. The player fell to the ground and, shaking with fear, asked himself how his opponent could shoot so silently. He reached for a grenade, thinking that he would not be able to shoot in this state. But as soon as he thought about it, an arrow pierced his hand. The guy screamed in pain and asked how this was possible, adding that he had limited his view with a smoke screen. Suddenly, he heard the protagonist, who was saying that he had to work hard to kill the last one. The guy stopped in surprise. He saw a black silhouette in the smoke in front of him, who said that all this was because of one legendary helmet. Was he broadcasting? The last survivor asked himself. The protagonist walked towards the guy and fired an arrow. Blood splattered in all directions, and Sanhyun received a notification that he had killed the last player. A large text appeared in front of him, expressing congratulations for the victory, while informing him that the streamer had made 31 kills. But the protagonist silently looked at the ground, saying to himself that he had done it. After these thoughts, he tightly gripped the bow. Then he confidently raised the weapon above himself, and the chat exploded with congratulations. Rejoicing at the victory, Sanhyun closed the game and thanked all the viewers. Reading the chat, he said that he could not properly respond to donations a little earlier. He opened the list of donations and with a smile on his face thanked everyone for their incredible support. But suddenly, a system screen appeared to the side of him. Seeing it, the protagonist was shocked. It was a donation from Unbreakable Warrior in the amount of 1.5 million won with a comment that the streamer was on fire. The protagonist opened his mouth, quietly asking what this was. Jaehyuk was shocked no less than the streamer. He understood that even counting Jia, this was the largest donation in history. Viewers in the chat wrote that it was incredible. The manager immediately opened a search engine, saying in his head that he knew this nickname because he was definitely on the list of big donors on Treevee. A few minutes later, he found two people with the nicknames Unbreakable Warrior and Meticulous Strategist. Checking the activity, Jaehyuk said that both of them have been active for 10 years since the release of Mana Sword Origin, so it does not seem like they are some strange people since they have not been banned yet. He raised his hand to his mouth, thinking that if such guys came to their stream. He smiled widely and finished, "This is very good news." The guy happily shouted that Sanhyun knows how to make money. The main character sheepishly thanked Unbreakable Warrior because this is colossal support, and he is so amazed that he cannot even shoot himself in the head. The viewers asked not to end the stream when suddenly the guy remembered something. He was reminded that at the end of the stream he promised to do a backflip if they donated more than 300,000 won, when suddenly Sanhyun was back in the game. The guy went into the bunker, starting to look around. He looked into the corner and found a bow. The protagonist said that he would try it now when suddenly he pointed the weapon upward. The chat was worried about him, asking if he was really going to do it. The viewers begged him not to leave, to which Sanhyun thought that it was a matter of principle. The guy immediately fired an arrow forward. Pushing off the arrow, the protagonist did 3 backflips at once. He spread his arms out to the sides when suddenly the viewers began to say goodbye to him, waiting for tomorrow's stream. Suddenly, there was an awkward silence. The arrow abruptly pierced the protagonist's head. The veins appeared on his face and he thought that Jaehyuk was obliged to end the broadcast here. Sanhyun exhaled and decided to answer the question of why 3 somersaults instead of 5. He started to say that the price had increased. The broadcast suddenly ended and the viewers began to laugh, saying that this ending was unexpected. The protagonist grabbed his head, which was hurting badly. Jaehyuk embarrassedly answered that he got confused when it came to the climax and forgot how to turn it off. He confusedly added that he simply turned off the entire capsule. The protagonist menacingly said that he would go and take a shower, to which his friend replied that he had drawn water for him. Sang-han leaned against the mirror, saying that he was very tired. He recalled that singles matches seemed easier than team matches, but in reality the difference was small, especially at that moment with the grenade, because it was really dangerous. The guy thought that he could not relax even at the rock rank, so if he landed on diamond, it would be even harder. The protagonist looked forward, thinking that he needed to work. Failure is not an option. Joo-hyuk asked if Bubblegum was some streamer, to which Sang-han replied that he had watched his streams before. His friend replied that the sniper who shot the guy when there were 3 left was that same Bubblegum, when suddenly the protagonist exclaimed in shock, asking, "Is it true?" Joo-hyuk said that they even made a video, when suddenly they began to watch Bubblegum, suggesting to watch the protagonist's stream. The guy was amazed at how amazingly Sang-han shot a bow. The streamer asked the viewers not to lie about the guy being only in the game for the second time. The protagonist looked down, saying that Bubblegum even watched his stream, to which Joo-hyuk noted that it was with 50,000 viewers. Sang-han clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that Bubblegum was watching his stream. He thought that it was a streamer who was a comfort to him during his hard work days. The guy thought that this was the person who made him who he is today. The protagonist stood up, when suddenly Joo-hyuk asked where he was going. Sang-han waved his hand, saying that he was tired, so he would read the comments while lying down. The friend was very surprised, telling the guy to rest. Sang-han typed in Bubblegum's name in the search engine. He was upset that there were no mentions of him as a streamer, so it seemed that this had a special omen only for him. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that he did not expect to be recognized right away and was just glad that he participated, but he was still slightly disappointed. The guy thought that he would watch more training posts and go to bed. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in surprise, asking what this was. The protagonist's eyes sparkled with surprise. He looked at the list and wondered if this was a dream. In the statistics of Bara 31's popular content, the first 7 positions were occupied by the protagonist. At this time, a girl was sitting in front of the monitor. It was Jia. She was watching the recording of the main character's broadcast. Suddenly, she came to her senses. Looking at her watch, the girl asked herself if it was really that late. She even forgot to eat properly. Turning away from the screen, she put her head on her knee and said that it didn't matter. After a short pause, she added that the feeling of hunger would soon disappear, like all the pain in this world. She watched the main character and thought about how when she watches this broadcast, everything around her disappears. Even those who made her life hell simply dissolve. "Wow," she exclaimed, and her eyes lit up with amazement. On the screen, there was a moment when the main character killed all the enemies that surrounded him at once. Jia was sketching in a notebook what needed to be done, saying that here it would be necessary to add sound effects, and there would be slow motion. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a donation and was surprised. Raising her head to the monitor, she said that there were quite a lot of them. "What?" the girl suddenly asked, confused. She saw a donation from Indestructible Warrior in the amount of 1.5 million. Jia immediately started typing on the keyboard. Having gone to the top donors, she saw that she was in second place. She was very scared and said that she urgently needed to donate more. Taking the mouse in her hands, she stopped. She, the girl, was looking at the monitor and thinking that she was an ordinary editor. This thought greatly upset her, and she buried her head in the table. Lying on a notebook, Jia said that she wanted to give useful. On the open sheet of her notebook it was written that she wanted to be in first place on this list. After a short pause, the girl stood up. First, she opened the editing program and then poured herself an energy drink, saying that since she wanted it. Raising her hand, she exclaimed, "She just needs to do what she does best." Jia got to work, happily saying that this video will have a special mood. She looked at what she had and said that even without editing, there were many impressive moments in the stream, and if she added editing, it would be a blast. She pressed the keys, saying that she needed to make it bright. Jia, with sparkling eyes and a big smile on her face, said to make it so amazing that even those watching the stream would be blown away. It was a bright day outside. The sun's rays penetrated into Jia's room. The girl was lying on the table, immersed in sleep. She texted Joo-hyuk that she was uploading a video, so she would take a nap for now. Suddenly, a notification signal came. A video of the main character was uploaded to AllTube, where commenters asked him to upload it as soon as possible. Sang-han sheepishly pointed to the screen, saying that many people had already written comments, to which Joo-hyuk replied with a smile that if AllTube could be hacked, viewers would do it. He added that there were already 1,500 viewers waiting, and this is quite an impressive number for a premiere. The protagonist was surprised by how many people wanted to watch first. Joo-hyuk's legs were shaking with excitement. He excitedly turned to the side and asked if the video was okay, to which the protagonist replied, "Probably, since Jia was loading right away." Sang-hyun lay down on the bed. His friend asked if he was really not nervous at all, and how he managed to stay so calm, to which the protagonist noticed that the video was starting. The guys both sat down in front of the computer screen. From the very beginning, the music started playing and Sanhan asked in surprise if this was really new age. Joo-hyuk thoughtfully answered that he was not sure that such music would suit an action movie, but the track surprisingly harmonized with the guy's smooth movements. The protagonist thought that it even looked more exciting than in the game itself because the music and editing perfectly regulate the tension. The guy thought that even he, who knows nothing about editing, felt this level of skill, so this video will appeal even to those who watch the stream. Joo-hyuk suddenly smiled, shouting that this is the moment with 4. After watching the moment, the main character replied that from the outside it really is a stupid scene. Joo-hyuk noticed that the chat liked it, and Sanhan confirmed that it was definitely a funny situation. The main character thoughtfully thought that the atmosphere of the chat was slightly different compared to the live broadcast, because they were more like ordinary people, when suddenly Joo-hyuk shouted with a smile that now there will be a moment with a grenade. A famous stream sniper, Punsna, appeared on the screen, and the chat began to be indignant that even the main character was banned, and this one is walking calmly. The video showed the moment when the streamer threw a grenade under Sanhan's feet. Subtitles appeared on the screen, run away or push away. Viewers wrote that both options were risky when suddenly the timer reached 1. The protagonist looked ahead menacingly when suddenly the subtitles popped up, shoot a bow to redirect. Sanhan pulled the arrow, shooting a grenade, when suddenly in the chat the viewers laughed, saying that it was nice to watch. The guy looked at the screen excitedly, thinking what was going on next. He saw Bubblegum's face in the frame. Sanhan excitedly twiddled his fingers, thinking that meeting Bubblegum did not cause much excitement in the community during the live broadcast, so will anything change now? Viewers were shocked by the meeting of 2 streamers, when suddenly the protagonist happily thought that people liked it. He thought with a smile if the video flies on AllTube, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Joo-hyuk clapping the guy on the shoulder. A friend showed the protagonist that Bubblegum's fansite is filled with headlines about him. Sanhan's expression changed, wondering if this was a huge success. The viewer watched the video with admiration. He put his hand to his chin, thoughtfully saying who would have thought that it would cause such a reaction. The guy looked at Sanhan's face, saying that it was quite familiar. Streamer Gum has been streaming for 10 years. Apart from the pre-designated weekends, he has never missed a stream. He plays for a long time, so he often runs into other streamers. The man put his hand to his chin and said that usually such meetings do not have consequences, but he looked at the main character and asked why it was different with him. Folding his arms over his chest, the man said that he thinks that's the beauty of this job, you never know what content will take off. The man's name was Sunti, he was Gum's manager for 5 years. After saying these words, he dug up an article about the main character on the internet and said that he was handsome and strong. What? The man suddenly shouted in shock. Grabbing the tablet, he shouted, asking if Sanhan had only been playing VR games for 3 weeks, and this was only his second Battle Royale match. Sunti opened the stream recording again, confusedly saying that if he was not mistaken, the main character reflected the bullets with arrows. People in the chat asked if this was just a setup or an insert into the video. The manager raised his hand to his chin and said to himself that this was impossible, adding that Edith was certainly in this video and not a small one, but no one would make false inserts if the original was still on Treaty. Suddenly, he got angry and asked discontentedly if the viewers were also accusing him of setting it up. Unable to contain himself, he shouted loudly, asking why a streamer who had been successfully streaming for 10 years would do this. After a few minutes, he calmed down, scratched his head and said that he couldn't believe what he saw. Even when he looked at it, the difference in talent was crazy. The sunlight gently illuminated the room, while the manager said that this could be made into interesting content. He shook his hand and said that he could start with who is that guy with a bow, and then immediately added that this was not enough. Santi knew that he needed something that would attract attention. Then suddenly it dawned on him. Yes, this will do, he exclaimed. People laughed at Bubblegum at the moment when the arrow reflected all his bullets. Reading the news, which wrote that the difference in skill between the 2 streamers was colossal, the main character was very happy and said that the resonance affected not only fan sites, but also other resources. He looked at his phone with shining eyes and said that he was mentioned on par with Bubblegum. Joo-hyuk looked at his friend and said that it was really funny that even he had his favorite celebrities. Sanghyun raised his head and asked what celebrities. He was just a streamer. The manager was surprised and asked if it was really a joke for the protagonist that Bubblegum was watched by 50,000 people. He closed his eyes and added that he was even envious of this, because at that level, you can afford anything. The protagonist looked at his friend and calmly said that Bubblegum actually lived quite modestly. He smiled happily and added that he had 2 children, so it seemed like he invested a lot in them. Hearing this, Joo-hyuk was very confused. Sanghyun lowered his head and said in his head that Bubblegum may be a popular streamer on Treeby now, but not everything came easy to him, rather the opposite. His humor was average, like everyone else. He could not respond to haters' messages in a rude manner, and his image was quite friendly. But his gaming skills weren't very good. He saw the death sign very often. Bubblegum didn't have any outstanding qualities. This made him very sad. But what made him stand out from the rest? The guy wiped away his tears and raised his head. At that very second, he firmly said that he needed to try again. So this is persistence, determination, and diligence. Bubblegum got very angry when he died many times, and also responsibility, but he also got very scared when he saw something very heavy. All this really exhausted him. Thanks to all this, Bubblegum was able to survive in this field. The main character said in his head that watching his streams, he felt a strange sense of nostalgia. He remembered how he was little, screaming at the exit of the house that he went to the playground. Sanhyun remembered his strong but stupid older brother. He always met him on the playground after school. After leaving the memories, the protagonist closed his eyes and said in his head that he respected him, but of course not for his skill. The guy told Ju Hyuk to accept his admiration, because thanks to his friend, his meeting with Bubblegum attracted attention. Ju Hyuk said that the video got more than 80,000 views in just 5 hours after being published, so at this rate, they will break this record. Sang Hyun, with a smile on his face, wanted to exclaim that it was cool when suddenly he began to read something on his phone in a frustrated manner. Haters wrote that 2 rounds were not an indicator because he won against worthless stones. Ju Hyuk covered the phone with his hand and asked why he was reading this. He added that people just wanted to humiliate him, when suddenly the protagonist asked if his friend had already seen it. The guy firmly answered that he knew himself, when suddenly Ju Hyuk asked in bewilderment why he was watching it then. Sang Hyun, with a sarcastic smile, answered that this was also part of the fighting spirit training. The guy added coldly that he didn't have a family, so he didn't care what people said about him. Ju Hyuk thought he now understood why manager Park disliked Sanghyun so much. He thought the manager was irritated by the fact that his teasing and goading couldn't cause any harm. The protagonist confidently said that his lack of calibration was indeed a problem, so he should increase the length of his streams when Ju Hyuk suddenly asked how many matches a day the guy planned. The guy was worried whether the protagonist would cope because VR games require a lot of physical strength, and Sanghyun had a particularly hard time with long sessions. Frightened, he asked if it really mattered. The protagonist answered that what mattered to people was that the stone imagined itself a genius, and his friend agreed with him. Then, the guy said, getting up from the table. He seriously said that they should play until a more or less decent rank was established. Sanghyun sat thoughtfully in front of the computer screen. Ju Hyuk looked at him, thinking that the guy's eyes even lit up, so he understood what kind of fighting spirit he was talking about. The guy sat down at the laptop, thinking that he did not want to fall behind, so he would start by checking his mail. He began to check everything carefully. Suddenly, he shouted loudly that a letter had arrived. The guy shouted that it was from Bubblegum's manager, to which Sanghyun turned around with interest. Ju Hyuk read about the extreme talent battle in the letter. He asked if they really wanted the protagonist to improve Bubblegum's skill, which the protagonist was very happy about. His friend put his palm in front of him, saying that there was one condition. He said that it was required that the guy first reach the diamond rank, when suddenly the protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, wondering if he could handle it, because it was not that easy. Sanghyun shouted loudly that he agreed, because he was going to raise the rank anyway, so there was no reason to refuse. Ju Hyuk said yes, while the main character thought he wouldn't be scared. The guy thought it only piqued his interest when suddenly a notification sound was heard. The screen showed that the main character had started a broadcast, and viewers began to ask if the guy had started the stream by accident. In the chat, they asked where so many people were coming from at such a time, since there were almost 1,000 viewers on the stream. When the broadcast started, a melody started, and the viewers began to rejoice. Sanghyun smiled and greeted the viewers. In the chat, they were interested in asking why the guy started the stream so early. With a smile on his face, the main character answered that from today he was starting his journey to Diamond. The viewers wrote in shock, "Really?" He was scared and asked if the main character was dying, to which Sanghyun replied that there were no deaths and he was just talking about the diamond rank. He put his hand to his chin, thinking about the timing. Suddenly, he smiled sarcastically. Sanhyun raised 2 fingers up and said that he was going to reach the diamond rank in 2 weeks. Upon hearing this, the chat exploded. Viewers wrote that this was crazy because to reach the diamond rank, you need to get into the top 5%. He was asked if it really was 2 weeks instead of 2 months. The main character looked at the chat and answered yes, adding that he calculated everything and it seemed quite possible. Viewers were surprised by such a statement. They wrote that it was possible, if you get at least in the top 10 every match. But most viewers laughed and doubted. Sanhyun saw this. He understood that he was just a little-known streamer who had only played the Royal Battle twice, so he could understand how crazy it sounded to others. The main character remembered how he killed perfectly with a bow and said to himself that, unlike them, he understood his capabilities well. The guy slightly lowered his head and thought that even the statistics were on his side. He remembered finding the player in first place on his phone, so he thought that he didn't know how hard Electron tried, but his score was higher in the training tutorial. He remembered pulling the bowstring and said that most people would be impressed by the record itself, but in his case, it was different. For him, breaking records was a matter of course since he was a child. Leaving the memories, the boy looked away and thought that to be honest. He looked at his hand and said in his mind that he was grateful just for the opportunity to test himself. After thinking these thoughts, he raised his injured hand. In his mind, he said, the excitement that comes over him when he accepts a challenge and the tension that comes with it. After all, he almost forgot these emotions. After saying this, he opened the game and said without a trace of hesitation that it was time to start. He longed for them with all his heart. At this time, Joo-hyuk was shaking from shock. Grabbing the tablet, he screamed, asking if he was crazy. He watched the guy's broadcast and shouted that if he didn't make it into the top 10 even once, his desire to reach the diamond would go to hell. The manager grabbed his hair and said that he was not used to taking such risks, even if the reward was right. But after calming down, he exhaled heavily and thought, who would have known that Sanhyun was so desperate? He remembered watching the main character at work and said in his head that he always knew when to stop. It seemed that a comfortable life was more important to him. Sanhyun was always standing alone, looking out the window. The manager remembered this and said that he always looked a little depressed. There was no emotion on the guy's face, as if he didn't care if tomorrow came. Leaving the memories, Joo-hyuk looked at the screen and said, and now. He saw a wide smile on the streamer's face and asked if he was really like that. It made him smile. The manager put his hands on the keyboard and said that he would follow the protagonist, because nothing ventured, nothing gained. He firmly added that he would warm up the audience properly. He wrote huge posts in which he announced that Sanhyun planned to reach the rank of diamond in 2 weeks. While quickly typing, Joo-hyuk said to himself that if he had stayed at his previous job, he would have said that this was crazy, but now he had faith. He looked at the protagonist and said that one look in his eyes would tell you that he would definitely succeed. The manager, with a warm smile on his face, said that Sanhyun could do it. There was a phone next to him. It had 3 missed calls from his mother and 1 from his father. The guy thought that he could do it too. The sky was illuminated by a bright sun. On the go, the protagonist read whether he had come up with a strategy for victory. With a smile on his face, the guy answered that he would go to the warehouse first. People asked if Sanhyun was going to use a gun since he was aiming for the diamond. The guy exclaimed that he would stay with the bow. The audience wondered why he was going to the warehouse since he didn't necessarily need to get the bow there. The protagonist suddenly opened the door to the bunker. He saw that most of the people were too busy with each other to pay attention to him. As he walked forward, the guy saw something shiny on the table. The protagonist noticed the throwing knives, thinking that it would be good to have at least one on hand. As soon as he reached his hand down, his wrist was grabbed. The player menacingly asked who the protagonist was. He shouted loudly that he got here first. Sanhyun quickly raised his leg up, hitting the enemy in the jaw. The player took a few steps back, trying to recover from the blow. The guy thought he bit his tongue because he noticed blood on his hand. Holding the knife in his hand, the protagonist spun around in place. Sanhyun stabbed the knife into the enemy's forehead with great force. The guy looked at the corpse lying on the floor. The audience finally understood why the protagonist went to the warehouse, asking how he got there. Sanhyun thought that he had trained with baseball players at the camp, so practicing throws came in handy. The guy suddenly plunged into warm memories, where the guy asked him to throw a ball. Alada donated 5,001 to the protagonist, signing that even without good items, but with outstanding physical skills, you can kill in the warehouse, so he would also go there if he knew that he would not lose. The audience was surprised and asked if this was true. Sanhyun answered that he came to the warehouse to kill as many players as possible while they still did not have weapons, when suddenly people admired that this was a good tactic. The guy thanked for the donation, when suddenly a silhouette appeared behind him. The player pointed the barrel of the gun forward. Sanhyun quickly turned around, sensing something was wrong. He rushed forward, holding the knife tightly in his hand. The player opened his mouth wide, thinking that the guy was already so close to him. The player looked at the knife in his hand. Suddenly, blood spattered everywhere from the murder. One of the guys was lying on the floor with an arrow in his head. The passage upstairs was open. Sanhyun was standing next to a mountain of weapons. Many firearms were lying in a pile. The protagonist poured fuel for cars on them, thinking that should work. The guy poured out the contents completely and threw the bottle aside. Sanhyun set the bottle on fire and threw it to the fuel. The weapons immediately became engulfed in bright flames. The onlookers were shocked, calling the guy a psycho, asking what was that. Next to the bunker was a motorcycle. The protagonist suddenly started it. With a smile on his face, he said that it was time to move on. Without thinking, Sanhyun rushed forward. He accelerated, after which a loud explosion was heard from behind him inside the warehouse. After that, Sanhyun easily took first place in the match, and scored as many as 50 kills. After a crushing victory in the match, the chat exploded, the spectators rejoiced. Sitting in the game capsule, the main character thanked the donators. Smiling, he suggested moving on to the next game. Sanhyun frowned. The commentators realized that their idol was progressing with each match played. Looking at the loading screen, the guy thought that he should not lose concentration under any circumstances because this is just the beginning. Meanwhile, Jaehyuk was sitting at the computer, warming up people's interest in the Almond channel, posting clickbait articles and GIFs and responding to comments. A chat appeared on the laptop screen. People did not understand what was happening. At first they were skeptical, but after the game, most were simply amazed. Smiling nervously, the manager wondered if his friend would cope with his task, because the higher the risks, the bigger the jackpot. The sponsor quickly pressed the buttons on the keyboard. Everything happened like in poker, where people are forced to go all in. If the guy copes, then it's a win, otherwise he will be hated. Seeing the negative comments about his friend playing with bots that are not his level, Jaehyuk frowned menacingly and said that this was too much. He slammed his fist on the table. A message thread appeared on the screen, where they compared the Almond and Electron channels. The manager hoped that they would be able to change public opinion. Looking away, the sponsor realized that his friend had no choice and that he needed to prove his own abilities. The young man sat in the capsule and smiled. This was the only way to go up. The match began to load. A helicopter was flying above the ground. Suddenly, the ground split. The players jumped down on parachutes. The archer noticed 3 opponents on the roof. Other users immediately ran somewhere. It turned out that they were running to the stairs to go down because it was not profitable to start a fight right here. Hearing a dull thud, the streamer looked to the side. Under his feet lay a worn knife. Since the players landed already equipped, they are not interested in weapons below the heroic rank. Grabbing the door handle, the user realized that it was jammed. Suddenly, the door opened. At the same moment, someone kicked it, preventing it from opening completely. Thus, the main character blocked the enemy's exit. A knife flashed in his hand. He did not care what others wanted. The player tried to say something, but the knife immediately cut his throat. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Looking at his reflection in the blade, Sanhyun thought that the knife was too dull, so the enemies did not die immediately. Hearing dissatisfied exclamations, the guy turned around. Trying to run away, the user asked why they were fighting right here and called his opponent crazy. The young man swung the knife to throw. Its blade pierced the enemy's head. Blood gushed out of the wound. A scream was heard. The archer pressed the handle with his foot to finish off the enemy. Viewers called him cruel. Taking the knife out of his head, the streamer assumed that someone would try to open it again. The commentators asked what he was talking about. The player made a sharp dash to the door to try to get out of the roof. Suddenly he fell to the floor, having lost his left wrist. The audience noticed that their idol throws a dull knife without even looking back and manages to hit the target. The system reported that in case of loss of a limb, you can continue the game only if you have a first aid kit, but at the very start there are none. The user angrily clenched his teeth and asked why the enemy is doing this. The main character picked up a bloody knife. Squinting slyly, Sanhyun apologized and explained that he needed to get to the top as soon as possible. The blade of the knife flashed. The notification said that the user had already committed 92 double kills. Looking around, the guy thought. It turned out that there was another person on the roof. He tried to escape, moving on his haunches. Raising the knife in front of him, the player asked the enemy not to approach him. The viewers said that it is such moments that make the game more emotional. The young man frowned. Another user looked at him in fear. Sweat was running down his tense face. The player screamed and tried to crawl back. There was a broken railing ahead, through which one could descend from the roof. Without thinking, the user jumped down. He landed on his feet. Putting his hands on his knees, the player thought that it was quite painful, but at least he was now in no danger. The archer jumped on him from above. The viewers called him a professional at jumping from heights. The streamer raised his knife above his head. There was a sound of impact. Blood spurted. The system reported that the user made 87 triple kills. Sitting on the dead player, the main character smiled and said that he received minimal damage because he fell right on another person. Someone wrote in the chat that there was a motorcycle by the wall. Sanhyun looked back and saw it. The guy pressed the gas. The headlights of the motorcycle lit up. The young man offered to try it out. Warehouse, first floor, corpses lay in pools of blood. Watching his squad work, the captain said that there was very little time left and suggested sitting in the basement. Suddenly, the player shuddered. Something made him look back. In the distance, the silhouette of a motorcyclist appeared. Holding the handlebars, the archer rode straight ahead. The viewers tried to understand why their idol wanted to fly into the warehouse, because it was full of armed people. Smiling, the streamer asked them not to worry. Shaking his head, the squad captain could not believe his eyes. Shocked, wide-eyed, the player asked if the enemy was really going to do this. The main character knocked him down on a motorcycle. Falling on his back, the user closed his eyes. Sanhyun threw a knife forward. It pierced the enemy's forehead right away. His body fell on boxes of weapons. The guy pressed the brake. The commentators were delighted. The young man resolutely looked at the enemy. Smoke came out of the exhaust pipe. The archer got off the motorcycle to check what was in the warehouse. He smiled happily when he saw something. Seeing a compound bow, a grenade, and a Molotov cocktail on the floor, the streamer realized that luck was on his side this time. The players entered the basement of the warehouse and were surprised. There were weapons hanging on the walls, and seeing a whole arsenal of heroic level, the users decided that the risky trip to the warehouse was completely justified. They decided to equip themselves and go outside, but suddenly an explosion thundered behind their wall. Turning around, the man with the machine gun asked what happened. A fire started in the warehouse. The players could not understand what happened. The user raised his fist to his mouth and coughed, asking where the fire came from. His friend said that he had not yet managed to collect all the weapons. The system reported that the smoke was causing them damage. Climbing the stairs, the user asked his friend to hurry up and not linger because there was only one exit. The squad ran to the exit. Suddenly, the one who was running in front fell on his back. His friend noticed an arrow in his head. The masked man raised his machine gun and started shooting. There was a pile of equipment in front of him that took the brunt of the attack. Raising his eyebrows, the player asked where the enemy was shooting from. There was a small gap between the items. The protagonist raised his bow and took aim. He released the bowstring. The arrow slipped through the gap and flew forward. A reflection of the enemy appeared at its tip. Blood spurted. The system reported that the user had committed a double murder. The user's eyes widened in fear and he wondered where the enemy was shooting from, since he couldn't even be seen. Looking at the pile of corpses lying above, the player concluded that the enemy didn't know about his presence since the attack had stopped. Taking the machine gun in his hands, he realized that someone had come here for a weapon and decided that he should hide and attack from the smoke screen. Sanhyun pulled the pin from the grenade. The guy threw it over the pile of dead bodies. The grenade flew into the air. The user frowned upon seeing it and realized that this was the end. There was a loud explosion, a notification saying that the young man had committed a triple murder. A black silhouette appeared in the middle of the smoke. Taking a step forward, the archer thought that he had thrown a grenade just in case. Brushing off the smoke, the streamer explained that his guess was correct and that someone really was left. A gif of him throwing a knife appeared on the forum. In the next picture, the main character swung his hand. People discussed his performance in the comments. Sanhyun smiled confidently. Someone wrote that he should not be underestimated. Joyfully clenching his fist, Jaehyuk hoped that people would continue to leave such comments. As popularity grew, more and more haters began to appear. Negative posts and emojis appeared in the thread. The graph rushed up, money fell from the sky. The appearance of haters was a good sign that the stakes were rising. The more people pay attention to the channel, the higher the profit will be. The guy shot a bow at the enemy. If he manages to show his skills, then people will definitely recognize him, and then gold rivers will flow into his pockets. The young man smiled. Holding a bow in his hands, the system congratulated him on first place. Falling to his knees, the manager was happy for him. Match statistics appeared on the screen. Calibration is a system that determines the player's rank depending on his effectiveness. The results of each match can vary significantly. Icons of different ranks appeared. Calibration in Battle Rage consists of 5 matches. If each of them ends in victory, the user will receive at least a gold rank. Sitting on the edge of the helicopter, the archer thought that he needed the shortest path to the diamond, so he did not need to risk in important matches. Houses were visible below. Jumping down, the streamer decided that he should immediately go to the warehouse. Clearing it increases the chance of winning. Frowning, he wondered how many people would go there this time. Someone was flying next to him. The protagonist recognized him with his eyes widened. There was an explosion in the memory. Someone opened their mouth in fear. Punksna turned his head and smiled. The audience realized that he had come for revenge. Clutching his head, Jaehyuk realized that his friend had been caught against a diamond-ranked stream sniper in the decisive calibration match. Imagining how he was attacked with a knife, Sanhyun thought that if they both landed in the warehouse, he would be in for a brutal fight from the very beginning. He was stabbed in the head. The guy realized that if he lost, he would not be able to get even gold and then he could forget about the diamond. The man lowered the corners of his lips, ordering his son to start working in his company from tomorrow. Remembering him, the manager frowned tensely. Clenching his fist, the sponsor thought that he had started doing what he really liked. Watching the game broadcast, Jaehyuk couldn't believe that all he could do was watch his friend through the screen. The guy looked back when he was called out. Waving his hand, Punksna suggested a fight right after landing. The audience asked the idol to ignore him. The young man covered his mouth with his hand. At the same time, he showed his competitor the middle finger. Putting his hand to his mouth, the manager choked. Shocked, wide-eyed, the scoundrel insulted his opponent. The chat exploded with laughter. Smiling, the sponsor thought that he had nothing to worry about. Waving his arms, the player shouted something, but the archer's attention was riveted to the chat. Blushing from an excessive feelings, Juhak realized that his friend would definitely not lose. Pressing the buttons, he decided that he had to make his friend's victory even brighter. His glasses reflected the screen of the laptop. A website called Pok Pok appeared on it. The manager realized that he needed to use the Bubblegum fan club to tear the villain apart. Sitting at the table, the sponsor thought that losing for the sake of attention could be a one-way ticket. Thoughts about how crazy this was kept popping up in his head. However, Juhak smiled broadly and expressed his confidence that his plan would work. Many dissatisfied comments appeared about Punsen. The number of viewers was approaching 4,000. It was time to show the pest his place. The player frowned with displeasure. The protagonist looked forward resolutely. Below them was a warehouse. Everything had to be decided here and now. The Bubblegum Fan Club forum appeared on the screen. People were discussing the battle of two geniuses. Having sent a link to the broadcast, the manager confidently frowned and thought that this should be fun and that this fight would be a guaranteed hit. Many new users came to the stream. The parachute opened. As he dived down with the help of ropes, Sanhyun thought that this was the last calibration match and that if something went wrong, he would not be able to get the diamond in 2 weeks. Looking at the grinning of his opponent, the guy thought that he was counting on it too. The viewers assumed that he was the developer's son, so no one was stopping him. Someone wrote that putting pressure on talented newcomers is a typical desire of experienced players. The young man lowered his gaze and agreed with this thought. The number of viewers was rapidly approaching 5,000. With such a figure, the broadcast would certainly get to the top. In the last game, the archer was smiling. He had used the same tactic 3 times in a row. Imagining a man with a knife towering over him, the streamer realized that he was an appetizing prey for his enemy. Frowning, the main character thought that if the level of Punsen's real skills really was the first diamond, then this level was 3 ranks higher than his target. Sang-Hyun pursed his lips tightly, realizing that the villain had a lot to lose if he lost this battle, and guessed that he probably had a thorough plan, including analyzing his behavior and tactics in the match. The boy firmly clutched the rope in his hand. The player turned around, confused. The young man flew towards him, wanting to bring him down to earth. Their parachutes intertwined. The comments doubted the effectiveness of such a strategy. Smirking, the user asked if his competitor really wanted to play dirty because he could not beat him in a fair fight. Raising his eyebrows, the archer said that everything was fair because his enemy was losing even at the stone ranks and did not deserve to be among the diamonds. The veins on the villain's neck stood out from the tension. The commentators warned the idol of danger. The heroes looked down in fear. Their parachutes fell to the ground. The players lay on the ground, trying to catch their breath. The streamer stood up and looked at his opponent. The viewers called him to action. Suddenly, the main character ran forward. Punsner rushed after him. The viewers realized that they ran towards the warehouse. Having broken ahead, Sanhyun thought that he was at a disadvantage, because it was pointless to clash hand-to-hand with such a difference in experience. Looking around, the guy decided to find at least some kind of weapon with a blade. Suddenly, he noticed a knife ahead. The stream sniper also found a knife not far from him. The young man jumped forward to grab the weapon. The archer immediately turned around and threw the knife forward. Continuing to run, the player noticed a projectile flying at him. He braked sharply. Arching his back, the user dodged the knife. At the same moment, the villain grabbed him with his hand. Grinning, Punsna swung the knife. The viewers were shocked. Throwing the knife forward, the stream sniper wished death to his competitor. The streamer froze in place, seeing a knife flying in front of him. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The commentators urged him to dodge. Despite everything, the main character ran forward. Seeing another knife behind his opponent, Sanhyun thought that dodging was pointless. Stretching his hand forward, the guy decided to intercept the knife spinning in the air. His eyes lit up. At the right moment, the weapon turned so that its handle ended up right in the hands of the young man. Having caught the knife, he resolutely looked forward. The viewers were in indescribable delight. The villain's eyes widened in fear, not understanding how this could happen. Seeing the enemy approaching, he turned around and began to run away. He managed to pick up another knife from the ground. Swinging it, the player decided to block one blow and make a counterattack. Their knives were about to meet. Suddenly, the young man let go of the weapon and intercepted it under the enemy's arm. The heroes spread their arms to the sides. Blood gushed. Punksna's eyes widened in horror. A knife pierced his head. His body fell to the ground. Jahyuk closed his eyes and joyfully shouted his friend's name. He covered his mouth with his hands and looked around. Sitting at the computer, the manager was surprised that his voice was so loud. An image of a keyhole appeared. The sponsor thought that at home he would definitely get yelled at for this. He always had to live with the feeling of constant surveillance, but now everything had changed. The guy smiled widely. Raising his hands, he shouted his friend's name even louder. Tears appeared in his eyes. The young man finally remembered what true freedom was. A lot of new threads appeared in the forum chat. A screenshot appeared on the site in which the main character and Punksna swung knives. This was an announcement of a spectacular fight between two geniuses. Many enthusiastic comments appeared. In the video, Sanhyun rushed forward. He had a confident look when he struck. People did not understand how he managed to do something like that in such a situation. There were many factors that determined star potential. Someone played football or Go, the girl skated. The man clicked the mouse button. In competitive fields such as sports or games, the real sign of a star was determination and the ability to show oneself in critical moments. Orange clouds floated across the sky. The guy declared that he would reach the diamond rank in 2 weeks. Even despite the pressure of the stream sniper, the system congratulated the user on the first place. The young man sat on the boxes, trying to catch his breath. Joyuk realized that despite the huge burden of responsibility, his friend convinced the viewers of his abilities and strength. The real reason why the archer was considered a star was his face. Smiling widely, the streamer said that it was very difficult to win this game because of Punkson. In the chat, the viewers supported him by raising their hand to the system window. The main character suggested looking at the completed tasks while the game was summing up the calibration results. A window with a list of tasks appeared. Sanhyun decided to take the reward for killing a stream sniper, for a series without losses, and for winning without a firearm. Someone wrote in the chat that no one would be able to protect their money from this streamer. Closing his eyes, the guy laughed. Hearing the notification sound, the young man looked away. A golden window appeared in front of him with the inscription "calibration complete." The system reported that the user received a new rank. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.